of Nigel Paul Farage, who, since his election for the said county constituency, has been appointed to the office of Steward and Bailiff of His Majesty's Manor of Northstead in the County of York.
No. The question is that I do issue my warrant to the Clerk of the Crown to make out a new writ for the electing of a member to serve in the present Parliament for the county constituency of Clacton in the room of Nigel Paul Farage, who since his election to the said county constituency has been appointed to the office of Steward and Bailiff of His Majesty's Manor of Northstead in the County of York. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right, let us move to questions to the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and good morning. Number one, please.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, and with permission, Mr Speaker, I'd like to group questions 1 and 16. My honourable friend, the new Farming and Food Minister, and I published our new farming roadmap, which is the first ever long-term strategy for farming. It sets out a vision for a more productive, profitable, sustainable and resilient sector. The primary purpose of farming, as set out in the roadmap, is food production, which goes hand in hand with improving the environment. We are driving towards a lower input, more nature-friendly farming system.
Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Farmers across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages know that one of the most important things for them to be able to make their businesses work is access to fertiliser at a price that allows them to be profitable. What can the government do to make sure that those fertiliser prices don't see spikes like we've had in the last couple of years and remain stable in the long term?
I thank him for his question. He's right to raise this issue. We are engaging with the NFU on this. We know it's a great area of concern for farmers. We've asked the AHDB to increase fertiliser price reporting, so they're doing that now weekly rather than monthly. We've already consulted on suspending tariffs for certain fertilisers, and we've also rolled out an online tool to help farmers use fertilisers more efficiently.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, food producers in South East Cornwall, including our farmers and fishermen, are at the heart of my community, our economy and food security. So I really welcome the work the government's done to develop the new farming roadmap in partnership with farmers and its recognition that profitable farm businesses are essential to food security. As I meet farmers at the Liskeard show later this week, will the Secretary of State set out immediate opportunities in the roadmap and explain how the Farming and Food Partnership Board will ensure farmers like mine continue to shape its implementation, giving them clarity and confidence to invest in the long-term profitability and resilience of their business?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend and pay tribute to the work she does representing her local farmers, and I hope that the Liskeard Farm Show goes well later this week. The Farming and Food Partnership Board, which has already been established, is working on 2 sector growth plans, starting with poultry and horticulture, to bring down barriers to growth, and we're taking forward the roadmap's vision to make sure that farmers are more productive and profitable, and that's how we will proceed.
Mr Speaker, attracting the next generation of farmers is key to the long-term sustainability of the sector. I recently visited Great Smeaton young farmers, and it was wonderful to see both their contribution to the local community but also their commitment to farming. And groups like this are vital to engaging young people in farming. So could I ask the Secretary of State to join me in paying tribute to Great Smeaton young farmers and the National Federation of Young Farmers for their important contribution to our national life?
I couldn't agree more. I absolutely pay tribute to his local Young Farmers Club, and DEFRA supports, as he knows, the National Federation, and we engage with the National Federation on the drafting of the farming roadmap, and we have them in our minds always when we're designing policy, because we're committed to ensuring that the next generation can enter the sector. We're looking particularly in the roadmap at encouraging longer-term tenancies, which we know is an easier way to get in to the sector, and we've also asked the Law Commission to review legislation on farming tenancies. But like him, I'm also committed to ensuring that the next generation has a voice in our policies.
Caroline Bellman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The NFU is concerned that the £240 million allocated for new sustainable farming incentive agreements in 2026 doesn't match the scale of farmers' environmental ambitions and will not allow all farmers with expiring agreements a reasonable opportunity to access ongoing ELMS funding. So how will the government support those farmers like mine in South Devon who are keen to protect the environment while producing food, who are unable to secure a new SFI agreement under this limited budget, continue their valuable environmental work?
Well, can I reassure the Honourable Lady that in window 2, those farmers, and there are obviously thousands whose agreements are coming to an end towards the end of this year or early into next year, will be able to apply in the second window, because we have made the technological advances necessary to ensure that can happen. So I know that was something that was raised with me in previous DEFRA orals, and that's something that we have taken forward since then. We have a record farming budget for sustainable farming over the course of this Parliament, 11.8 billion. It's obviously not just about public funding, it's about how we work with the sector, but also how the sector collaborates with each other, which is why we've put £30 million into a farmer collaboration fund and why we're backing agri-tech as well.
Robbie Moore, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. De-linked payments dramatically reduced. SFI stop-started and now ultimately made competitive. Targets to dramatically reduce livestock numbers recommended. The state given more power to buy farmland but at below market value. The fertiliser tax, double cab pickup tax, family farm and family business tax now introduced. Natural England given more power. An EU realignment deal which is set to cost our farmers thousands and result in job losses. And the annual grant for young farmers removed for the first time. Oh, Mr Speaker, but beavers have been released. So I ask the Secretary of State, which one of these measures, which she has introduced in the last 2 years, does she think will support the long-term financial sustainability of our farming businesses?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'd take our record over his record any time. Under the Conservatives, they couldn't even be bothered to spend the farming budget when they were in power. They sold farmers down the river on various trade deals, which we haven't. We've protected farmers in our trade deals. We've set out the first ever long-term roadmap and vision for the farming sector, working closely with the sector. We commissioned Minette Batters, the former president of the NFU, to do an independent profitability review. We're taking forward most of the recommendations. The vast majority of the recommendations she put forward, we are taking forward. We're working in close partnership with the sector, and this is in all stark contrast to what happened under his government.
Steve Brace.
Question number 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Dartmoor ponies are a vital part of our landscape and history, and as the Environment Secretary, I have a duty to protect our native species, and this obviously includes Dartmoor ponies, and I want to see the number of Dartmoor ponies maintained and the condition of Dartmoor improved.
Right.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to recognise the work that the Secretary of State and the Minister have been doing on this issue and thank them for their engagement. Whilst the Conservatives rejected recommendation 27 of the Furston review, can she assure me this government will find a solution that works for all the communities on Dartmoor, will ensure a thriving population of Dartmoor ponies? And would she join me on Dartmoor in the coming weeks to see these beautiful native creatures and the organisations that care for them?
Mr Speaker, I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend's work on this important issue. I know that there is a lot of concern in his local area and actually beyond about Dartmoor ponies, but I want to reassure him that under this government there will be no planned reduction in the numbers of Dartmoor ponies. I'm working on solutions to support this fantastic native species, and I will set out further details of that soon. And yes, I would love to visit and to see the ponies for myself.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Natural England proposed that overall livestock grazing limits be reduced, to reduce overgrazing, and it was not specific to ponies. It was about overgrazing by sheep and cattle, and indeed ponies can help to graze invasive grasses and promote biodiversity. People who developed the Change.org petition were doing the right thing, but does the Secretary of State share my view that it was cynical of the Conservative Party to develop a shadow petition to gather voter intention data?
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman, I agree, given that they created this mess by rejecting some of the recommendations of Furston, it's a bit rich of them to then have a go at the current government, given we're trying to clear up their mess on this and on many, many other issues. Can I reassure him that I'm well aware of the different issues on Dartmoor? A third of the moor is SSSI. We must make sure we put measures in place to better enable the moor, particularly during the winter water to recover, and we must make sure that the grazing is wider spread rather than concentrated in the SSSI area. So I'm well aware of those issues. I have recently met with the DLUMG, the Dartmoor Land Use Management Group, to discuss these issues, and I will continue to pursue, as I said, a solution that protects Dartmoor ponies, but also restores the environmental condition of the SSSI.
Rachel Muskell.
Mr Speaker, question 4, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government inherited record levels of river pollution, and we have already passed the Water Special Measures Act, making pollution cover-ups a criminal offence, more than doubled the number of Environment Agency inspections to 10,000 a year, and only yesterday introduced automatic fines for polluting water companies. And our Clean Water Bill will stop water companies marking their own homework and deliver better outcomes for consumers and the environment.
Muskell.
Thank you. This weekend I'll be competing in York's Dragon Boat race on the River Ouse, but with 3,779 sewage dumps last year, it's the second worst river which is polluted. The Clean Water Bill gives us the opportunity to take control of our water, ending the cycle of profiteering from failure, leaving our rivers full of sewage, chemicals and inaccessible to swimmers, rowers and all who enjoy our rivers. So will the Minister urgently review her plans to take water back under public ownership so we can clean up this dirty business?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and of course I wish her and her team the very best of luck in the weekend's boat race, and share her outrage at the amount of pollution that we're seeing in so many of our beautiful rivers. And one of the things it's worth highlighting in our Clean Water Bill is the introduction of regional planning to give local communities more say over the water system in their area.
Brad Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In 2025, sewage was dumped in the Ashridge Stream, Embrook, Barkenbrook and River Loddon in my constituency of Wokingham. Residents are thoroughly fed up with Thames water, repeated pollution and lack of accountability. Will the government introduce mutual ownership of water companies, professionally managed, putting customers and the environment first?
Minister.
I also share his outrage at the amount of pollution that he's seeing in the environment, and I recognise how much this impacts not only the local environment but the people who live around there as well. And as he'll know from the white paper that we published, one of the things it stated is that we'd develop a clear transition process if companies wish to alternative forms of ownership, including not-for-profits and mutuals.
Sir Oldham.
Number 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Hello again. So without action, we face a possible water supply deficit of 5 billion litres a day by 2055. This is why projects such as the Teddington District River Abstraction Scheme are vital to help secure London's water supply during droughts, and any discharges to the Thames from this scheme will be subject to strict water quality assessments.
Sir Oldham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2 months ago, Ham and Kingston Riverside became the first site in London to gain bathing water status. But Thames Water's ill-conceived Teddington Direct River Abstraction proposal will see treated sewage discharged into the Thames above Teddington Lock. Thames Water has submitted a report to the Environment Agency on the testing of a pilot plant, which shows that after just 1 month, the water quality would fail to maintain PFOS chemicals within regulatory limits. The bathing site is already a popular destination for local residents. It'd be a travesty if Thames Water are allowed to dump treated sewage into the stream. So will the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss the environmental and social impact of the Teddington Direct River Abstraction proposal?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady and recognise it has been one of the first designated bathing water spots in the whole of London, which I think is quite exciting for the City of London. And when we designate bathing water sites, the water quality is monitored regularly throughout the season, that information is made publicly available, and of course any allowance on any abstraction team or the water recycling scheme will be subject to strict environmental tests.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 6.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government is backing the vital British pig sector by delivering fairer supply chains and stronger protections for producers. The Fair Dealing Obligations regulations are ending unfair contract practices, with all pre-existing contracts needing to be compliant by the 13th of August this year. This will give farmers greater certainty, transparency and confidence to invest, grow their businesses and strengthen the long-term resilience of the sector.
Will the Minister join me in praising all of our fantastic pig farmers, including Adam Marshall from Berwickshire, who all do incredible jobs in very difficult circumstances. Now, the National Pig Association believe that independent pig producers are currently losing as much as £50 per pig. Now, this is clearly not sustainable for any business. So what consideration has the Minister made to the adequacy of the fair dealing obligation pig regulations, especially around imbalances in power and price abuse?
Minister.
I thank for his question and pay tribute to all those that work in the pig sector across our country. I absolutely recognise the challenges that pig farmers are facing. That's why this government is taking action to strengthen protections for pig farmers, particularly where there are severe losses and disruption that the sector has been facing in recent years. And that is to ensure fairer, more transparent contracts to build a resilient and profitable industry.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There's a large number of independent pig producers that have been served notice on their contracts by processors, including smaller family farms in my South West Norfolk constituency. The National Pig Association anticipates that by November we could see over 10,000 pigs a week without an outlet to be sold. Will my honourable friend therefore agree to meet with representatives from the pig sector, including the National Pig Association and the UK's farming unions that cover pigs, to see what steps can be taken to support the industry through this really challenging period?
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his engagement on this matter. The pig sector is vital to British farming, and I know that from my time with him at the Royal Norfolk Show the other week that he's a real champion on these issues in his constituency. I can confirm that I've received correspondence from the National Pig Association inviting me to discuss industry challenges. I've accepted that invitation and will be meeting them shortly.
Dr Neil Hudson, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A crucial way to support pig farmers is ensuring healthy pigs, and that requires strong biosecurity and stopping illegal meat imports. When I asked DEFRA about these imports, they say data are now not available. But alarmingly, Dover Port Health Authority reported seizing 14.2 tonnes of illegal meat in just 1 week in March. And DEFRA have admitted to me that in the first quarter of the year, 28% of vehicles flagged at Dover did not turn up for checks at the Sevington Border Control Post. When we have foot and mouth in Europe, just last year, and African swine fever advancing up the continent, we run the risk of a catastrophic animal disease outbreak. For the sake of pig and indeed all livestock farmers, when will this government wake up, tighten our biosecurity and strengthen border controls before it is too late?
Minister.
I thank the Shadow Minister for his engagement on this issue. I know that Baroness Hayman in the other place has visited the port to understand the issues that he describes. We take these issues extremely seriously. I will certainly take back his views to the Department. I'm very happy to meet with him on these issues further.
Number 7, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
The government secured a major increase in the UK's annual bluefin tuna quota from 63 tonnes to around 230 tonnes, creating new opportunities for fishers across the United Kingdom. Licences were allocated through a fair, transparent process, with successful applicants selected by a ballot after meeting strict criteria. We're continuing to work with the devolved governments and Crown dependencies to support the growth of this important fishery.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent Angus Campbell held the only commercial licence for tuna in 2025. He has invested thousands in equipment and a route to market for the bluefin tuna now swimming off the Atlantic coast of the Hebrides. This year, no licence. In fact, the 2 applications that came from Scotland came from the Western Isles. Of the 29 licence allocated, none came to Scotland. Can I ask the Minister to review why there is no regional distribution of licences, why a fisher with a track record, an established track record of commercial landings was turned down, and can he look for a speedy resolution through a second round of licensing from the approximately 100 tonnes of quota allocated to tag and release mortalities, bycatch and scientific research?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As he rightly says, in 2025, one Scottish fisher secured a commercial bluefin tuna licence authorisation through a fair and transparent application process. That fisher was unsuccessful in 2026, and as set out in guidance due to demand, authorisations are currently issued for 1 year only and are not automatically renewed. We are working with Scotland and other fisheries administrations to gather evidence on the current approach, and will certainly consider my honourable friend's ideas and views further.
John West. Sorry, Jim Shank.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, Mr Speaker, but I'll take it meant in a good way. Thank you very much. I'd like to echo the item that the honourable gentleman has referred to as well, and reply and ask the Minister to focus upon Northern Ireland, please. Can the Minister explain to this House why Northern Ireland's sustainable rod and reel fishers are being treated as second-class citizens? And will the Minister commit today to sit down with the Northern Ireland Fish Producers Organisation and rewrite these unfair rules so that our fishermen can access a fair, geographical, equal share of this quota? If it was something for Northern Ireland fishermen, I'd be fighting for them.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he rightly invited me over to Northern Ireland last week at the Westminster Hall debate, knowing that I'm a fan of scampi, so I do look forward to finding that opportunity in due course. I thank him for his invitation to engage in these issues. I'm very happy to follow up with him in due course.
Great, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Innovation and productivity go hand in hand, and this government is backing British agri-tech with real investment. Innovation is central to our farming roadmap, and I recently announced that we are boosting the Farming Innovation Programme to £123 million this year. We're also working across government, for example, with DBT, to open up new export opportunities and drive growth, productivity and jobs across the sector.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The EFRA committee recently had the privilege of visiting New Zealand, and there we met an Innovate UK delegation promoting incredible British agri-tech innovations like cups that enable substrate-free hydroponics, vegetables that have 40 times the iron content, and AI analysis of drone, satellite and sensor data. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that agri-tech will be a key growth area for the UK, and will she work with counterparts in DCIT and DBT to accelerate the success of British agri-tech startups?
He's right to say that this government absolutely recognises the potential of agri-tech as a high-growth sector. That's why it's included in the government's industrial strategy. And the UK is already a world leader in agri-tech, but we want to make sure that we maintain that leadership. And under this government, we will continue to bolster our position and boost global exports, as he suggested. We are supporting British agri-tech innovations like automated fruit pickers, which are already being used around the world, and we should be proud of our strong research base and our culture of farming innovation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I encourage the Secretary of State to visit the Roslin Institute just outside Edinburgh, most famous, of course, for the cloning of Dolly the sheep, but one of the world's leading agri-tech centres. And although in Scotland it's extremely important, it's regarded as a UK asset, and I hope that she would promote it in that regard.
I couldn't agree with him more. I do think it is a UK national asset, and either myself or my honourable friend would be very pleased to visit to learn more about what the centre is doing.
Catherine Fuchs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 9.
Minister.
Thank you. The levels of pollution in the River Wye are unacceptable, and we're working to accelerate progress to tackle this, including funding a £1 million research programme to identify sources of pollution and develop practical solutions to improve water quality. We're also rolling out early pilots of regional planning, which included a workshop with stakeholders in the Severn region on the 15th of May earlier this year.
Catherine Fuchs.
Minister, for all our hard work on the River Wye, but as she knows, time is running out for the iconic River Wye, and with temperatures rising as they are to dangerous levels, this is really going to affect our fish stocks further. But the Wye needs a water protection zone across both the English and Welsh parts of the river to mandate, for example, larger riverside buffer zones, prevent soil erosion, and of course force authorities to crack down on polluters. The proposed Clean Water Bill could give the Minister an opportunity to bring in a water protection zone. So could she make that promise today and make sure this government is the one to save the River Wye?
Well, Minister.
I recognise all the important work my honourable friend has put into this important campaign and how much she cares about protecting this beautiful river. And we'll continue to work with the Environment Agency to explore all available options, which include, of course, a water protection zone. Any designation must be evidence-led and targeted, ensuring the right measures are in place to tackle pollution effectively and deliver lasting improvements to water quality.
Dr. Ali Chance.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency of North Herefordshire has been devastated by water pollution. We are now nearly 7 years into a planning moratorium that has decimated the construction industry because of pollution in the River Lug, a tributary of the Wye. We are 10 years on from the first court case that said the government should publish a plan to clean it up, but that plan last year set out that current measures will not get close to fixing the problem. We urgently need a water protection zone. Will the Minister come to North Herefordshire to meet local campaigners, citizen scientists, farmers, to understand why we need a water protection zone and make that commitment to bring one in to finally resolve this problem? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. And as I sort of commented to my honourable friend, that we are working with the EA to explore all available options. That does include a water protection zone. And it is incredibly important. I recognise this is a beautiful river, and I know how much the honourable lady cares about this as well. We have got the £1 million research project, which is working directly with farmers and land managers. And the EA are looking at, I've already done 1,246 farm inspections around the River Wye and 1,183 improvement actions since 2022.
Oral Edwards.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since publishing the Waste Crime Action Plan in March, we have started clearing illegal waste at Kidlington and are investigating clearing up in Wigan, Sheffield and Hyndburn. We've arrested 18 waste criminals, launched the digital waste tracking scheme so we can see where the waste goes in near real time, and this week approved legislation for tougher powers to tackle the rogue criminals. We have 300,000 people registered to transport waste in this country. Not all of them are legit.
I really welcome the three-pronged strategy in the government's Waste Crime Action Plan, focused on prevention, enforcement and remediation. And I welcome the small number of recent and really significant illegal waste sites, which the Minister mentions, that will be assessed for clearance. But can the Minister outline how older but equally significant sites like Brambletree Wharf, which has blighted my local constituency community for nearly a decade, how that can be tackled under the plan?
Minister.
Well, she is right that under the previous government there was a large amount of illegally dumped waste, around 30,000 tonnes between 2018 and 2022. There is enforcement action being taken both by Medway Council through a planning enforcement notice, and the EA will be serving an enforcement notice on the landowner to remove the waste, while Medway Council use planning powers to remove the existing illegal businesses. The difference between this government and the last is we are taking action, and if you spot waste crime taking place, call Crime Stoppers on 0800 555 1111.
Josh Barbara.
Fly tippers tend to vanish just as the mess gets traced back to them, much like Nigel Farage earlier this week. But closer to home, I led a community walkabout with friends of Outer Devonshire alongside residents like Emma Boys and Kay Skinner to look at fly tipping hotspots in Eastbourne. Will the Minister commend their work and outline what steps the government will take to support them and their community to tackle fly tipping once and for all?
Minister.
He is absolutely right that these fly tippers are despoiling our countryside, and I pay tribute to his local group that are taking such great action to keep the beaches and countryside clean. What we have done is introduce up to 9 penalty points on fly tippers' driving licences. Often these people are just doing a job for mates at the weekend, and if they lose their driving licence, it will certainly make them think twice about doing that job. But often these fly tippers are part of a much wider, serious and organised crime group. So we shouldn't think that they're little criminals. Often they can be part of quite a big criminal gang.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency in New Biggin, living close to the Flusco landfill site, are one of many communities right across the country bearing the brunt of a nationwide scandal. The owners of the site, a legitimate one on paper, have been judged to have flagrantly broken environmental regulations. Like many other sites, they've been ineffectively regulated and poorly policed. Residents cannot leave their washing out or let their kids play outside. In this heat, especially, the stench can be unbearable. The leachate and gases utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, the country is being ripped off as the government's landfill taxes are being flouted to the tune of at least £1 billion every year. So will the government act urgently and powerfully to help my constituents and all those people living near landfill sites, which in recent years have become toxic in every sense?
Well, Minister. I was pleased to meet with the honourable gentleman and my honourable friend for Carlisle to talk about the activities of these at these waste sites. Unpicking the work that is happening there is a long and complex legal process involving multi-agency, cross-agency working. What we do now have is a properly funded waste crime enforcement unit. The funding for that unit was a mere £10 million million in 23-24. They've had an extra 5 million this year to take it up to 15, and then we're doubling it to 30 million. That is the way that we take these people down.
We go on to topicals. Callum Anderson.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since the last oral questions, as I mentioned earlier, we recently published England's first long-term farming roadmap, and we have opened the first application window for our reformed SFI. I visited the Groundswell Agricultural Festival to see regenerative farming in action, and I'll be at the Great Yorkshire Show next week. Our Water Delivery Task Force has recently unlocked the infrastructure needed to support nearly 20,000 new homes in East Anglia, and we are taking action to ensure the products on British supermarket shelves like coffee and cocoa are not linked to illegal deforestation overseas. I spoke alongside my honourable friend at the London Climate Action Week about our bold action to restore nature and welcome the UN General Secretary to Kew Gardens. Yesterday, I announced the biggest ever investment in species recovery. And finally, Mr Speaker, we are a nation of animal lovers, as you know very well, and today I have published the government's plans to reform the Veterinary Surgeons Act to deliver better outcomes for this great profession, not updated since 1966, this act, and our much-loved pets.
Callum Anderson.
Mr Speaker, farmers in North Buckinghamshire have raised queries with me regarding the transition from environmental land management agreements that expire this year through to the funding available through the much welcomed SFI 26. So can she set out how the government is supporting farmers through that transition so that there are no unintended funding gaps for those wanting to deliver positive environmental outcomes?
Well, I thank him for raising this issue. We have worked in close partnership with farmers and stakeholders to shape the new SFI, and I can reassure my honourable gentleman and members across the House that those farmers who have soon to expire ELM revenue agreements will be able to apply in the second window of the SFI later this year in September.
Victoria Atkins, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In recent weeks, DEFRA's quangos have made headlines. The Environment Agency is failing to prosecute waste criminals, instead going after virtuous volunteers who are cleaning up the rivers for them. Natural England is demanding more madcap fish schemes at Hinkley Point C, on top of their recommended £700 million fish disco policy, all of which will be paid for by our constituents. And Natural England's threat to Dartmoor ponies was the quickest U-turn yet by this government. Does the Secretary of State feel she has control over these quangos?
Some brass neck, Mr Speaker. When the whole issue around the Dartmoor ponies was created under her government, because they rejected several of the Thurston Review recommendations and they put the future of Dartmoor ponies in doubt, and we're having to clear up their mess, so I shall take no lectures from the Honourable Lady.
Victoria Atkins.
Oh dear, soon we will have... this may be the last time the Secretary of State gets to give such an inadequate answer to what is a reasonable question about her grip over her department. But let's look at Labour's wider chaos. After 2 years of record-breaking tax rises and the highest number of farm closures, the next version of a Labour government is coming back for even more, with rumours of a brand new tax on land value, which will target rural residents from their gardens to their farms. Has Labour learnt nothing from their family farm tax fiasco, which every one of them voted for?
I can say to the right honourable lady, she lectures us about regulators. We have a tighter grip on our ALBs than they did when they were in government. I have issued strategic policy statements to all ALBs early this year, writing to the chairs of those organisations, telling them what the direction of travel is of the government. Under their government, the reason we saw record levels of pollution in our waterways is they took the foot off the gas, took a blind eye to water companies polluting rivers, and introduced a system of self-monitoring which is equivalent to Ofsted not sending anybody out to do any inspections of schools.
Joe Paul.
That Thames Water had slowed its reporting of pollution incidents by 70% since 2022. Yet another example of institutional failure that has hurt residents across the region. Given Thames Water's creditors are now saying that they will bid for the company if a special administration regime is set up, can the Secretary of State reassure me that consumers who continue to pay the bills and suffer the consequences of serious pollution will be the first priority of this government?
I can reassure him of that, and he will have seen that I wrote to Ofwat setting out my early concerns that the current proposal of the creditors does not do enough to protect customers and the environment, and that protection of consumers and the environment is at the forefront of all of my thinking. And can I just reassure him that we will always act in the national interest. We stand ready for all eventualities, including applying for a special administration regime if that becomes necessary.
Austin. Mr Speaker, last week this House debated EPR, and I was pleased to grill the Minister on the impact that's having on brewers like Asahi from Woking. Please will the Minister explain why EPR costs so much more in this country than in Europe, and agree to publish the results of their pilot projects in councils like Fife?
Well, what I can tell him is that our systems are completely different to the waste collection systems in Germany and France, where they have a wide network of bring banks for glass. We have the privilege of having glass collected in our household waste collection schemes. What I am conscious of is the dual burden that is falling on pubs, and I have tasked my officials with working at pace on this issue to find a solution for the pubs that we're all enjoying in this hot weather with the great football, and wishing England the best for their match at the weekend.
Scotland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the waste carrier, broker and dealer reforms which will replace the outdated registration system with a more robust permit-based regime, introduce stronger background checks and give regulators greater powers to tackle waste crime. Given that waste crime costs the economy $1 billion a year, can the Minister set out how these reforms will help crack down on rogue operators while ensuring legitimate businesses can continue to operate and grow with confidence?
Well, as we push the waste criminals out of this sector, we are going to have more business for the legitimate operators. What it also means for householders is that the nut carrier registration number has to be carried on the Facebook ads, the leaflets and the vans of waste transporters. So we have confidence that the people we're giving our waste to will dispose of it correctly. But we're not going to have a system where dead dogs and cows can be registered. We're going to introduce criminal record checks, identity checks, and make sure everyone knows what they're doing when they're transporting hazardous waste.
Bob Blackburn.
Thank you, Speaker. The current heat wave shows no sign of abating, and during that time, of course, demand for water increases. Already the water companies are imposing restrictions on the supply of water. So what assessment has the Secretary of State made on the water supply, and when she will consider nationwide restrictions?
Minister.
The Honourable Gentleman raises an important point, and just last week on Thursday I met with some of the water companies who are going to be in the areas of the extreme heat wave to be reassured that they won't be running out of water during this period. Ofwat has also launched a public information campaign talking about the value of water as well. He'll know from previous answers I've given in here that we have the Water Delivery Task Force, which is looking at water supply, house building ambition and growth to make sure that we have the water that we need. But it's also one of the reasons why we need to get on with building the 9 reservoirs, as none were built under the last 30 years.
Steve Resch.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State recently met with my constituent Ruben Santa, whose case was featured in the Dirty Business documentary. Ruben is campaigning to ensure real-time sewage information is established is available to bathers at the beachside. Would the Minister work with local councils and with water companies to explore the feasibility of such a scheme?
Minister.
My honourable friend raises a hugely important topic, and Ruben's story was extremely moving to hear firsthand, and I want to take this opportunity to expend my deepest sympathies to all families of all those who've been affected by sickness using the water around England, and I share with their anger and outrage and desire for change. We have reformed the bathing water regulations so it's fit for purpose, and we are looking at classification, water quality information, and of course we have the Environment Agency's Swimfo website, but we'll continue to look at how we can best keep bathers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will have heard from both sides of the House this morning about the deepening crisis for independent pig producers and farmers. There are concerns that a quasi-cartel may be operating to the detriment of these small independent producers. Will the Minister consider using his powers to make a referral to the Agricultural Supply Chain Adjudicator or to the Competition and Markets Authority so that these producers can be protected?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. As I mentioned earlier, I'm due to meet with the Pig Farmers Association in due course. I take these issues very seriously, want to make sure there's certainty and clarity with the sector. We recently published our farming roadmap, which brings that certainty and consistency, but very happy to follow up on the issues that he's raised today.
Law.
Mr Speaker, under our current system, food imported from abroad, often from countries with lower standards, can be packaged in the UK but labelled as British. To stop flag washing and back our British farmers, would the Minister back the Labour Rural Research Group's calls to introduce a mandatory labelling system based on the blueprint set out by Australia's country of origin labelling standard?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his work on these important matters. This is about fairness for consumers and for farmers, and we want people to know where their food comes from, trust what they are buying, and back British farmers who meet our high standards. I'd happily meet with him on his helpful ideas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The beautiful River Wey runs through my Farnham and Borden constituency, but storm overflows from the Farnham sewage treatment works are increasingly polluting the river, affecting my residents and businesses and further afield, including the Pepperharrow Park fly fishers in the constituency of my honourable friend for right honourable friend for Godalming and Ash. So I asked the Minister, what discussions is she having with Thames Water about stopping the discharges from the Farnham sewage works?
Minister.
The Honourable Member is right to feel outraged at the amount of pollution and the situation with Thames Water. He'll have heard the Secretary of State's comments over what we're doing in regards of Thames Water and her views on the her early views on the original deal put forward by the creditors to clean this up. But it's why we've taken action with this Water Special Measures Act to take tougher regulation. And just yesterday we've announced automatic penalties for companies that continue to pollute.
Ingham.
The flooding outside Tesco in Stafford is a really good example of why holding local authorities to account on matters of drainage really matters. I recently learned that these drains weren't cleaned since 2020 during COVID, and without regular maintenance, they'll continue to block. Yep. So while I'm glad there now looks like a fix finally looks like it's on its way, routine drain clearance shouldn't require an MP's intervention. Yep. So can the Minister please tell me and the House what she can do to ensure Council leadership meets its basic maintenance obligations before the next rainfall shows us that it's not been done again?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There is no excuse for not maintaining flood defences, and this government needs to hold the local authority to account for this. They've had an increased settlement, they have the money in which to do the job, and I hope this lack of action by the local authority is noted by voters at the next election.
Chair of the Select Committee, Alistair Carmichael.
Speaker, can I welcome the new Farming Minister to his post and welcome his willingness to meet with the National Pig Association and presumably the NFUS pig sector as well. But can I suggest it needs a bit more urgency than meeting in due course? This is a clear and present crisis for the sector. Now it is complex, it requires action from producers, from processors, from retailers and regulators. Will he convene a summit of all these different interest parties and come forward with a package of help? Because if we don't, we're going to lose the smaller independent producers.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for his question. I take these issues extremely seriously and will bring forward the meeting so that I see the organisation as soon as possible.
James Asser.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We're going through another heat wave, but we know that well-tree-lined streets can reduce temperatures by 5 to 8 degrees. But data also shows we're significantly behind Europe, 18% coverage compared to 30. And where it is coverage, it's mainly in affluent areas rather than poor and more deprived. So can I ask my honourable friend, could we look at a national strategy working with the relevant environmental bodies and local councils to ramp up and increase proofing our streets against extreme heat?
He's right about our tree cover, which is why I'm delighted to tell him that tree planting is at its highest rate for 20 years. But as we endure our second heat wave this summer, we know that we need to do more, which is why we're doubling the funding for tree planting through our Trees Outside Woodland Fund, which is now £2.5 million this year, up from £1 million last year.
Mr Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's mention of updating the Veterinary Surgeons Act. After 60 years, it's much needed to make the Veterinary Surgeons Act fit for purpose to regulate new business structures and paraprofessionals like physios and to protect the title of veterinary nurse. Could we just have assurances that with the change of administration, this will remain a priority and won't be kicked into the long grass, because it is much needed right now?
Can I reassure him that this is a priority for the government. I visited the University of Surrey's veterinary medicine school yesterday. We've been engaging with the sector. They want to have a modernisation of this regulation. It's not fit for purpose. In 1966, there were plenty of things that weren't available then that are available now, like scans for animals. So we are absolutely committed as a government to modernising this regulation to the benefit of the profession, making sure that we continue to drive up standards and celebrate good practice and root out bad practice, but also to the benefit of pet owners.
Mr Speaker, from sea to plate, fisheries need the same long-term certainty as farmers to strengthen our food security, encourage healthy, high-protein diets and help build jobs and skills pipelines that coastal communities need. Will the Minister consider committing to adopting the Fisheries APPG National Action Plan?
I welcome the leadership my honourable friend is demonstrating through the APPG for fisheries, for industry and for coastal communities like ours. The government is focused on delivering practical support for the sector through measures such as the SPS agreement, fisheries management plans and the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund. I welcome the opportunity to catch up with my honourable friend recently on her important work and look forward to engaging with the APPG on their priorities.
Mr Speaker, my constituent Guy Smith runs Skybird Sales, which successfully imports budgies, but the APHA have drastically changed their approach to batch testing, which is devastating his business. So can I ask for a meeting with one of the ministers to meet with my constituent as well to discuss this issue?
Very happy to meet with the honourable member.
Chair of the Environmental Audit, Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The biggest cause of river pollution is actually agricultural runoff. So will the Secretary of State ensure that through the sustainable farming measures she's prioritising those farms that are taking action on agricultural runoff, and through the Clean Water Bill the issue of agricultural runoff will also be considered alongside taking action on failing water companies?
Secretary of State.
I can reassure my honourable friend that agricultural pollution is top of mind for me as Secretary of State and indeed the Water Minister. It will form part of the Clean Water Bill. We need to really crack down on water pollution from agriculture in partnership with farmers, making sure that they have the tools that they need to do the right thing, because it is around 42% of overall river pollution.
Final question, Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At the Environmental Audit Committee yesterday, the Nature Minister didn't have a clear answer to why the National Security Assessment on Ecosystem Collapse has not been released in full form to MPs. I got the impression it wasn't her decision to withhold that full unredacted report from MPs. Whose decision was it?
We've been around the houses on this, but what I would say is that the document that has been released talks about coral collapse by 2030, mangrove collapse by 2050. There's enough to worry about in the document that has been released without worrying about what version 1, 2 and 3 said.
Let the front bench change over. We come to Solicitor General. Come on, David. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 1, 3 and 7 together. Jury trials remain a cornerstone of our justice system and will always be in place for the most serious crimes. The government must guarantee everyone a fair trial. Timeliness is essential for fairness, and the fairness of the system is being undermined by the record backlogs in the Crown Court that we inherited from the last Conservative government.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Mr Speaker, in restricting access to jury trial, the government have lent quite heavily on the Leveson report, but they go much further than the Leveson report. Could the Minister explain why?
Well, Leveson, in his report, stated that investment alone wasn't enough, the system needed reforming as well. And on investment, we've made a record £2.7 billion investment into the courts, including unlimited sitting days, increase in defence fees and £500 million for victims' services. This is fixing the mess that we inherited.
Sir Bernard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
But what is the evidence that it is jury trials that are causing the delays? In fact, in the South East and other parts of the country, the backlog is already falling, and the government should be commended for that. But what are the other causes of delays, and aren't the other causes of delays much more significant than any delays caused by the fact that they are jury trials?
Okay.
Well, we've put record investment into the courts with things like unlimited sitting days. The CPS has increased the number of Crown Advocates on the Crown Advocates panel and increased support to victims. But Leveson was clear that investment alone wouldn't fix the problems that we inherited and that 80,000 backlog. I think the proposals suggest that it will speed up cases by 20%, and that's being backed by the Institute for Government.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Juries are a bedrock of our legal system, and public involvement in the justice system is central to public trust and consent. It cannot be eroded, and it should not be eroded. And it's a prime example of this failing government implementing reforms for no good reason. So why will the Solicitor General not call this out, the attack on the rule of law that it clearly is?
Well,
Solicitor General.
I'm astonished that the honourable gentleman says that measures that we're introducing are for no good reason. We inherited a court system in crisis, a backlog of 80,000 cases, victims waiting years for their cases to get to court. Doing nothing wasn't an option, which is why we've invested record amounts into our courts, and it's why justice ministers are looking at reforming the system.
Andy Slaughter, Chair of the Committee.
Mr Speaker, Sir Brian Leveson made 180 recommendations, very few of which concerned juries. His review covered the whole criminal justice system, including the CPS. But the government has never responded to Sir Brian's review. It's never said how each of those recommendations will be treated and how they will contribute to reducing the backlog. So are they still going to do that, and if so, when?
Solicitor General.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and of course we've considered all of Sir Brian's recommendations. I've met with him to discuss the recommendations in relation to the work of the CPS and continue to meet with the CPS regularly to discuss what more they can be doing to support the criminal justice system. For example, just this week I announced the Early Victims' Right to Review will be rolled out nationwide. We're also offering more support to victims of domestic abuse, offering them a pre-trial meeting with the prosecution. It is important that we do everything we can to speed up cases, but also make sure that victims have confidence in the justice system.
Brenda Just.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Solicitor General has just mentioned the Early Victims' Right to Review, the VRR. As a West Midlands MP, I am really proud that we were the first area in the country to trial this scheme for victims of rape and serious sexual offences. Can the Solicitor General confirm that jury trials will still be available for such cases, and can she please tell the members here what assessment she has made of the impact of the VRR scheme? Thank you.
Solicitor General.
Well, jury trials will always remain in place for the most serious cases, but he raises a point about the Early Victims' Right to Review scheme, which will be rolled out nationwide on Monday. He is right that the West Midlands led the way with the first pilot of the scheme. Under this scheme, victims of rape and serious sexual offences will have the opportunity for their case to be reviewed by a second independent prosecutor before any decision is taken to stop the case before trial, giving victims a second chance of justice and a greater say in their case. And I'm really pleased that the West Midlands did lead the way on that.
Nick Smith.
Mr Speaker, whilst a civil matter where a jury trial can't apply, yesterday we found out that Virgin Media have been fined a record £28 million for ripping off their own customers. the Chief Executive appears to be getting off scot-free. I think the shareholders should be considering his future and the bonuses being returned. Does the Solicitor General agree with me that constituents will be asking who is accountable for this predatory corporate behaviour?
Good luck.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is a great champion for his constituents of Blaenau Gwent and Rumney and all of those affected by this issue. I share his concerns about accountability, and whilst this doesn't sit with the Attorney General's office, I will ensure that his question is passed on to the relevant minister and that he receives a response.
Shadow Solicitor General Helen Grant.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. At Justice Questions last Tuesday, the Courts Minister restated her total support for the government's attack on jury trials. She described it as pragmatic structural reform. She suggested that those who oppose it are burying their heads in the sand. She also said it's a point of principle to limit trial by jury, which she would pursue regardless of the crisis in the courts. So in addition to any practical concerns, are the proposed changes to jury trials also a point of principle for the Solicitor General? Yes or no, please?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. As I have set out at this dispatch box over recent months, Sir Brian Leveson said in his report that investment alone wasn't enough, that reform was also necessary to bring down the backlog of 80,000 cases that we inherited from the last Conservative government. Inaction just wasn't an option. The Ministry of Justice have had to take difficult choices, but I'd remind the Honourable Lady that unlike the previous Conservative government, we've invested in our courts, introduced unlimited sitting days, invested in victims' services. We are doing everything that we can to get the backlog down so victims can have their cases heard without having to wait years and years for justice.
Helen Grant.
The Right Honourable Member for Makerfield and likely next Prime Minister has said, jury trials are the linchpin of a fair society and the plans to curb them should be paused. So when the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield takes over, can we look forward to the Minister supporting the scrapping or watering down of the very same changes she has robustly supported? And, Mr Speaker, does she think that any jury would believe a defendant whose story changed quite as often as this government's?
Solicitor General.
Well, the Honourable Lady will know that I'm not the spokesperson for the my Right Honourable friend, the member for Makerfield. But like all of us in the House, I'm sure he shares the concerns over the unprecedented court backlogs that this government inherited, and that he will engage with Ministry of Justice ministers as the sentencing bill progresses through Parliament. Look, victims are waiting years for a date in court. That's why the government has invested record amounts into the court system and will continue working to bring down the backlog.
To Liberal Democrats spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I visited Croydon Crown Court a few weeks ago with the Bar Council and listened to some of their members. And it was clearer than ever that the demands of jury trials are not what is leaving victims waiting years for justice. The real question is how we get the most urgent cases listed, prioritised and heard fast to deliver timely justice for our constituents. So, will the Minister listen to Liberal Democrat calls, Conservative calls, the member for Makerfield? I don't know how Count Binface thinks about it, but I'm pretty sure he'll be on the right side of this. Will you listen to calls, will the Minister listen to calls to instead consider reforms that would make an immediate difference to Crown Court backlogs, as the Bar Council have recommended, such as specialist sexual offences and domestic abuse courts, so victims can get justice sooner without curtailing the fundamental right to trial by jury.
Solicitor General.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question, and he will know that a national listing framework is being introduced to tackle some of the issues that he describes. He'll also know that it was a manifesto commitment to introduce specialist rape courts, and I know that the Ministry of Justice is determined to do that so that victims of rape and serious sexual violence are not waiting years for their cases to get to court.
Swallow.
Question 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 2, 4, 6 and 8 together. This week, I announced the national rollout of the Early Victims' Right to Review scheme. From Monday, if the CPS is considering dropping a case, rape and serious sexual assault survivors across England and Wales will have the right for it to be reviewed by a second independent prosecutor before a final decision is taken. I've sat with advocates and survivors who fight every day and have been determined that the system changes. This week, we've done exactly that.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for that answer? She is right that the system does need to change. I've been contacted by a constituent who has waited for 4 years for her day in court following her ex-partner being charged with coercive and controlling behaviour. She's seen her trial date repeatedly pushed back and often within 2 weeks of that date due to start. My right honourable friend will know that this is a very well-known tactic used by abusers to continue the harassment of their victims, to delay justice, and ultimately to frustrate their victims and urge them to drop out of the trial altogether. What work is the government doing to stop this tactic and make sure that victims like my constituent see the justice that they deserve?
Well, can I start by commending the bravery and courage of my honourable friend's constituent in coming forward, and I'm very sorry to hear about the additional trauma they have faced waiting for justice to be served. As well as tackling the backlogs to reduce delay, this government is committed to supporting victims. In April, I announced an additional £5 million of Treasury funding to offer a pre-trial meeting with the prosecution team for domestic abuse victims in the Crown Court. These crucial meetings will support victims in the lead-up to their trial. A similar service is already offered to victims of rape and serious sexual assault, and I'm pleased that we're now able to pilot that for victims of domestic abuse in 3 CPS areas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was horrified recently to hear from one of my Monmouthshire constituents at a surgery who'd served on a jury for a case where the victim had been subject to domestic violence. And there were only 2 women on a jury of 12. My constituent heard other jurors victim-blaming and making judgmental comments about the victim's appearance and is concerned that prejudices may have impacted the outcome of the trial. Of course, I understand jurors are picked at random, but in cases of violence against women, what more can we do to change the system or look at the system so that survivors get the justice they deserve and are treated fairly?
Solicitor General.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question and for everything that she has done on this important issue. The government's landmark strategy to halve violence against women and girls starts with prevention by focusing on the root causes and designing interventions to tackle outdated societal attitudes. We're investing a record £20 million in education to address harmful attitudes and behaviours head-on, with young people taught to identify positive role models and challenge unhealthy myths about women in relationship. In trials by jury, the judge gives directions that each juror must evaluate the evidence before them dispassionately, putting aside any bias towards the victim.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's absolutely vital that victims are at the heart of our justice system. Now, my Bladenham constituents know that for too long, the system for victims of rape and serious sexual offences has not been working. What impact does the Solicitor General believe the early victims' right to review will have for victims?
Mr. General.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. I want to start by paying tribute to the tireless campaigning of Jade Blue. Jade was a victim of rape, but the CPS wrongly dropped her case just 13 days before trial. Ever since, she has campaigned for change. The early victims' right to review gives rape victims the chance for their case to be reviewed before the CPS makes a final decision. If that had been in place for Jade Blue, her case would have continued, and in the pilot, cases that would have previously stopped have carried on. I'm determined that we put victims at the heart of our justice system, and because of that, we're rolling out this scheme nationwide.
Andrew George.
Mr. Speaker, that so many colleagues have raised questions again today is a clear indication of how serious the situation is with regard to low and slow prosecution rates. If the primary purpose of custodial sentences is public protection, does the Minister understand that constituents, rather victims in my constituency, who have witnessed situations where violent offenders have been given very low custodial sentences or have been granted early parole, in spite of the danger that they represent to society, is a clear reason why a lot of them feel very discouraged.
Solicitor General.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. And can I just say that tackling violence against women and girls is my #1 priority as Solicitor General. One of the things that I do in my role is oversee the unduly lenient sentence scheme, and in cases where a sentence is clearly unduly lenient, I have the ability to refer the case to the Court of Appeal for review. Members of the public, victims, family members of victims can all refer under the scheme, and it's a really important way of ensuring transparency in our system, but also the ability to challenge where things go wrong.
We're Hamas.
Mr. Speaker, I work with a wonderful charity in Bath called Voices, who support women through their trauma to cope with a complex and often unsympathetic court system. What is the government doing to make it easier for survivors of abuse to actually cope with a system that often seems to add insult to injury?
Solicitor General.
Can I start by commending Voices in Bath who support women. It's so important. The CPS has introduced an enhanced service for victims of rape and serious sexual abuse. They now have a dedicated victim liaison officer who they can contact throughout their case, and are offered a pre-trial meeting with the prosecution before trial. Following the success of that, it is now being trialled for victims of domestic abuse, and I've secured £5 million of funding to pilot victims of domestic abuse in the Crown Court being offered at the pre-trial meeting as well. We're leaving no stone unturned when it comes to supporting victims.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Too many abusers escape justice in court, leaving victims, including my constituents, without proper justice. In May, I called for the mandatory involvement of independent domestic violence advisors in the family court process. In response, the Justice Minister said it cannot be warm words, there needs to be action. What steps has the government taken to make independent domestic advisors mandatory in family courts to help deliver justice?
Solicitor General.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and for championing the role of independent domestic abuse advisors. They do incredibly important work. In relation to the specifics around the family court, I will ensure that his question and his comments today are passed on to the Ministry of Justice Minister so that he receives a full response.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. I am relieved that ahead of the summer recess, the Government has not brought back to the House its controversial proposals to curtail jury trials, which I had opposed at second reading of the Courts and Tribunal Bill. However, also included in that bill were crucial measures to repeal the presumption of child contact in family court cases after years of campaigning by Women's Aid, Claire Throssell and more. Can the Solicitor General confirm, with some reports suggesting that the jury trial proposals have now been shelved, that the Government will still continue to deliver on the commitment to abolish the presumption of contact through alternative legal means?
Solicitor General.
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important and powerful point. I want to commend her for all of the work that she has done in relation to tackling violence against women and girls, and the courage that she has shown. The presumption of contact changes are incredibly important and will progress in the usual way as the bill goes through Parliament.
Final question, Dr. Danny Chambers.
Mr Speaker, it is well recognised that people who inflict deliberate pain or injury or violence against animals are more likely to be involved in domestic abuse. And yet if someone is prosecuted for deliberately injuring an animal, they are prosecuted on animal welfare laws, and that means that their conviction is unlikely to show up in the domestic abuse disclosure scheme. Would the Minister look at how we can change the recording of these offences so that people who deliberately harm animals are very likely to be reported as a risk to committing domestic abuse against people?
The honourable gentleman makes a really important point, and there's been some research that has shown that if someone abuses their pet, then there is a correlation between that and domestic abuse. It's something that is touched on in the cross-government VORG strategy, and I think it's important that vets are aware of that research and that link and are able to detect those issues and signpost and escalate when necessary.
Please questions. Let front bench change over. Not my fault to the honourable lady. She may be disappointed. The length of questions, we've done 30 minutes on the 15-minute area. So please look to other people, of your colleagues, who ask the longest questions going. So we now come to the urgent question, Dame Priti Patel.
To ask the Secretary of State for FCDO if she'll make a statement on Iran's violation of the ceasefire.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, we strongly condemn the outrageous Iranian attacks on the territory or vessels of our Gulf partners, Bahrain, Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. This is a serious escalation. Strikes into countries in the region and their waters are a clear violation of international law and must stop. I have been in touch with my counterparts from all mentioned countries to express our solidarity and condemn these attacks. Iran's attacks on civilian vessels were in Omani waters. The UK stands with Oman, with its sovereignty over its own territorial waters, and for the principle and the law of freedom of navigation, both in the Strait and across the world. We stand with our partners in calling for de-escalation and a return to diplomacy. We want a durable, negotiated peace and the Strait of Hormuz to fully reopen. The dangerous re-escalation over the past few days and continued attacks hurts everybody. The greatest impact is, of course, felt by the poorest and the most vulnerable. Our priority now is ensuring unimpeded transit passage through the Strait without the threat of violence, tolls, fees or conditions. The ceasefire must deliver predictable access rather than ad hoc, case-by-case transit. We will continue to stand up for international law as reflected in UNCLOS, for freedom of navigation, global navigational rights, seafarer safety and the consistent application of existing rules.
Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The terrorist regime in Tehran has once again violated the ceasefire, illegally attacking commercial shipping in the Straits of Hormuz, striking our allies in the region, including Bahrain and Kuwait. These new assaults in the Straits on at least 3 tankers were the most in a single day since April, according to the UN International Maritime Organization. And earlier this week, the Iranians said it targeted Salman Port in Bahrain, where Britain and the US operate naval bases. What was the government doing when British assets were in danger and our security, friends and our allies were being attacked by Iran? What exactly is the government doing to help protect the thousands of British nationals in the region, once again finding themselves under rocket fire from Iran? Our security allies once looked at the UK to be a reliable and dependable partner, but their confidence is increasingly being shaken. How is the government going to put this right? This is a time for action, not words. I've asked again and again, what is the British government doing or has done to date through the CCPA agreement to support Bahrain? The NATO General Secretary said that the strikes by the US were absolutely necessary. Does this government agree? We've heard very little substance from the government in recent days, other than the Foreign Secretary's tele-remarks yesterday saying she was very concerned by the Iranian strikes. The US administration has announced it's reimposing sanctions, oil sanctions on Iran. Oil, which of course funds their terrorism. So when will this government stop the UK's financial system being used to launder Iranian terrorist funds? What is the government's assessment about whether the ceasefire framework and that 60-day period in the agreement, whether or not it remains? And let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, the fact that Iran continues to breach the ceasefire, threatens our interests on a daily basis, demonstrates that the government has failed to have a clear plan to get defence spending to 3% of GDP by the end of the decade, leaving our country exposed and our security at risk. So while ministers are putting their job security ahead of the defence of our interests of this country, this discredited Labour government has failed to offer solutions to the most serious and significant conflict the world has seen in decades, or be part of any negotiations. Mr. Speaker, Britain has a huge stake in the future of the Middle East, but under Labour, our interests are being neglected and our standing in the world is falling.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't quite know what to do with that. It was obviously not the case, as I'm sure the Shadow Foreign Secretary will know. The Shadow Foreign Secretary can look me in the eye and say it is unlikely to be the debates around the Defence Investment Plan that led to strikes in Iran and indeed in the Gulf over the last few days. And I am here to talk about serious questions of war and peace. I hope we can avoid party politics in doing so.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin by associating myself with my honourable friend's condemnation of Iran's attacks on its neighbours? I wonder if the Minister might agree that at least part of the problem and the fragility of the deal is its very ambiguity. It's a deal that was negotiated in haste and at a distance and through third parties, and it inevitably doesn't reflect agreement, but rather fudges some of the deep differences between the parties. I wonder if he would agree that what we need is a sustainable deal that is thoroughly negotiated, one with more detail and with recognition that inevitably concessions are needed on both sides.
Mr. Speaker, as a former negotiator myself, I'm reluctant to criticise fudges and creative language. Negotiators often must reach for them, but there are many areas which cannot be fudged and where there is no ambiguity. For example, the location of Oman's territorial rights, waters and the rights that flow from that. These strikes conducted by Iran this week were not only against land targets, they were against commercial shipping. There was no ambiguity whatsoever about the location of those vessels. Oman's waters, their rights, UNCLOS, these are not questions that were at the negotiating table in relation to the MOU. We will continue to stand for them here and in every place.
Just might help if the Minister can turn to me now and engage in his answer. Charlie Maynard, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Iran is continuing to hold the global economy to ransom through its reckless strikes in the Straits of Hormuz. We all agree on that. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's continuing tit-for-tat retaliations risk dragging the whole region back into a full-blown conflict. This would threaten the lives of citizens across the Middle East while also heaping even more economic harm on millions of Britons already struggling with the spiralling cost of living. Donald Trump has claimed the war has been a huge success. In reality, it's been a humiliation for the President and a costly one. Can the Minister confirm what steps the Department is taking to get both sides back to the negotiation table? Are we working with our reliable allies to secure a diplomatic resolution? Can the Minister also update the House on the status and health of Craig and Lindsay Foreman, still imprisoned in Iran? Will the Minister recognise their detention as arbitrary? And will he refer the case to the International Court of Justice? And can the Minister also confirm that after the State Threats Bill was passed yesterday, will the government move immediately to prescribe the IRGC the exporter of Iranian terror?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I will not get ahead of the process laid out in the legislation passed last night, but it is clearly an important step forward, providing the British government and Britain as a whole as another weapon in our armoury to tackle hostile state threats. I'm pleased, Mr Speaker, to update the House, since I haven't had an opportunity since doing so. I summoned the Iranian Chargé on Monday. We will all have seen the judgment handed down in the case on Friday related to Iranian threats in this country against journalists. I reiterated in the strongest possible terms to the Iranian representatives the strength of feeling on these benches, the strength of feeling across the country, and the fact that we are taking concrete steps, including the ones he mentions, in order to ensure that no agent of the Iranian regime can commit violence in this country. I am very much focused, as he knows, on the case of the Foremans in Iran. For reasons of sensitivity, I don't wish to be drawn further into the case at this moment.
Senator Beckham.
We are still waiting to learn the full extent of British military involvement in this conflict. The Minister must surely confirm whether the UK's authorisation for the US to use British air bases continued as the ceasefire has collapsed, with 170 US airstrikes on Iran over the past 2 days. Is the UK undertaking case-by-case authorisation for each individual strike? And secondly, I've asked numerous times, Mr Speaker, about the 2020 UK-Israel military cooperation agreement. I've not received a straight answer. With credible evidence of crimes against humanity in Gaza, the Minister has not yet returned my letter from over a month ago asking whether an international law review of that agreement has been made. Can the Minister outline when I can expect a response?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm sorry I haven't returned to the correspondence yet. I'll do so as quickly as I can. In relation to the question about military support, I want to be clear. The UK stands with our Gulf allies in a defensive capacity. We do, as the Shadow Foreign Secretary was alluding to, we do provide capability to our friends and partners in the Gulf to be able to protect themselves against these attacks. We do also continue to provide permissions to the United States to use our air bases where they are taking defensive action on behalf of our partners and allies. Those arrangements have been discussed by the relevant ministers from the Ministry of Defence on a number of occasions, and they remain in place.
Sir Bernard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask, in all sincerity, throughout this conflict, the government has pleaded for de-escalation. But if Iran is gratuitously escalating, shouldn't we give unambiguous support to the Americans for retaliating? Who else is going to retaliate against gratuitous escalation by Iran if it's not the Americans? And rather than hedging our bets, can't we give more unambiguous support, if not military support, but more ambiguous political support for the United States' efforts to resolve this conflict? They have already given so much ground in the negotiations. We can't complain. They haven't tried to be as reasonable as they possibly can.
Mr Speaker, I've sought in all of my remarks to remain grounded in the relevant principles of international law. It is absolutely clear that the strikes Iran has conducted this week in Omani waters or on the territory of our friends and partners are a breach of international law. That then provides, under the relevant framework, for options for response. We are not party to that response, but we are party to seeking to shoot down these attacks when they threaten our friends and partners. I don't want to enter into an emotional discussion of these questions. We are absolutely clear what is happening in the Straits of Hormuz and the wider region is a threat to international law that this chamber, this country, holds dear, and it must be upheld.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that amongst the geopolitical military strategy, the diplomatic negotiations surrounding the conflict, we must not lose sight of the millions of innocent civilians across the region who are trapped in the middle of violence, displaced from their homes, hungry and having lack of access to healthcare, whilst grieving loved ones are living without safety and security. Will the government set out what steps is taking to press all parties to uphold international humanitarian law to protect civilians from acute hunger and to get access to basic healthcare?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, as I alluded to in my statement, obviously the impact on the cost of living here in this country through the events in the Straits of Hormuz is obvious and pronounced, but that is even more acute across the region in places like Yemen, for example, where people already face severe and acute malnutrition. The economic pressure that is now put by these continued closures will plunge some of the most vulnerable people in the world even deeper into hunger and into poverty, and we are raising that point in all of our engagements.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Speaker. The flagrant breaches of the ceasefire that has taken place clearly demonstrate that Iran has got no interest in anything other than dominating the region. Now, the Minister may call in the Chargé d'Affaires, he may call for action, but we actually want to see some action from the UK government. Will he undertake to expel those people that are involved in action in the UK that threatens Iranian citizens living in the UK who are not part of this regime? Will he take action to make sure that the so-called foreign diplomats that exist in the Iranian embassy are kicked out as a response that we can demonstrate that we're not going to tolerate this?
Minister.
I think it is important, Mr Speaker, that we maintain relations with the regime in Tehran. It is important for many of the reasons that have been alluded to already this morning that we continue to make our point of view understood forcefully and directly to Iranian representatives. But the honourable gentleman asked about concrete steps. The Liberal Democrat spokesperson alluded to one just voted through last night, one which was not put in place over the period of the previous government. We are taking the steps required to ensure that Britain has the armoury necessary to take action against state threats, including those that emanate from Iran, as we heard from the judge in the case on Friday.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My colleague has already alluded to Craig and Lindsay Foreman, still imprisoned in Tehran, and Craig Foreman is on day 61 of his hunger strike, and Lindsay Foreman is on day 50, and clearly they need to be released immediately and returned to the UK. And I understand that the Minister said he didn't want to be drawn on it, but can you, could the Minister tell me why the government will not publicly and officially declare the imprisonment as arbitrary, provide them with diplomatic protection, work closely with allies to get them released, and bring their case before the International Court of Justice?
Yes. Minister.
Mr Speaker, the reason I'm often not keen to be drawn in this chamber on specific cases is I've got to make a judgment, as indeed the whole government does, about what we can do in the best interests of British nationals detained overseas. I know she references arbitrary detention, which is not a concept which exists in UK law. She's mentioned the ICJ as well. I think she's referring to a previous case that was withdrawn, and a view that is held by some that that would be a helpful thing to do in other cases. Unfortunately, the responsibilities that fall to me mean that I do need to be careful publicly what I say about particular cases, particularly where those cases are about two named individuals who are under the jurisdiction at the moment of the Iranians. All of the responsibilities for the welfare and Craig and Lindsay Foreman fall, for now, on the authorities in Tehran. Until they are released, which they should be immediately, Iran must take full care of our nationals under their control.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you. Can I join the Minister in condemning Iran's attacks in the region, but say to him that I think at some point very soon the UK will need to review its own defensive posture vis-à-vis UK armed forces responses in the region. On Iran, its nuclear program is diminished, not destroyed. Its ballistic missile program is diminished, not destroyed. And the Iranian regime is diminished and not destroyed. Meanwhile, the Iranian people continue to suffer. Many of them have been executed in the last few days. And so do our friends and allies in the region, as we've seen over the last few hours. And so too my constituents in the region in Shropshire, because of higher fuel prices. So given that President Trump is supposed to be the great deal maker, the United States has been around 250 years, Iran, Persia, 2,500 years. Does the Minister agree with me perhaps the Iranians are a little bit better at doing deals or not doing deals in the way that President Trump first thought when he set out on this adventure? And would he agree with me that perhaps it's time for the United Nations to get more involved?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for the opportunity to comment on the role that the United Nations has played in recent weeks, particularly the role of the IMO. We support the IMO's efforts. There are many seafarers whose welfare depends on being able to get out of the Straits of Hormuz safely. We have been in regular contact with the IMO. We support their efforts. It's absolutely vital that they can do so. I will decline, Mr Speaker, for diplomatic reasons, to comment on age versus youth as a superior skill in diplomacy.
Alistair Carmichael.
Mr Speaker, I'm glad the Minister made that point. Can I welcome the Minister's acknowledgement and recognition of the implications for domestic industry, especially for our food producers and food price inflation of what's happening in the Gulf? The Minister's department has an enormous amount of expertise and knowledge. Can he give me some assurance that that expertise and knowledge is being deployed across government so that we can mitigate the worst effects for our own domestic economy, especially in relation to giving some early warning of what's going on?
Minister.
It's a very important question from the honourable gentleman. I was involved in foreign affairs before I came to this House, Mr Speaker, and I recognise that perhaps more so than in practically any period in recent history, foreign affairs is determining the cost of living for every one of our constituents, and indeed setting the circumstances in which every business in every constituency is now operating. The Foreign Office is seeking to play its full role across government in helping British businesses and Britons navigate what are difficult times.
Dave Mundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister and I have a shared interest in Yemen, and I'm sure he'll welcome the fact that next week the International Development Committee are having a focused inquiry onto the current situation in Yemen, and particularly the issues around malnutrition. But more generally, can the Minister give us confidence that there are contingency plans in place for communication with British citizens in the Gulf if the situation escalates further?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the honourable gentleman's focus on Yemen. I'd just like to reassure the House that I do remain focused on Yemen, as do other ministers. It is vital that what we see in Yemen includes a release of the detained humanitarian workers, access to humanitarian supplies for the Yemenis, and vitally, peace and security for a country that is much benighted. I can reassure him that we do have contingency plans in place. I would encourage both members and honourable members of this House to encourage their constituents to look at travel advice. We have relaxed the travel advice, particularly in the Gulf region, in recent weeks. We do our best to try and make sure that our advice is as up to date as possible. People should look at it before they travel. We try not to be overcautious. We will do all the contingency planning that we can, but it is also a responsibility on British nationals to take sensible precautions too.
Dr. Ellicher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Iran's attack on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz is clearly a flagrant breach of international law and incredibly dangerous and irresponsible. The escalating US response is also extremely dangerous, and this isn't just tit for tat. This is a disproportionately escalating response. Let us not forget that this war was started by the US and Israel choosing to launch attacks on Iran on the 28th of February. Can the Minister say what the UK government is doing to maximise pressure on both parties to come back to the negotiating table through sanctions and so forth for Iran, and on the US to pull them back from the brink of this incredibly dangerous escalating moment?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I hope I was clear in my response to the Shadow Foreign Secretary. There are international principles at play here that go beyond simply Iran or the United States or even the region. There are principles about the freedom of navigation and the global commons, which is why I sought to focus so much in my response on those issues. She asked what we're doing, Mr Speaker, in order to try and ensure the talks succeed. We are in close contact with all involved, including making points directly and forcefully to Tehran, and of course talking to our friends in Washington. We want diplomacy to succeed, but we also must see these international principles, these absolute linchpins of international law, sustained and maintained, both in the Straits of Hormuz and globally.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The ongoing conflict puts our own energy security at risk. So can the Minister assure us that our energy supply routes are safe and there is no risk of blackouts this winter?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm sure Minister from the Department for Energy will give him such assurance. I don't think there's any concern in that area. But let me just be direct. We get a lot of energy via the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz are clearly not open. So if he asks me, what do the supply chains for British energy look like? They look like global energy supply chains under very considerable pressure, more pressure because of what Iran has done this week.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could I take the Minister back to the question raised by the member for Poplar and Limehouse? How many US flights have recently taken off from the UK to bomb Iran? In decisions on granting permission for those flights to take place, is the Minister consulted on the target, the purpose of it, and is he really satisfied that anyone in Iran thinks these are anything other than aggressive attacks on the people of Iran? This is an awful situation. It's very, very dangerous in many, many ways. Is it not time to try and bring the good offices of Pakistan back in to try to arrange a further ceasefire and some long-term peaceful arrangement to stop this conflict, which is so dangerous in the Straits of Hormuz?
Mr Speaker, the arrangements which govern UK-US military cooperation and the use of our bases have been set out in some detail by defence ministers. They remain in place, and they include provisions which I think the Secretary of State for Defence has discussed on the floor of the House a number of times before. I agree with the right honourable gentleman that we do want to get back to a ceasefire. Pakistan have played a vital role, as have Qatar and other mediators too. I have been in regular contact with mediators from a range of countries, and I was very glad to discuss some of this during my recent visit to Islamabad.
Taylor. Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Iranian regime is abhorrent. It's oppressed their people for decades, murdered protesters and activists, and is no friend of ours. Their attacks on civilian shipping risk a global crisis. Yet Donald Trump's escalation and the US's poorly targeted attacks have put civilians and our friends in the Gulf at huge risks and risk a large-scale regional conflict. Can the Minister assure us that the FCDO keeps plans for evacuation of British nationals in the region under review, should they be required?
Mr Speaker, I can reassure the House that the Foreign Office keeps contingency plans for the regions under very close review. We were incredibly grateful for the cooperation of our partners and indeed the support of British nationals themselves in the very speedy departure from the Gulf during the outbreak of this conflict. It is absolutely clear that should there be any difficulty, and there's no suggestion that there is, should there be any difficulty in the region for travelling British nationals, that we will need the cooperation both of British nationals and the region. Very unlikely, and it's quite a distant prospect, that a further evacuation will be required.
That now brings us to Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers as well. They're always very well chosen words, and I think it encapsulates the energy and opinion of this House, and I thank him for that. The IRGC continued to wage war against humanity, executing prisoners, ruthlessly spying on dissidents on British soil, orchestrating severe targeted persecution against religious minorities, including our brothers and sisters, Christian brothers and sisters in Iran. The IRGC also continue to block the Straits of Hormuz and attack peaceful neighbours. So what discussions has the Minister and Government had with our NATO and USA allies to collectively respond to show Iran that their continued state-sponsored terrorism will no longer be tolerated?
The honourable gentleman is right to point to the threats that the IRGC has posed in the region and internationally. As I said in an earlier answer, there are domestic measures being introduced in relation to state threats, and I imagine that we will have more to say about the employment of that new tool shortly. In relation to the international position, we've made a series of interventions, both internationally and in the region, to try and ensure that Iran's malign role in the region is reduced. We've spent most of the session discussing what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz, where there are clearly Iranian militias right across the region continuing to threaten civilians, threaten stability and threaten the security of the region.
That completes the urgent question. Front bench change over. Just before we start business questions, I'd like to thank David Weir, the clerk at the table today, who is retiring from the House after 32 years here, working in Hansard first and as a clerk. And I wish David all the best. He's a man of many talents. He's a writer, he's a playwright, a director, a producer. So the strings of his bow will be played elsewhere rather than the table today. So can I say to David, thank you for all what you've done. I now come to the shadow leader of the House, Jesse Norman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for those gracious words. Before I ask the leader to give us the forthcoming business, may I echo your thoughts and thanks to David Weir for all the service. Will the leader give us the forthcoming business?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 13th of July will include Monday the 13th of July, second reading of the Immigration and Asylum Bill, Tuesday the 14th of July, the remaining stages of the Representation of the People Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill, Wednesday the 15th of July, an Opposition Day, the third allotted day, on a motion in the name of the official opposition subject to be announced, followed by a motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to national security. Thursday the 16th of July, the Sir David Amess Summer Adjournment Debate. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. The House will then rise for the summer recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday the 16th of July and return on Tuesday the 1st of September.
Jesse Norman.
Thank you. What a sporting week this has been, Mr Speaker. Youth, vitality, incredible physical stamina in the most testing of environments. And that's just the leader of the House, whose birthday it was yesterday. The leader has never begrudged me my own naivety and inexperience, and I know everyone present will wish to join me in wishing him a massively happy birthday. In other news, the England football team decisively defeated Mexico at the Azteca, and we look forward with keen anticipation to their taking on Norway on Saturday evening. Mr Speaker, we send our congratulations and commiserations to the United States of America on the tragic wrong turn they took towards independence 250 years ago. As Edmund Burke famously said, in this character of the Americans, a love of freedom is the predominating feature. Whatever temporary disagreements we may have, let us never forget this deepest of shared commitments. And finally, Kim Jong-un himself would admire the North Korean precision of the Labour leadership vote, which has opened today with precisely one candidate on the ballot paper. How very different from the forthcoming by-election in Clacton, which appears to be a choice between a novelty comedy act with no real policies and Count Binface. Mr Speaker, it's a long time since we had a count in the House of Commons, and when the time comes, as it surely will, we will have to leave to you the delicate question of whether and how to suspend the rules on headgear in the chamber for the new member. On a more serious note, the House has already expressed its great sorrow at the recent death of Sir George Howarth. But I would also like, if I may, to draw attention to the very sad death on Monday, at the age of 99, of James Mackay, Lord Mackay of Clashfern. He was a brave, energetic and imaginative reformer of the law as Lord Advocate in Scotland and then as Lord Chancellor. It's hard to think of a man more widely respected in public life. We send our very best to his wife, Bet, and their family. I have just one item of business today. It's related to the River Wye, which the House will know is not only a particular obsession of mine, but an issue of national importance. When the last government cancelled the actual plan for the Y, it also cancelled the accompanying commitment of £35 million in clean-up funding and replaced it with a paltry £1 million supposedly aimed at research. But I was very distressed to receive the news this week that only £115,000 of that £1 million will actually be spent on research, and that even that tiny sum will be spent over 3 years, and that the balance of the £1 million will be consumed by administrative costs. Could the leader instigate an immediate inquiry and ensure that ministers clarify to me, my constituents and national campaigners on this issue that the full £1 million will be kept intact and used for the purposes for which it was intended?
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the Shadow Leader for his remarks, particularly on wishing me a happy birthday for yesterday. Can I just advise him and other members that as they approach these age themselves, the more birthdays you have, generally the less you have to celebrate. But there we are. I do thank him for his kind remarks. Can I also join you, Mr Speaker, and the Shadow Leader of the House in thanking David Weir for his service to the House over 33 years. And let me just say that I look forward to his play or book based on his experiences in this House. The Shadow Leader mentions that the Labour leadership contest has started. He's misread the rules, I'm afraid, because it's the opening of nominations today. Therefore, to be so presumptive as to say there'll only be one candidate, it rather depends on how the next few days play out. That is simply a statement of fact. It's not a statement of anything else, Mr. Speaker. Can I also join him and thank him for his kind tribute to Sir George Howarth, who recently passed away. George was a dedicated politician who served his constituency of Knowsley for 38 years, and I'm sure the House will join me in sending our condolences to his wife Julie and to his family and friends at this sad time. And can I echo his words about the death of Lord Mackay. And also, Mr Speaker, I'm sorry to say that this matter having been raised with me reasonably recently at Business Questions, I'm also very sad to learn today of the death of Bonnie Tyler. And I thank my honourable friend, the member for Neath and Swansea East, for giving us the opportunity at that point to wish her well, and I'm sure her family and friends are devastated by their loss, and we send them our very best wishes indeed. Also, Mr Speaker, this year marks 21 years since the London 7/7 bombings, which killed 52 people and injured many more. I know that the thoughts of the whole House will be with those whose lives were changed on that terrible day, and recall the bravery and commitment of our emergency services, including particularly the NHS, who continue to show such exemplary service. It's also since our last Business Questions we've celebrated the 2 years, second anniversary of the election of this Labour government, which saw a huge intake of new and talented MPs on both sides of this House, and we thank them for the contribution that they have made thus far. And since that election, we've taken action as a government to fix the foundations of our country and deliver the long-term change that Britain needs. That means cutting waiting lists, cutting net migration and the asylum backlog, 500,000 children lifted out of poverty, and we have the fastest growing economy in the G7. We're also, Mr Speaker, and I just need to update the House in the reference to what the Deputy Prime Minister said yesterday. Through the Hillsborough Law, we are changing the balance of power in Britain, ensuring that the state can never hide from the people that it is supposed to serve. And as my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, outlined yesterday, significant progress has been made to bring the bill back to and I hope we can bring back the bill to the House soon. Turning to other matters, an issue that's been raised with me during these sessions on a number of occasions on the veterinary sector. Pets are part of the family, but for too many households, the cost of caring for them has become a real worry. So today we're setting out the biggest reforms to the vet sector in half a century, which helps owners avoid unexpected bills, compares prices more easily and get the best value of care for their pets. And I know that's something that you take a keen interest in, Mr Speaker. In terms of the Wye Valley, I will raise this matter with DEFRA, but I understand, and I haven't seen the response of the Minister, but I understand that the matter was raised in DEFRA questions before earlier today, but I will take that back to DEFRA colleagues. And on the matter which he also raises, on the question of the by-election in Clacton, this is a by-election that should not be taking place. Let me make clear that from the dispatch box. When we stand for election in this place, which is an honour to do so, we give an undertaking that the highest standards should be kept, including openness and transparency in terms of political donations. And that, Mr Speaker, is the issue here, and that will be the issue in this unnecessary by-election. Nigel Farage has serious questions to answer, and he can't run away from them.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I add my birthday wishes to the Leader of the House. I recently had the absolute pleasure of attending not one but two wonderful theatre performances. The first, dress rehearsal by Stage Right Theatre Group, and the second, Aladdin by the Rocket Theatre Group. Now, these wonderful theatre groups give our young people the opportunity to build skills, grow confidence, and do have a fantastic time. So could the Leader of the House advise on how we can best make an opportunity for us to celebrate the contribution that theatre groups like this right across our country give to our communities, but particularly to our young people?
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Friend for bringing this to the House. She will know from an earlier confession that I am indeed a fan of musical theatre. Amateur and youth productions truly are a great vehicle to build confidence, harness creativity and build community. So let me congratulate all of those involved in treading the boards this summer. I know this is a topic of interest across the House, so might I recommend that my honourable friend looks towards a Westminster Hall debate, perhaps when we return, or indeed look towards the pre-recess adjournment later this week.
Wendy Chamberlain, Liberal Democrat, spokesperson.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and may I start by associating myself with your remarks, and both the Leader and Shadow Leaders of the House, as both remarks of congratulations and condolences. In relation to the business that the Leader of the House has given, I do have to say that I am very disappointed that it means that the Deputy Prime Minister's remarks to my friend, the Honourable Member for St Albans yesterday, were not accurate in relation to the Hillsborough Bill, and I hope that we will be seeing it return after the summer recess. In relation to the World Cup, all I will say is that, like fellow Scots, I'm probably looking out my Viking helmet at the moment. But we all know that the former member for Clacton's resignation is nothing but a stunt designed to distract the country from the raft of allegations facing him, and it appears increasingly his colleagues. Such allegations must be fully investigated so that voters have all the facts about the candidates they are voting for, whether that be a bin or a politician who sees being a Member of Parliament as a part-time job. Yeah. And now that the writ has been moved, does the Leader of the House share my regret that the Standards Commissioner investigation into the former member for Clacton must pause? And does he agree that in circumstances where the nature of an allegation is sufficiently serious, that there is merit to continue it even if the member is no longer an MP? Does he agree that should and could continue regardless? And obviously the Liberal Democrat benches wish Count Binface well. But moving on, Mr Speaker, it was interesting to read overnight that the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield has plans for changing the culture and narrative of the Labour Party. I'm sure those in the government benches are looking forward to that newfound freedom. But for all the talk of collaboration and modernisation, we still don't know anything about the legislation that the new Labour government is planning to bring to this House. We know more about the Right Honourable Member's love of guitar and rugby league than we do about his plans for fixing the problems facing the country. So we, the Lib Dems, would welcome detail on his plans to fix social care, tackle the SEND crisis and support the small businesses bearing the brunt of the government jobs taxes. So will the Leader of the House commit to doubling the length of PMQs next week and give the Prime Minister in waiting the opportunity to answer questions and outline his views on the issues that really matter?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I just gently say to the Honourable Lady that I sat on the bench yesterday, and I don't believe that the Deputy Prime Minister did say something which was inaccurate, because, as I have said in my opening remarks, we are doing all we can to get the Hillsborough Bill across the line. And if that means that we can bring it sooner rather than later, then that would be our intention. I agree with her absolutely, and I stand by what I said to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Leader of the House, about this unnecessary by-election. There are serious questions to answer, and Nigel Farage cannot run away from those questions. She talks about the standards investigation, and she's right to do so. The Commissioner's investigation is independent of the government and indeed of the House, and it is important, Mr Speaker, and I want to emphasise this, it is important that all members of the House respect the House's standards procedures. Members should not interfere with live investigations or do anything to prejudice them. And she talks about what happens if a member is no longer a member and an investigation has begun. The procedural protocol in respect of the Code of Conduct sets out what happens to an ongoing Commissioner inquiry if a member ceases to be a member of the House. And that is what I would expect to happen in this instance. She talks about the manifesto of if the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield is successful in becoming the Prime Minister, what his manifesto will be. Let me just say this, that there is a Labour government with a legislative programme which we have set out. There will be continuity of that Labour government. Even if the administration changes, this will remain a Labour government, and I would expect that to be the case. In terms of PMQs being extended next week, by any stretch of the imagination, I cannot see a situation where the member for Makerfield will be the Prime Minister by the time of next Wednesday.
Dr. Bray-Tidball.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today we're launching our petition to save Scout Dyke Activity Centre in my constituency with fantastic local campaigners Darren Paget and Nick Stubbs against Barnsley Council's plans to sell off this valuable community asset for development. Scout Dyke Activity Centre has served local people for generations and offers an incredible outdoor space, including a Quidditch pitch, for young people to develop life skills, confidence and access to wildlife at the heart of our beautiful South Yorkshire countryside. Selling it off snuffs out these opportunities forever. Will the Leader of the House advise me on how I can work with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to reopen the centre to benefit the next generation of young people?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I certainly join my honourable friend in recognising the work of local campaigners like Darren and Nick. We absolutely recognise the importance of sites like this and are empowering local people through the new Community Right to Buy, but also our Pride in Place programme. And I'll ask the Secretary of State to write to my honourable friend on this important matter and give her the information that she needs to take this campaign forward.
Chair of the Backbench Committee, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, we don't know if the Leader will become the Prime Minister in a few days' time. What we do know, almost certainly, is that either he will continue as leader or someone else will replace him. And I would ask, on behalf of the Backbench Business Committee, that we get early warning of what we're going to receive in terms of time when we return after the summer recess. It has been the Leader's suggestion at times that the Backbench Business Committee would get the first day we'd return. And if that does happen, we already have potential offers out to bidders for both the Tuesday and the Thursday when we return. The business in Westminster Hall, Mr Speaker, next week on the 14th of July, we'll have a debate on isolation and hidden deprivation in coastal communities. On Thursday, the 16th, a debate on the impact of national planning policy framework changes, followed by a debate on capital funding for changing places toilets. On Tuesday, the 1st of September, when we return, we will have a debate on provision of face-to-face banking services in rural areas. And on the Thursday, a debate on vaccination rates in England, followed by a further debate to be confirmed. On Tuesday, the 8th of September, there will be a debate on the safety of the Jewish community. And on Thursday, the 10th, a debate on reform of vascular sector, followed by a debate on the contribution of fathers and positive male role models to families and society. And finally, Tuesday, the 15th of September, a debate on building safety remediation of residential buildings. So as you can tell, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are getting on with the job of allocating the time that we have available to us. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, the leader will probably be aware that there is a current scandal going on where both local authority social rented properties and potentially housing association properties are being let on Airbnb. Now, the reality is I've been a strong campaigner for more social housing to be built in this country, but it's clearly important that the people who have those tenancies actually live in those properties and use them. And if they don't use them, then they should be vacated and used for those people that desperately need them on the waiting list. So could the leader arrange for a minister to come and give a statement in the House next week on what the government's going to do to not only expose this scandal, but ensure that the tenants that are due to be in these properties are actually living there, and that if they're not living there, the properties can be released for those that desperately need them.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the honourable gentleman, as ever, for his work and the work of his committee. He raises the question of what business will be like when we return in September, and I'd say to him that I expect to be announcing business in the normal way in next business questions next Thursday. But in terms of the first day back, he knows my view, and the House knows my view on this, and it hasn't changed. That we need to be cautious about putting on a lot of business on that day, because invariably there are many important things to report back on after such a long recess. The honourable gentleman has a very strong record on raising matters around social housing. And as we announced yesterday, people illegally subletting social housing will be identified and may be removed from their property following a new data-sharing partnership between the Cabinet Office and Airbnb. By working with Airbnb, we're sending a clear message to those cheating the social housing system and saying that they will be prosecuted. These homes exist to help people who genuinely need them, not to line the pockets of fraudsters. And we're calling on short-term letting platforms and councils to follow this lead. And I'll draw his remarks to the attention of the relevant minister and see if we can get an update from him.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Later this month, Home Firth Pride will take place in my constituency. I welcome the strong support being shown by the many local businesses sponsoring events such as a pink picnic in the park. Events such as these help foster respect and acceptance in our communities and counter the hate and division we too often see. Will the Leader of the House reaffirm this government's commitment to inclusive communities and the huge benefits that diversity brings to our society?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join my honourable friend in welcoming the support of local businesses for Home Firth Pride. He has been a champion on issues of inclusion and countering hate in our communities, and I pay tribute to him for that. This government will continue to stand with LGBTQ+ people in this country and indeed around the world.
Bernard Jenkins.
Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the House did not mention that in the forthcoming business, the House is about to be asked to decide on whether to issue a writ for this farcical and unnecessary by-election. Can he... We've had it already. I beg your pardon. I wasn't in the House yet. But may I just ask, what opportunity, therefore, do I have to raise the question of how this by-election should be paid for? Because many of my constituents live in the tendering district and will be inflicted with the costs of this, and it seems most unfair that this political stunt should cost the council taxpayers in my constituency or in Clacton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure that the right honourable gentleman's constituents will be concerned about the cost, but also that residents of Clacton will be concerned about the cost of this unnecessary by-election as well. And I hope that they might bear that in mind if they decide, when they decide to cast their vote. It has been suggested, of course, that individuals might come forward and pay the cost of the election, which is ludicrous because that cannot happen. It simply cannot. this by-election. It simply cannot happen. This is an unnecessary by-election. It is a waste of money, and I hope that people will think about that when it comes to casting their votes.
Josh Dean.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Armed Forces Day a few weeks ago, our community came out not just to celebrate our armed forces personnel, but to support Ben Hardy. Ben is 11 years old. He's had 10 operations on his eyes and is severely visually impaired. But that didn't stop him from putting on an outstanding sensory exhibition, bringing Dunkirk spirit to life for local people through sight, sound, smell and taste. So will the Leader of the House, and indeed the whole House, join me in congratulating Ben, thanking him for his outstanding contribution to our celebrations and for all of his hard work.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating Ben and indeed his mother Liz for their hard work and for raising awareness for the British Legion and Moorfields Eye Hospital. Events like this demonstrate the importance of communities coming together to highlight and celebrate the work of our armed forces, and that depends upon remarkable individuals like Ben.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I associate myself with the tributes to Lord Mackay of Clashfern? He was a giant of the Scottish legal profession. He was Lord Chancellor in 2 governments, and he was a strong voice for Scotland and the Union in the other place. And I personally benefited immensely from his wise counsel during my time in the Scotland office. So my thoughts are with his wife and family at this time. The Leader of the House will be aware that in the Government's recent Green Paper, it was suggested that it might be possible that terrestrial television, and that is free-to-view television, would be switched off in 2034. This would be a hugely detrimental move for many people across the UK, particularly elderly people, people living in rural areas who don't have the best internet access, and would mean that everybody would have to pay for the internet in order to receive television services. So can he have a word with the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield as he takes office and ensure that his administration rules out this possibility?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There will be no immediate changes to how people watch TV. Terrestrial TV will stay until at least 2034. But as the Right Honourable Gentleman knows, and the House knows, TV is increasingly moving online. We do recognise the particular challenges in remote and rural areas, particularly for older people, people with disabilities and others who might spend more time watching TV than others. And I want to emphasise that we want to ensure that the transition is managed responsibly and that no one is left behind, which is why we are consulting on 2 dates for the switchover, with any date, either of the dates, contingent on a full and watertight transition plan. But I will make sure that ministers hear of the Right Honourable Gentleman's concerns.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had the pleasure of watching England v DR Congo with some of the good folks at the campaign to ban trophy hunting. Now, thankfully, the England men's team haven't taken the title too literally and are still in the hunt to bring at least 1 trophy home this summer. But it should only be 1 because this party has pledged to end the import of trophies acquired through hunting. Will the Leader of the House arrange for a statement to be made by the relevant minister to update us on progress in this area so that we can finally end this barbaric practice?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his work on this very important issue. And I know he joined campaigners in taking this to number 10 last year. As he will know, the Government remains committed to banning the import of hunting trophies from species of conservation concern, and DEFRA continue to engage with relevant stakeholders to ensure that we can implement a robust ban. I'm not sure whether it was raised in DEFRA questions this morning, but I will certainly make sure that ministers hear of his concerns.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier in this Parliament, I raised the issue of the potential of Russia returning to Eurovision. Last week, I raised the issue of an animated children's cartoon on British TV. This week, we've now heard that the IOC are paving the way for Russia to return to the next set of the Olympics. We are seeing the normalisation, the rehabilitation and the re-emergence of the Russian state on the world stage with little to nothing been said by this government. So will the Leader of the House make time for a statement on Russian soft power and what we can do to make sure we're holding that regime to account while we still see an illegal war waging on and children who have been abducted not returned to Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't share the honourable gentleman's analysis that the government is either slow or, worse than that, doing nothing about soft Russian power, because our support for Ukraine is unwavering and our opposition to the illegal Putin war is absolute. We have introduced sanctions on individuals and entities during for our Russia sanctions regime. We are working with allies to pursue all lawful ways of making sure that Russia pays for the damage that it's caused. But I will raise the issue with the Minister about his concern about, on a case-by-case basis, of Russia being readmitted to things which he is right to say the general public may well think is not time.
Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know how much land and we know the extent of our inland waters and seas in the UK, so we can know how much we've got to do to protect them, as we're required to do by Target 3 of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Item 2 of the Global Biodiversity Framework says that we need to restore 30% of degraded land. But the government has not published the amount of degraded land. It hasn't published the amount of ecosystems in inland waters and marine environment that are degraded. How are we supposed to meet our global commitment when we don't know what we've got to do?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the honourable gentleman has considerable experience and knowledge about these matters, for greater than would allow me to respond in the detail that this requires. And therefore, I'm going to offer to him a meeting with the relevant ministers so that he can make his case, because the government will be committed to meeting these timelines and these qualifications. And it's important that he makes the case to the relevant minister.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is clear to me that the National Crime Agency have released details of my company bank statements, my individual bank transfers, as well as private conversations between me and my bank managers to The Guardian, which have been published. This involves multiple criminal offences, Leader, and I believe that there should be a full investigation. Does the Leader agree with me that there should be such an investigation? And if people at the National Crime Agency have committed serious criminal offences, then they should face the full force of the law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's a great deal of if in that matter. I find it astonishing that a party's finances should need to be investigated by the National Crime Agency, frankly. But these are serious matters. These are very serious matters, and individuals should make sure that they do have the protections and that those protections are respected, though where investigations are necessary. Let me take that away, if I may, and raise with the relevant authorities, because it is important that even the National Crime Agency or others are held to account. But just let me say that I have absolute faith in the National Crime Agency getting on with the important job that this House gives them.
Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, last week I asked a question about a new cafe opening in my constituency, and it's caused a bit of a kerfuffle. As much as I can't mention every single fantastic cafe that is in my constituency, I have got a list of few. I have got a name, Rick's Cafe. I apologise to them profusely for not mentioning them last week, which was an oversight, obviously. And also some others. Susie's Cup of Joy, L's, Darracot's. The list goes on. The Leader is very welcome to come and visit me in my constituency to enjoy any or all of these very fine establishments. I wonder if he could tell me, on a serious note, when is the next opportunity going to be that we can come together to discuss the very important issue of hospitality venues and the support that the government is giving them?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend simply illustrates the power and influence of business questions. She is a true champion for supporting small businesses in her constituency. Small businesses, I've said on a number of occasions, are at the heart of our local communities, and we are absolutely committed to supporting them, including through our £10 million Hospitality Support Fund. She has listed, I'm sure, just a few of the fantastic cafes in her constituency, and should I find myself in Grimsby, I will be delighted to accompany her to one or more of them. If she wants to raise the issue of hospitality more widely, then during the pre-recess adjournment debate, or indeed through a Westminster Hall debate when we return, I'm sure if she was to raise these questions, then others would join in, because these are similar concerns across constituencies.
Vera House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just a very quick remark on this wonderful summer of sports. Not just football potentially coming home, but what about tennis coming home? With the amazing Arthur Ferry, whose performance at Wimbledon is an absolute joy to watch. Madam Deputy Speaker, Bath Royal United Hospital has supported promising early-stage research to improve endometriosis diagnosis. This has the potential to reduce diagnosis times and spare women from invasive surgery. Women are waiting on average about 9 years for diagnosis. Research like this is crucial to help them access and support much sooner. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating this pioneering work that is supported by the RUH?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me wish everyone involved with the hospital all the very best for the future, and thank them for the work that they're doing. Truly pioneering work, and that's really important. The Women's Health Strategy sets out our renewed strategy on the issues that women face every day, and ensuring that no woman should be left behind and have to endure the length of time waiting for that, which is why we're rolling out diagnostic centres, and where we're putting more resources into the NHS. But I will not just thank the hospital, but raise it with the relevant minister.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that we celebrated the Leader's birthday, could I draw his attention to an upcoming birthday of H.E. Smith in my constituency, one of the last standing embossed and glazed tile manufacturers. If anyone travels on the underground in this country, you'll see many of their works on displays. But they are one of the last standing, and keeping those skills and traditional artisan abilities alive is proving to be difficult. So could we have a debate in government time about how, in these long-standing but reducing traditional manufacturing industries, we keep those skills alive, so that there is a future and another 100 years of companies like this to celebrate?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the government is committed to do everything that we can to support businesses, traditional businesses and new businesses, in what can be quite a difficult environment. He tempts me down the route, however, of saying that were the House to decide at some point on renewal and restoration, I would hope that tile manufacturers and stone providers and steel manufacturers would, around our country, would benefit from the investment which I hope that we will be making. He raises the question of traditional skills. These are not jobs, by and large, that can be replaced by AI. We should be very proud of these skills. And I thank my honourable friend for being a champion for his constituency and continuing to raise them.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday morning, I, along with members from across the House, attended the National Parliamentary Prayer Breakfast, which was a very uplifting occasion. Would the Leader of the House agree that we should give an opportunity to thank the churches and faith groups across the country that provide so much support in our local communities? And could he perhaps arrange a debate during government time so that we can express our thanks and identify the many people up and down the country who contribute so much?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the honourable gentleman for this question. And it is absolutely right when he says that churches and faith groups do an incredible amount of good work in our local communities. And the National Prayer Breakfast in Westminster Hall was a fantastic way to celebrate their contribution in Parliament. Should the honourable gentleman wish to raise the importance of churches in our local and faith groups in our local communities, then he's got an opportunity on Thursday in the pre-recess adjournment, or indeed a Westminster Hall debate when we return.
Joe Powell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. My constituent, Billy Hood, a son and a father, has now spent more than 5 years in a UAE prison after being convicted of possessing trace amounts of CBD vape oil. His family are deeply concerned about his welfare, the conditions of his detention and the lack of progress on the pardon process, and are disappointed by the support they've had from the FCDO. Given the UK's close relationship with the UAE, will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on supporting British nationals in overseas prisons and what proactive steps the government can take to bring people like Billy home?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a concerning matter. We are committed to strengthening support for British nationals overseas. I will ask the Foreign Office to, in the first instance, write to my honourable friend with an update on this case. I'm sorry that the family feel disappointed by the response so far, and following that, I'm sure a Foreign Office Minister would be happy to meet with my honourable friend.
Matt Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Saturday we have the Newport Agricultural Show. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that agricultural shows are the lifeblood of many rural communities? They're a great showcase for rural way of life. They are a great family day out. And could we have a debate on the importance of agricultural shows, not only for Shropshire, but other counties as well? And a belated birthday present to him, if he'd like to come to the Newport show. I don't know if it would be the first time, it may be the last time, but invite him to get on and drive a tractor.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a very tempting offer, I have to say. I have been to a number of country shows, and I do appreciate the importance of them for the rural communities and the rural economy, actually. For the important work that, that people involved in agriculture do, but also the wider rural communities. And he's right to raise that, the importance of that. And again, I invite him on Thursday because it's timely, to raise this matter during the pre-recess adjournment.
Apsana Begum.
Speaker, it's Muslim Climate Action Week, and mosques, youth groups and community organisations are coming together to explore environmental action through the lens of Islam in a campaign led by the charity Islamic Relief since 2024. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to all those in Poplar and Limehouse and across our country taking part in workshops, river cleanups, film screenings and much more, encouraging and celebrating Muslims connecting our faith with practical environmental action?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely do, and I pay tribute to everybody involved in Muslim Climate Week. It is important that we take this issue seriously, not given the period in which we are living through. I wish them well, and it is important that faith groups come together, and indeed interfaith groups come together on what is, in many ways, the defining issue of our age.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hospitality Together recently reported that across the UK, 84% of small independent hospitality businesses said that it was either possible or very likely that they would face closure in the next 12 months. A range of punishing policies have been inflicted on these small, locally owned outlets, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government could address this by reducing VAT from 20% to 10%, exactly what my presentation bill, Hospitality Value-Added Tax Bill, which is due for a second reading next year, would do. So I asked the Leader of the House, will he consider committing to providing time for a debate on this issue to allow members from all parties to make the case for reducing VAT in hospitality and so protect these jobs, encourage growth and support the renewal of our high streets?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman is raising the matter now, and of course, through his bill, the importance of supporting hospitality, and the government is committed to doing everything that we can. But I would just gently say this to him, that reduction in VAT is a costly matter. And we can't have it both ways. We cannot have it both ways, where the honourable gentleman wants to reduce VAT, but at the same time, he and others will be looking for more money for our public services.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last 6 weeks, I've had 430 pieces of casework about uncollected bins in my constituency of Suffolk Coastal. Now, I'm sure every single one of those will be able to tell the former member of Clacton how infuriating and indeed unsuccessful it is to shout at a bin for 6 weeks. Now, does the Leader of the House agree with me that there is no more an essential service for a council to get right than bins and waste collection? And constituents are right to expect better, and at the very least expect better updates and communications on what is going wrong and when it will get better.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right. Her constituents do deserve better from their local council. Blaming teething issues and technical problems simply isn't good enough, and my honourable friend is right to raise this and stand up for constituents. I hope that East Suffolk Council, which I understand is Lib Dem and Green run, how you can have a situation where Greens get themselves into a situation about environmental management is beyond me. But it is important that she raises these matters. I hope that the Council has heard what she said, and I hope that they get on and resolve this matter.
Sarah Booth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, Silverstone put Northamptonshire on the map this week with having the highest attended Grand Prix ever, with 564,000 people visiting over 3 days, which is amazing. But the next date I want to put in members' diaries is the Blakesley Show, which is going to be on the 1st of August in its 141st year. It is the perfect opportunity for locals to celebrate our farming community. So I hope that the leader will join me in encouraging people to come along and support our farming and agriculture.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I certainly, as I said to the one of the previous questions, I certainly respect the importance of shows for the farming community, and I would encourage everyone who can to go along, get a better understanding of the rural community and the importance of rural matters in our economy. And she refers to Silverstone also recognising the importance of Grand Prix, the importance of Formula One in particular for technological invention, for jobs and for its wider contribution to the economy, and I'm delighted that it's put her area on the map.
Jo Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Historic buildings are a huge part of our national identity, but yet restoration remains harder than demolition. So as the former manager of Lee Spinners Mill, not sure I've mentioned that in this House before, I've seen firsthand that the barriers that regeneration projects face, and with more than 600,000 potential homes locked up in historic buildings, will the Leader of the House agree to a debate on the reuse of existing buildings and ensure that this issue is prioritised within the forthcoming High Street strategy?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is right to champion restoration and the reuse of historic buildings. I know there have been many such cases in her area that have been successful, and this is a really important matter for local communities. On housing, she raises an important point. I'll make sure that she gets a reply from the relevant minister so that she can hear more about what the government is doing and intends to do. And in the meantime, should she consider applying for Westminster Hall debate or the pre-recess adjournment debate, she can give further voice to these very important issues.
Monica Harding. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating all the young people, particularly in my constituency of East Walton, who have completed GCSEs, A-levels, BTECs, T-levels and degrees, and all the brilliant teachers who have got them there, and wish them all the best for the summer holidays and a well-deserved rest. The brilliant Isha Sixth Form College in my constituency is hit by post-16 underfunding compared to lower secondary brackets, and the confirmed base rate funding is well below inflation, meaning that these high-achieving institutions may be forced to cut their academic cloth. So would the Leader of the House give time to debate this sector specifically that is so important to our country's prosperity?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is important to our country's prosperity, and the government is absolutely determined to do everything that we can, including getting investment into post-16 education and indeed employment more widely. I'm happy to join her, more than happy to join her in congratulating all of the young people in her constituency who've undertaken examinations. I wish them well when the results come out. I pay tribute to them, but I also pay tribute to the staff, but I also pay tribute to sometimes their long-suffering parents.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Spark is York's frontline incubator for the next generation of food, drink and creative businesses, supporting young entrepreneurs establish their businesses with strong values and good practice. They have identified that that's the problem and are calling for the government to support a 10% cut in VAT to enable their businesses to flourish in hospitality. Can we have a statement from the Treasury as to the impact, including how we will enable CICs like Spark to support these startups to thrive?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend raises an important matter, and as a stout defender of the interests of her constituents, we do recognise the contribution that hospitality businesses make to jobs, growth and local communities across the UK. But HMRC estimates, it follows on from a question earlier, estimates that reducing VAT in the way she refers to would cost around £11 billion a year, which, to put that into context, is roughly equivalent to the total expenditure on the Royal Navy. We are, however, committed to supporting the sector through targeted measures, such as our £4.3 billion business rate package and the Great British Summer Savings Scheme.
Neil Shastrahurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Solihull's men's walking and talking group is a huge success. It can lay claim to be, if not the most successful one in the country, certainly amongst it. And it improves both physical and mental well-being. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to all of those who are organising that group and making it a success? And can he set out what more we can do in this place to make sure we're promoting such groups?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I certainly pay tribute to his local men's walking and talking groups and the important contribution that they make, not least to mental health. The government is absolutely determined that we tackle the issue of mental health head on, because it is really important that men are able to play a full part in their family life and local communities without the scourge of mental health. He asks how we can raise these matters. He can raise it during a debate which he calls, or the pre-recess adjournment, but he's just done it this morning.
Chris Cairn.
The Highland Games season has gatherings across my constituency in Blackford, Balquhidder, Lochernhead and Strathire, Bridge of Allen, Killin and Stirling. These games celebrate Scottish culture, they boost local economies, they bring communities together, and no gathering would be complete without Scotland's remarkable pipe bands. Will the Leader join me in wishing the talented young musicians of Stirling and District Schools Pipe Band every success this year, and thank their tutors, Chris Gibb, Andrew Wallace and Chloe Taylor, for all that they do to nurture the next generation of pipers and drummers? And will he also make time for a debate on the importance of Highland Games and bagpipes to culture, to heritage and tourism, and thank all of the local volunteers who do so much to ensure the success of every event?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I certainly join my honourable friend in wishing the musicians of Stirling and District Schools Pipe Band every success, and thank all the volunteers who make events such as the Highland Games possible. Tutors like Chris, Andrew and Chloe, who pass down their skills to future generations, are invaluable and are responsible for keeping important traditions such as these alive. And if my honourable friend is able, I'd encourage him to highlight the success and the importance of these matters, perhaps during Thursday's pre-recess adjournment.
I'm aiming to finish business questions around 12:15, so if we could have very short questions and answers. Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, without wishing to disappoint colleagues with excellent local agricultural shows, the Driffield Show is the biggest and best one-day show in the country, and this month we'll be celebrating its 150th edition. So could the Leader of the House join me in thanking all of those involved in the Driffield Agricultural Society, both present and past, and can we have a debate in government time on food security and the importance of the rural economy?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly make a special case for the Driffield Show and everybody involved. 150 years is a remarkable achievement. As I've said, they're an important part of local communities. The government takes food security very importantly indeed, and the honourable gentleman has an opportunity on Thursday to highlight the importance not just of this society, but for all the others, I'm sure, in his constituency.
Elaine Stewart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this month Ayrshire College won UK's Training Provider Skills Champions Award at the Ingenuity Skills Awards for the working development, engineering and aerospace. Engineering and aerospace remains critical for Ayrshire's economy, and this is a national recognition demonstrates vital roles that further education colleges play in developing our young workforce. Yet colleges across Scotland continue to face financial pressures despite delivering exactly the kind of outcomes governments want to see. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on the importance of investing in further education colleges across Scotland?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, let me congratulate Ayrshire College in my honourable friend's constituency on their well-deserved award. We are committed to creating a skilled workforce fit for the future and aligned with the local needs with our £182 million industrial strategy engineering skills package. Should she wish to apply for a Westminster Hall debate, I'm sure it would be well attended, not least by the Right Honourable gentleman, the Shadow Leader of the House, who does some fantastic work in this regard in his own constituency.
Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Crooked SNP Chief Peter Murrell had his hand in the SNP piggy bank to the tune of hundreds of thousands of pounds, buying camper vans, crockery and even toilet paper. And now we learn that Police Scotland are also probing the Yes Scotland movement. So will the Leader of the House bring forward a debate in government time on the financing of the SNP and the independence movement?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I've said before, the SNP should come clean on these matters and authorities should hold them to account. He does talk about an investigation which is underway. I'm not going to comment on that. If we are going to debate these matters in the future, let's await the outcome of the investigations.
Richard Baker.
Deputy Speaker. At the end of May, a 94-year-old woman in my constituency was hospitalised with serious life-threatening injuries after she was run over by a teenager recklessly and illegally driving a Suron e-bike. This government might take action on the seizure of these bikes being driven illegally, but will my honourable friend consider allocating time in this House for members to consider what action might be taken at point of sale to tackle this huge problem which is causing damage and harm in our constituencies?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. E-bikes and e-scooters can be a great way to travel around the city, but we've seen too many tragic stories of unsafe e-bikes and e-scooters. Rogue sellers not only risk bringing dangerous products into homes, but undermine confidence in active travel as a whole. So I will make sure that my honourable friend's concerns are raised with the Department for Transport, and should he seek a meeting with the relevant minister, I'll help him to arrange one.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As well as being World Cup and Wimbledon season, we are in the middle of Sports Day season, and I'm sure many honourable members will be heading home to take part in parent races. My honourable friend for Twickenham raised the transitional relief for the reduction of sports premium in schools with the Secretary of State for Education, who responded by saying there was a misunderstanding and that she would speak to her. Well, the head teacher of St James Gaunt's Common, double award-winning sports school, and trust leaders in my constituency are equally confused and need clarity before schools break up to plan. So will the Leader ask the Secretary of State or a Minister to come back to the House and provide us all with the clarification?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly wish everyone involved in sports days all the very best indeed. I have to say, in my experience, it triggers memories that were less than happy. But that's another matter. If she lets me know the detail of the particular school, I know it's a general concern of the particular school, I'll raise it with the department and see if we can get the clarification she seeks.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2026 marks the 500th anniversary of the Battle of Linlithgow Bridge, a pivotal moment in Scottish history with a power struggle for the regency of King James V. To mark the occasion, Linlithgow Civic Trust and Battle 500, alongside local historians, schools and volunteers, have a huge programme of summer events, including a battle reenactment. Will you join me in congratulating all those involved in bringing our local history to life, and would you make time for a debate on local volunteers who promote Britain's rich heritage?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating everyone involved in bringing the reenactment of the Battle of Linlithgow Bridge to life. As she rightly points out, volunteer organisations like Linlithgow Civic Trust play a vital part in our living historical memory, and it allows us to connect with our heritage. I pay tribute to them for their work, and if she wishes to discuss that further or enlighten the House further, there's the pre-recess adjournment the day after tomorrow.
Anne Davies.
Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Before I start, can I just welcome a very special school from Carmarthenshire who have come today. They've got 3 learners up the whole way from West Wales and their support staff. So really welcome to Westminster. This Monday, a judicial review passed judgment on land access amid other matters bought by a local landowner and the CPRW against a private limited energy company. This followed 2 court cases last year when landowners, people who had never been in trouble, never been to court, were forced to give access to land or face legal bills of over £35,000. And why should farmers be forced to pay tens of thousands of pounds to defend their livelihoods? Can the Leader of the House allow in government time a debate on meaningful community engagement between private limited energy companies and landowners in order that this bully boy tactics can stop?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It sounds like a very concerning situation for her constituents. New energy infrastructure is important to ensure energy security, but it should be delivered with robust and proportionate consenting processes. Should the Honourable Lady seek a Westminster Hall debate, I'm sure it will be well attended.
James Asser.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm very sorry to report to the House that last week a 13-year-old boy lost his life in the Royal Victoria Dock in my constituency, and it follows a similar incident in the Thames in my constituency last year. The Royal Life Saving Society has reported evidence that there's been an 80% increase in child deaths related to drowning over the last 5 years, and this week I joined the Port of London Authority launching a water safety campaign ahead of the summer holidays. But as my right honourable friend be aware, this has been an issue across the summer around the country. So could I ask the Leader of the House if we could have a debate in government time on water safety, so we look at what more we can do to improve safety around water, particularly for our young people and children?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend refers to tragic cases, and I'm sure the whole House send our sympathy to the friends and family of everyone who have lost their lives during the extreme weather and indeed previously in water incidents. The National Water Safety Forum brings together a wide range of national groups to provide consistent guidance. There was a Westminster Hall debate on this matter last month, and I understand it was agreed that a meeting would take place to convene all responsible departments to look at what further action should be taken. And I will get an update from my honourable friend on what is happening with that regard.
Sarah Perching.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Businesses in Runcorn and Helsby are adversely affected, penalised in fact, by the Merseyflow bridge tolls, which make it impossible and difficult for them to compete with companies over the bridge in Widnes, and indeed difficult to recruit from over the bridge. The 10-year funding review is due to happen this year. Will the Leader of the House ask the Transport Secretary to make a statement as to how those businesses' views and needs can be represented in that process?
Deputy Speaker, let me raise that. I understand the concerns the Honourable Lady raises. Let me raise that with the relevant Minister and get her an update on how they may be able to do that.
Paul Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. More than 1,000 British Jews and British Israelis have written to the Middle East Minister to urge a ban on settlement goods and services by the United Kingdom. That's because Netanyahu's government is expanding illegal settlements at such a rapid rate that what we're effectively seeing is the annexation by stealth of the West Bank. Does the Leader agree with me that while this Labour government has taken the historic step of recognising a state of Palestine, that is put at risk by Israel's actions? Because not only do we need to show that we share the anger of the British people over the death and displacement of the Palestinian people, we also need to stand up to Israel and make sure that a Palestinian state will become a reality rather than be wiped off the map, which is what Israel is proposing at the moment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me say the government's position remains clear. Settlements are illegal under international law. They undermine international efforts to secure a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, and they risk doing permanent damage to the prospects of a secure and viable Palestinian state being able to live in peace alongside a secure Israel. We have a debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, this afternoon. I hope that the honourable gentleman will be able to attend it to make his case.
Tessa Mullins.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month, the High Court issued its judgment permitting development of 119 homes in a flood risk area in the village of Yatton in Somerset. This site had failed the flood risk sequential test, and the judgment prioritises building and development over protection against flooding and imperils existing homes and businesses in the area. This flies in the face of everything insurers, lenders, FloodRay, the Environment Agency and DEFRA are trying to do. Can the Leader of the House ask his colleagues in DEFRA and the Department for Housing to assess jointly the likely input of this judgment, and that which may set a national precedent whereby flood risk assessments shall be ignored?
Yes, I will, and I'll seek an update for the Honourable Lady.
Lingham. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday was one of my favourite days of the year, not because it's the Leader of the House's birthday, but because my Stafford students came down for the summer school. They met with the Chancellor, the Speaker, other MPs and the Minister. They are passionate and inspiring young people keen to use their voices for good. Would the Leader join me in thanking those people who gave their time to them yesterday, but more importantly, those people around the UK who regularly volunteer to support young people and give them a safe space to be themselves?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do indeed join my honourable friend in thanking everyone involved in making her summer school a success, and all the volunteers who support youth groups in all of our areas. I've heard many good things about her summer school. Long may it continue.
Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Leader of the House, would he ask the Secretary of State for FCDO what his recent assessment has the Secretary of State made of the case of Uyghur Muslim Rahil Dawat, a folklorist and academic imprisoned in China solely for her faith and cultural identity, and what steps have been taken by His Majesty's Government to secure her immediate release and uphold freedom of religion or belief across the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland's foreign policy commitments? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As ever, the honourable gentleman raises a serious issue. As he knows, we stand firm on violations of human rights. We've raised our concerns regarding the treatment of Uyghur Muslims with the highest levels of the Chinese government, and I'll make sure that he gets a response from the Foreign Secretary, who will have heard his remarks, so that we can get the specifics of the case he raises.
And the final question, Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 14th of July is Black Country Day. The Black Country is a lot to celebrate. It was the heart of the Industrial Revolution. We have Dudley Castle and we've got the Wren's Nest Nature Reserve where you can pick up a fossil, and of course to celebrate the people of Black Country. So will my right honourable friend join me in wishing all those celebrating the Black Country Day a great day, and will he grant a debate on the Black Country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly echo my honourable friend's words about the importance of Black Country Day, and I wish everyone involved a success. We've got a pre-recess adjournment. I said the day after tomorrow. Clearly it's next week. And should she wish to raise that then, I'm sure it'll be a cause of celebration.
And that concludes business questions. I'll just give the front benches a few moments to swap over. We now begin the statement. Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I would like to update the House on the NATO summit in Ankara, on the building of a stronger Europe within NATO, with major increases in European and including UK defence investment, on our continued and unwavering support for Ukraine, on our discussions with Gulf partners about the Strait of Hormuz, and on the opportunity that the Prime Minister and I took to raise with other leaders and foreign ministers the issue of Sudan. All issues that directly affect our national security and economic security here in the UK. The NATO summit took place at a time when the world is becoming more dangerous than it has been for decades, where we have a war in Europe that has now been going on for longer than the First World War. Drones and missiles changing the nature of warfare, and continuing threats to the security of NATO allies, including cyber threats, hybrid threats, sabotage, industrial-scale misinformation, attempts to interfere with undersea cables and drone incursions. And just this week, we have seen Russia engaging in reckless and dangerous activity around our British aircraft carrier, which is on NATO operations in the North Atlantic. 3 weeks ago, I went to see the concrete trenches and anti-tank defences being prepared by Polish troops along the Kaliningrad border, a sign of how seriously they take the importance of deterring Russian threats. NATO has been the cornerstone of Euro-Atlantic security for over 75 years, protecting more than 1 billion people. But to ensure it remains as strong for the next 75, it needs to respond to changing threats. NATO is a defensive alliance, but we maintain our strength and security through deterrence and holding the capabilities to deal with any threat we may face. And as the summit made clear, that means building a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. The United States remains an indispensable and fully committed ally in NATO, but the burdens must be shared, and in response to increased threats in Europe, Europe must step up. That's what allies committed to last year in The Hague, and what this year in Ankara we are delivering. European and Canadian allies are spending $140 billion this year more on defence than the year before, a rise of 20%. The UK is the third biggest cash contributor to NATO, including crucial specialist capabilities such as our nuclear deterrent. And now the Defence Investment Plan involves the biggest sustained increase in UK defence spending since the Cold War, spending almost $300 billion over the next 4 years. And as the Defence Secretary has set out, that means new capabilities, a new hybrid navy, investments in digital and autonomous systems, and enhanced strike and air defence capabilities. In Ankara, we brought together 12 allies to lead a European initiative to step up funding for deep precision strike capabilities, an initiative set to invest more than £37 billion over the next 10 years. We're working jointly with Norway on new frigates, with Italy and Japan on the next generation of fighter jets, for strengthening our maritime partnership with the Netherlands with new amphibious transport ships. We agreed a new security and defence partnership with Turkey, and we discussed the importance of strong collaboration across our defence industries, which supports tens of thousands of jobs in the United Kingdom. And we are also bolstering UK leadership in NATO, appointing General Nick Perry to head up Joint Force Command Norfolk, which leads the protection of the High North and the US Eastern Seaboard. Madam Deputy Speaker, NATO met at a critical moment for Ukraine's resistance against brutal ongoing Russian aggression. Over the last week alone, Russia has launched 2 of the largest and deadliest missile strikes on Kyiv, killing at least 30 civilians overnight last Wednesday, at least 26 civilians overnight on Monday. Throughout this conflict, Putin has underestimated the strength of Ukraine and the solidarity of Ukraine's friends. As a result of Ukraine's resistance, Putin now faces deteriorating conditions within his armed forces on the battlefield and in his economy, suffering a net loss of territory for the first time since 2023. Some 500,000 Russian soldiers have now been killed since the start of the invasion. Ukraine is stepping up attacks deep inside Russia and occupied Crimea, causing Russia's worst fuel crisis in decades. Queues at the petrol pump, pet prices rising, and underpinned by continued sanctions by the UK and our allies against the Russian oil and gas and action against the Russian shadow fleet. Despite that pressure, Putin is still deluding himself that he can outlast Ukraine and outlast NATO allies in our support for Ukraine. And that is why it is so important that our support for Ukraine is enduring. Already since 2022, the UK has provided almost £25 billion in support for Ukraine. And 2 weeks ago, I announced £500 million of support for Ukraine's recovery and energy security alongside our military investment. And in Ankara, we and allies have together pledged €70 billion in support to Ukraine in 2026 and at least equivalent levels in 2027, so that Ukraine is in the best possible position to negotiate a just and lasting peace. Madam Deputy Speaker, on Tuesday, NATO foreign ministers also met with 4 of our Gulf partners under the Istanbul Convention initiative to discuss the situation in the Strait of Hormuz and in the region. On Monday night, the House will be aware that despite having made a clear commitment that the Strait of Hormuz would be reopened, Iran attacked 3 commercial ships close to the Omani coast. Those attacks are a breach of their Memorandum of Understanding, but they are also a violation of Omani sovereignty and a contravention of the law of the sea. These are international shipping routes. Commercial shipping has a right to pass, so the United Kingdom condemns unequivocally this recent Iranian attacks on commercial shipping, including Saudi and Qatari vessels. No country has the right to hijack international shipping or to hold the global economy hostage. So we also condemn, in the strongest terms, the Iranian attacks on sites in Bahrain and Kuwait, and we stand in solidarity with our partners across the region. Iran must halt these attacks on international shipping, support the reopening of the Strait, and return to de-escalation and diplomacy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK stands ready to support to return to talks, because Iran must never be able to develop a nuclear weapon, and we need the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. And that is why, alongside France, the UK has established a multilateral maritime mission to support the demining of the Strait, verification and reassurance to shipping, and ultimately to support the global economy and ease the cost of living back home. Madam Deputy Speaker, while in Ankara, I also raised directly with our allies the urgency of sounding the alarm on El Obeid in Sudan, because I am deeply fearful that this Sudanese city is at risk of mass bloodshed and civilian casualties, with signs of plan for an assault by advancing rapid support forces that are already encircling the city. As they cut off supply routes and unleash repeated drone attacks on fuel and infrastructure and storage sites, and strikes that have already killed civilians and humanitarian workers. An estimated 500,000 civilians are now at risk, many of them women and girls who have already carried an intolerable burden throughout this 3-year conflict. And last year, El Fasher became the site of unspeakable violence and suffering, atrocities that the UN's fact-finding mission concluded bore the hallmarks of genocide. The world must not fail the people of Sudan again. So last week, the UK convened an urgent debate at the Human Rights Council. The UK penned resolution condemning the atrocities, calling for further urgent fact-finding inquiry and urging the RSF to comply with international law and halt this attack, urging both the RSF and the SAF to accept proposals that have been put forward for a truce, and we are calling for an end to the external support and arms flows from other countries that are extending this conflict and fueling this horrendous suffering. The UN arms embargo does not cover El Obeid, so it must be extended. And we are urging all our allies and countries from across the world, as we did and discussed in Ankara this week, to maximise the pressure, calling on all sides to protect the people of Sudan. Madam Deputy Speaker, effective foreign policy is domestic policy. Championing freedom of navigation supports UK energy security. Preventing bloodshed in Sudan speaks to our values as well as our interests in security. And supporting Ukraine's security is supporting our own security. And strengthening NATO is how we make our country safer, our economy stronger, and our people more secure. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of her statement. And I want to start by recognising some of the positive commitments in the NATO summit communique. It included the important reaffirmation of the alliance's commitment to the collective defence under Article 5, to the transatlantic bond and essential new defence procurement announcements. The recognition of Ukraine as a contributor to transatlantic security is overdue, and we back the reiteration of the alliance's support for Ukraine. And I absolutely share the Foreign Secretary's disgust at the Russian attacks in Kyiv in recent days. The outcome of the Ukrainian war matters profoundly to NATO, as does our collective commitment to lead the world when it comes to helping Ukraine turn the tide in this war. Now, we all know the best deterrent against an invasion like this ever happening again is Russia's expulsion from Ukraine. Now is the time to ramp up our support to Ukraine. So is the government going to provide Ukraine with additional new military capabilities or broker any new international packages of support, as we did so effectively at the outset of the war? Following the boarding of the Russian shadow fleet ships last month, will there be a sustained effort to continue to disrupt operations? And will the Foreign Secretary commit to leading international pressure on those refineries buying Russian crude oil and start cutting the financial flows that are funding Russia's illegal war? Madam Deputy Speaker, the NATO communique also refers to the conflict in Iran and touches on the Strait of Hormuz. As I said this morning in the urgent question, the despotic terrorist regime, which has been illegally attacking commercial shipping in the Strait and attacking our allies, ranging from Bahrain, Kuwait,
Omani ships and territory, while repressing its own people in the most brutal and unimaginable ways, they must be made to feel the consequences of their actions. And I want to put on record our solidarity with Oman following the outrageous breach of its sovereignty by Iran. We understand that Oman has agreed to work with Britain and France to ensure that its territorial waters remain safe. And last week, a joint statement with the French, Downing Street, said that they stand ready to deploy a wider multinational military mission to support freedom of navigation in the Straits. But what does this mean in practice? Will there be a deployment? What will be the scale of the deployment? What will it consist of, and over what timeframes? And how will we reassure our strategic and security partners in the region of our commitment so they don't think we've stepped back, particularly with the rising tide of attacks from Iran? And what opportunity will we have in this House to scrutinise and debate the government's plans? As the Foreign Secretary will know, as Defence Secretary, my good friend Ben Wallace invested millions into the development of cross-cutting autonomous mine hunters. And the Shadow Defence Secretary in this previous government also delivered Britain's first ever defence drone strategy in 2024, which emphasised the use of uncrewed drones in maritime domain, including for mine detection. Will either of these capabilities be deployed in the mission? Madam Deputy Speaker, it is vital that Britain has capabilities to operate in all theatres in the world. And of course, that requires cash now, which the current Labour administration are refusing to provide. Britain is already spending less of its GDP on defence than Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Norway, the United States, Denmark, Greece and Finland. How can we expect others to find more for defence when we are not leading by example? Because of this Labour government, in the words of the former Defence Secretary, has been unable and unwilling to provide the money that it needs to keep Britain safe and our defences safe. Our country is now facing a huge shortfall in years ahead. By the end of this decade, Britain will be nowhere near the 3% and barely ahead of where we are now, while all our allies, Madam Deputy Speaker, will continue to surge. Now, I don't need to remind the Foreign Secretary of the numbers, but Germany is set to spend 3.7% of GDP by 2030, Sweden 3.5%, and other countries too. And of course, there'll be a change of Labour leadership in the coming weeks. £4.7 billion has been left to Andy Burnham to find at his next budget. And there's no serious detail about the billions of so-called efficiency savings that this government has identified. As the Foreign Secretary's Polish counterpart, the Polish Foreign Minister, said of Britain, under Labour, you're spending something like 65 billion on defence and 360 billion on welfare. Lucky you. You must not feel any danger. In reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is prepared to plough billions into welfare, but shortchange in defence. We want to change that, and I just want to make that point to the Foreign Secretary again. Will she work with us to actually make progress on this? Because this is a serious time. Britain is under threat. We need to step up in a significant way. Now, the Foreign Secretary also mentioned Sudan and the absolutely horrific situation concerning El Obeid. We know that words are not enough. Action is needed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I agree with her on the need for the arms embargo to be extended, and the two warring parties must be pressed into a ceasefire.
Well done.
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her response and particularly her support for the commitments made at Ankara and the continuing condemnation of the Russian strikes. It has been an important part, I think, of the cross-party debates in this, not just in this House, but across the country, that I think the whole country has stood united behind Ukraine and in solidarity with Ukraine, and long must that continue. She's right too that we will need to maintain the pressure on Russia. And we see that as being about increasing sanctions and continuing the pressure through sanctions and issues like maritime services bans, also continuing with our military support for Ukraine, both directly and in partnership with our European allies, including the loans for Ukraine as well that we are also continuing to support, and crucially energy infrastructure support and resilience, because Ukraine also needs the resilience to get through winter, because we know that is when Russia most heavily targets the civilian population as well. And so we will continue to maintain that support. In fact, it's our commitment to the long-term future of Ukraine, which is why we have signed a 100-year partnership between the United Kingdom and Ukraine in the spirit of our solidarity. I also welcome her condemnation of Iran and its behaviour. I think it is telling that Iran, despite having signed a memorandum of understanding with the United States, seems to be continuing to persist in the view that somehow they have the right to control the Strait of Hormuz, which is an international shipping route, and also that they have the right to attack commercial ships in Omani waters. This is a violation of Oman's sovereignty as well as a violation of the law of the sea. And that is why we have been so strong in our condemnation, but also in seeking to mobilise countries from across the world to put pressure on Iran to get them to recognise the importance of the whole world's support for freedom of navigation and for the law of the sea, and frankly for getting the scale of support for freedom of navigation and for getting the global economy moving again as well. She raised the issue about defence investment, and she will understand that we are increasing the investment in defence at a rapid pace and at the steepest pace since the Cold War, and also have made commitments to go further. But I should just point out to her, it was her party that cut defence spending by 20%. And the Shadow Foreign Secretary says from a sedentary position that times have changed. She's right, times did change. Times changed when Russia invaded Crimea. That was the evidence that the post-Cold War peace dividend had gone. And yet, it took her 10 years to even recognise that defence spending needed to increase. For most of that period, under the...
Order. My constituents, and I'm certainly everybody's constituents, will be very interested in what the Foreign Secretary has got to say. Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For most of the period of that last period before the election, the level of defence spending was nearer 2% of GDP. That is just too low. And it's why we are increasing it, why we've already increased it from 2.3% to 2.7%, and why we have committed to go further. And that involves some difficult decisions, including on overseas development aid and also in other areas as well. But I hope the whole of the House will support that increased investment in defence, because ultimately it underpins our security, the security of our country and the security of our future.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement today. The alliance is growing stronger by the week. But what is also clear now is that national security rests on economic security. So can she update the House on what conversations she had about how the allies come together to build and enlarge an arsenal of democracy for the 21st century, where we collaborate on defence industrial policy and defence finance strategy on a wholly new scale that is fit for this new age of insecurity?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, because the links now between our national security and our economic security are now they're closely intertwined. And that ranges from the fact that if our economic security, including through things like the Strait of Hormuz, is jeopardised, that has an impact on our national security as well, and particularly for supply chains for critical minerals, for example, that might be crucial to our defence. And also, as we increase the demand for and the procurement for the investment in defence, it's crucial that our supply chains can keep up and our defence industry collaboration across allies can keep up. It's why we had a specific meeting of foreign ministers at Ankara specifically about how we better collaborate and integrate aspects of our defence industry, and that is what supports tens of thousands of jobs here in the UK, but we need to do that in collaboration with other countries as well.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of my colleague, I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement. As we've now come to expect of all major international summits, NATO's meeting in Ankara was taken over entirely by Donald Trump's tantrums and threats. He restated his claim that Greenland should become American. He threatened the withdrawal of all remaining US troops from Europe. And he once again lambasted allies for not joining his and Netanyahu's calamitous war in Iran, which has upended the world economy and worsened a spiralling cost of living crisis for millions across Britain. Deputy Madam Speaker, this is no way to conduct international diplomacy. So did the Prime Minister make it clear to Donald Trump that his threats against Greenland are totally unacceptable? There were some positive moments from this summit, however, and NATO allies reaffirmed support for Ukraine, and the Prime Minister announced plans for the development of a new deep strike capability with our European partners. But can the Secretary of State outline how exactly the UK will provide its share of the £37 billion of funding for that capability? Even before this new commitment, as has been pointed out, the government's own defence investment plan only delivered just over half of what military chiefs deem necessary for our national defence. And will the Minister, together with her colleagues in the Ministry of Defence, consider how defence bonds could be used rapidly to help support the UK's contribution to this initiative, bolster the confidence of our allies and send a clear signal to our adversaries? Have these plans also been drawn up together with the Ukrainians, who have shown with incredible effect how deep strike capability can be developed fast and much, much more cheaply than £37 billion? On defence funding, the Prime Minister also discussed the possibility for collective financing and procurement models as a critical way to generate cheaper loans for military programmes and support greater interoperability. Can the Minister update the House on whether any progress was made at the summit to bring together the existing Defence Security and Resilience Security Bank and our own multilateral defence mechanism into a single European rearmament bank? And finally, the Secretary of State mentions El Obeid in Sudan and the thousands of lives at risk now. The UK has the power to act. So will the Secretary of State now prescribe the RSF, as has just been done with the IRGC, and suspend all UK arms sales to the UAE, given its role in arming the RSF?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, let me thank the honourable member for his questions and range of issues. First of all, in terms of the areas of agreement and disagreement, of course, there will be areas where we continue to disagree with the President of the United States, where we have said so, including our continued support for the sovereignty of Greenland and Denmark, which we have always made clear. But that's also why we worked in NATO and now with the support of the United States for the new Arctic Sentry within NATO, on which the UK Carrier Strike Group is operating as a part of that. And that is an important way of having a multilateral and a shared defence of the High North, which is about protecting Canada and the United States and Norway and the western flank of Europe, including the United Kingdom and the whole of Europe as well. That is the way in which we approach Arctic security, and that has now the strong agreement from the United States, and I think is a reflection of the way we have worked to deal with those issues. On the $37 billion on the deep precision strike, we have allocated $3 billion over the first 4 years from the Defence Investment Plan, and that will help fund some of the work we are doing with Germany and also some separate work that we are doing with France and Italy as part of a series of programmes all about deep precision strike that we have brought European allies together on. He refers to the Defence Security and Resilience Bank and also the multilateral defence mechanism. And what he may have seen, the Prime Minister and the Canadian Prime Minister put out a joint statement over the last couple of days to set out how we seek to work together to ensure that those initiatives, which do slightly different things but can be combined and collaborates together to ensure we get the best possible impact as well. And then finally, in terms of Sudan, we continue to raise the issue of arms flows and take immensely seriously the issue of arms flows. It's exactly why we want to extend the arms embargo and believe that needs to continue across the whole of Sudan. That's why I have raised this with UAE, with Egypt and with Saudi, who are the members of the Quad, and why we will continue to pursue that. He raised the issue around prescription. He will know, obviously, those are matters for the Home Office, but we do believe that there should be a full arms embargo on Sudan.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement and for the work she and the Prime Minister have done at the NATO summit. Can I register my huge concern and that of my constituents that the ceasefire between the US and Iran appears to be over at the moment due to the egregious breaches of Iran and obviously has now escalated with the US taking military action. Can I ask for reassurance that those who helped to bring about the first ceasefire, including the UK, working very closely behind the scenes with allies, that they will be doing everything to try to bring about a new ceasefire so that we can in the future get a deal which will lead into a permanent peace, which will be good for the region, but also much better for the UK and the world economy.
Foreign Secretary.
And I welcome my honourable friend's points because we do need to see an end to Iran's attacks in the Strait, their attacks on commercial shipping, but crucially that means Iran has to give up this claim that they somehow have the right to control international shipping routes and Omani waters, because they do not. We want to see the return to talks for the ceasefire to be sustained, and also we have offered to support the talks, both the technical talks around preventing Iran developing a nuclear weapon and also the reopening of the Strait through our multilateral maritime mission.
Sir Edward Lee.
I agree with everything the Foreign Secretary said in her initial statement, particularly the point about the fact we're living in a more dangerous world than ever. But I also agreed, obviously, with the Shadow Foreign Secretary. The point is this, surely, that there's no point between us apportioning blame. We are where we are now in the most dangerous position we've ever been before. So will she take this thought away in her talks with the new Prime Minister and say that both front benches, the new Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, should cooperate in meeting our defence NATO commitments in full? No black holes, no creative accounting, and we should pay for it by curbing the spiralling welfare bill, which is out of control. It's a win-win situation. Defend the nation, get people off benefit dependency, work together to save our country.
Yeah. Foreign Secretary.
Well, I thank the Father of the House for his question. We, I think, do agree about the nature of the increasingly dangerous world that we live in and the importance of us being able to defend ourselves and to maintain our security. We have committed to reaching the 3.5% commitment around defence, but also that's part of a 5% commitment that was made to cover broader defence, security, intelligence. And he will also know that the UK invests substantially in our intelligence capabilities as well, which are unrivalled. And that's why if we combine that broader measure, the assessment is that we are already over 4% on the trajectory towards the 5% broader NATO figure. That is important as well. So in addition to continuing to increase our investment in defence, we also need to ensure that we're investing in that wider intelligence, resilience and wider defence issues as well. That's how we'll keep our country safe.
Alan Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement and for her focus on Sudan at the summit. The world has never been in a more dangerous place, with Russia playing a dangerous game in and around our waters and harassing our carrier strike group. But can I welcome the £70 billion pledged at Ankara for Ukraine? And can I ask the Foreign Secretary what difference that will make to Ukraine's ability to resist Russian aggression?
Yeah. Secretary.
Thank my honourable friend for his question, because this is both about the immediate support Ukraine needs, both in terms of its military capabilities, and we provide support, but to be honest, we also learn from Ukraine's phenomenal innovation and strength as well in the way in which they are using that investment and support, and it supports their resilience for the civilian resilience and the energy infrastructure resilience. And perhaps even most important of all, the fact of making that long-term commitment is also crucial to Ukraine's defence, because it is because Putin thinks he can outlast Ukraine and its friends that he continues and will not come to a peace agreement.
Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Foreign Secretary say anything about the bilateral discussions between President Trump and President Zelensky, and can she shed any light on the discussions they had about the United States sharing their Patriot missile production licenses with Ukraine, and what can the government do, apart from welcoming that, and I hope she will, to make sure to facilitate that exchange and to make sure it happens, because it could be crucial.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can certainly tell the honourable member that we support what I think was a very positive bilateral discussions between President Trump and President Zelensky, and included a range of support that they discussed, and also the progress that Ukraine is making and the strength that Ukraine has shown. I don't have further details on the next steps, but we did strongly welcome the commitment that the US made and that the US President made in terms of the licences and Patriot missiles, but I don't have the details for the House.
Gordon McKee.
Speaker, can I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement. Recent events have underlined, I think, the need for us to cooperate much more closely with our European allies and partners. So can I ask her what discussions at the summit she had with her European counterparts on joint procurement between British and European defence industries, which I think ultimately will make our country safer and stronger?
So my honourable friend makes a really important point here, because we know that, especially with some of the most advanced capabilities, actually no one country can do this alone. But also, if we want really effective interoperability, then actually doing joint procurement with our closest allies is hugely beneficial, and it helps our industries, defence industries and jobs as well. One of the best examples of that, I think, is our joint procurement with Norway on new frigates, where we are effectively procuring the same frigates for Norway and for the UK, so we will have full interoperability as well as our combined strength in the procurement process.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary rightly highlights the UK's unwavering commitment to our ally in Ukraine. Her Estonian counterpart recently said, Russia wages war not only with missiles but with narratives. With that in mind, last week I sent a letter to the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport about Masha and the Bear, a Russian children's TV show that's on ITVX and Netflix has recently picked up. Funding from that show makes its way back to the Russian state, funding Putin's illegal war. We've also recently seen the IOC allow Russia to potentially participate in the next Olympics, and Eurovision have said they may return to the stage. So what steps is she taking with UK counterparts, but also international counterparts, to make sure we stop allowing Russia to use the world stage to push its propaganda and its narratives?
Well, I agree with the honourable member about the importance of challenging Russia in every sphere, in the way in which they not only attempt to use different spheres for their narratives and for their misinformation, they have also used misinformation on an industrial scale to seek to undermine democracies as well, and it's why we have used sanctions in that regard too. He will know we have strongly condemned the IOC decision on the Olympics. That is one we strongly disagree with and believe is the wrong thing to do. And I will pass on the points that he has raised to the Culture Secretary as well.
Maureen de Jos.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really pleased that the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister were able to discuss Sudan at the NATO summit, because it is the biggest humanitarian crisis that the world is facing. But I wonder whether she also had the opportunity to discuss the situation in Gaza and the West Bank, because it is coming up to nearly 2 years now since the ICJ gave their advisory opinion and recommended that all states refrain from entering into economic or trade dealings that support these illegal settlements. And during business questions this morning, the Leader of the House did confirm that these settlements are illegal. So does the Foreign Secretary agree that perhaps we should follow countries like our NATO ally, Spain, in giving full effect to our obligations under international law?
So I can tell him that I did take the opportunity to discuss with some of our allies and partners the situation now in both the West Bank and in Gaza. I am deeply worried that the 20-point plan for Gaza, which was hugely important and we supported and the whole world supported last year, is at risk of running into the ground. The humanitarian crisis there is not yet eased. And I'm also deeply worried about the expansion of settlements, illegal settlements in the West Bank, and also the increase in settler violence, some of which is effectively a settler terrorism that we are seeing as well, and is jeopardising the two-state solution that we strongly believe in. We are looking at what stronger measures that we can take in this area, including looking with allies, including in terms of restrictions on trade with illegal settlements, but also including with stronger sanctions regimes as well. And we will continue to work on those issues with partners. We need a two-state solution that supports the security of Palestinians and Israelis alike. It is the only way to ensure that.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I recognise the Foreign Secretary's personal commitment to Sudan, and I'm very pleased that she's shining a spotlight on El Obeid. But I also recognise how difficult it is to work closely with our Gulf allies on the situation in Iran, whilst at the same time having to condemn them for their activities behind the scenes in Sudan. But surely the lessons of Al-Fasha is that unless we take a robust approach with those Gulf allies, we are not going to be able to prevent another Al-Fasha in El Obeid.
Well, I agree with the Honourable Member about the importance of preventing another Al-Fasha, and that's exactly why not only did I raise the issue directly with a series of both European allies and with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the Prime Minister raised this with President Trump, and we have raised this across the board, and he also raised it with President Macron as well. We want concerted diplomacy from across our allies, but that does also have to be the pressure on all of those who have the potential to influence the warring parties. And some of those are countries that have influence, some of those are countries that are involved in arms flows. There are around 12 countries that we believe are involved in arms flows that are supporting the different warring parties. That's why we want the arms embargo to be extended, and it is why I can assure him I'm having intense discussions with a series of nations that all have potential influence in Sudan, and I will continue to shine a spotlight on what is happening.
Dan McHillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, further to the Foreign Secretary's responses to previous questions about the Defence Security and Resilience Bank and the multilateral defence mechanism, can she flesh out how in practical and maybe in financial terms the UK envisages these working more closely together?
So I welcome the question from my right honourable friend. I can tell her this work is underway and has a joint commitment from our Prime Minister and the Canadian Prime Minister, who have been in parallel responsible for beginning these initiatives. The multilateral defence mechanism focuses mostly on the procurement side and on the joint procurement side. The Defence Security and Resilience Bank focuses particularly on support for small and medium-sized businesses. So they are effectively complementary initiatives, and therefore we want to see those be able to operate together and to look at how we build a much stronger link between them and how we take those forward. That work is underway at the moment, and I'm sure we will provide her with regular updates.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, order. Can I just remind the honourable gentleman that you don't walk in front of another member when I am calling in? Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to the Stockholm Institute, global arms expenditure has now reached $2.8 trillion, the biggest amount being the USA, Europe, Russia and China. At any time during the NATO summit, was there any strategic discussion about the way the world is spiralling out of control with massive levels of expenditure on armaments, increasing wars, cuts in overseas aid by almost every country, attacks on welfare budgets in every country as well. So we're going into a world increasingly at war with increasing poverty at home. I realise none of these issues are simple, but surely there needs to be some strategic look at what we're doing. Or is the history of the 21st century going to be how we allowed the world to burn and spiral into war while increasing poverty at home in every country?
Well, as I said to the honourable member, our security since the Second World War has very much depended on the NATO alliance, and that has always been a defensive alliance that has built its strength through deterrence, and deterrence is immensely important. When we reached the end of the Cold War, around 1990, then there was, at that point, a substantial peace dividend at that time, and many countries, including our own, saw reductions in investment in defence, and more money went into other things in that period. What we have seen, sadly, since, and we've seen it in Europe since Russia's invasion of Crimea, we have seen the end of that post-Cold War peace dividend. And when we see growing threats to our security, in order to maintain that defensive alliance, which is what NATO has always been, we have to make sure that NATO has the capabilities to respond to any threat that might come in our direction, because that is how we deter those threats, whether that be through our deep precision strike that we have been talking about, whether that be through other increased capabilities, whether that be through matching the technical capabilities that Ukraine has demonstrated through anti-drone warfare, and to ensure that we have those kinds of air defence capabilities as well. We have to ensure we have those capabilities so that we deter the threats against us and maintain our security. It is troubling that we live in a more dangerous world now, but we have to rise to that threat and ensure that we can keep our people safe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I say to the Foreign Secretary, it's always great to see her, and but it is convention in the House that when there's a NATO summit, it's actually the Prime Minister that comes to the House and gives the statement. And perhaps when she goes back to Downing Street, mind the Prime Minister, he still has 11 days as Prime Minister, and the country expects him to govern as Prime Minister for the next 11 days, and this House expects him to come to the House on important matters such as the NATO summit. On missile defence, can I ask what discussion she had with her counterparts on improving missile defence for Ukraine, whose hard-pressed civilian population are still being bombarded every single day, and in particular where there are not Patriot missile systems available either through cost or availability given their redeployment into the Middle East. Is it not the case that there are other systems in Japan, in South Korea, which could be used, and whilst there are some issues around the Japanese exporting some of that technology, and indeed the South Koreans, where there's a political will, a way can be found to help the Ukrainian civilian population?
So on that specific issue, I can tell him that there have been extensive discussions as part of the NATO summit particularly around air defences for Ukraine, and also the potential to mobilise a wide range of different partners and allies from across the world who may have other capabilities that could provide immediate and short-term support as well. So those discussions were underway, and I know he's not disappointed to see me at the dispatch box. Of course. Let me just say, just in terms of the Prime Minister, that at the NATO summit, I saw him in a series of meetings, bilaterals, and in the main NATO Council as well, continually raising the importance of our 100% solidarity with Ukraine, also our support for NATO and our commitment to these long-term defence partnerships for the future, and also seeking to raise at the highest of levels with the issues around Sudan, which are about our values as well as about our interests. And I pay tribute to everything that the Prime Minister has done over the last 2 years to put the UK back on the world stage.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Having criticised successive coalition Conservative and Labour governments for inadequate defence spending, may I yet again remind the Foreign Secretary that during the 1980s we successfully came through the height of the Cold War by spending between 4 and 5% of GDP on defence, and that was without the creative accounting. But on a more positive note, did she detect herself what seems to have been a shift in the attitude of the American president towards the Ukraine conflict? Is this because he just wants, as always, to be on what he perceives to be the winning side, or is it a sign that the depredations of the killer in the Kremlin are finally getting through to the occupant of the White House?
Well, I'd pay tribute to the honourable member for being liberal in his criticisms of all governments. I will accept that. I think the US assessment of what is happening is very much recognising Ukraine's strength and Ukraine's resilience, and the fact that despite all the initial expectations that Putin was going to win this war easily, in fact the opposite is the case. And also, I think as well, the recognition of some of the links between Russia and Iran and the shared technologies and support as well in terms of the kinds of security threats that we face. But I think most particularly just recognising the breadth of the Russian threats to NATO allies, but particularly their failings in Ukraine and the strength of Ukraine's response and the willingness to support Ukraine in that.
Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Scotland stands ready to play its full role in the defence of Britain, with many fine young men and increasingly women in our forces, and also with a huge array of industrial companies working on defence contracts. But there is a problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that problem is the Scottish Executive, which, in a remarkable display of overreach, has blundered onto the world stage, and they refuse to put vital public funds into defence firms which have legitimate commercial relationships with our ally Israel. What can the government do about a fifth columnist First Minister, John Swinney, in Edinburgh, who is damaging British security and also thereby NATO as well?
What I would say is that defence and foreign policy are rightly reserved matters, because this is about the security of the whole of the United Kingdom. Scotland plays a crucial role as part of that, as being part of not just our armed forces but crucial parts of our defence industry, and we must continue to support that.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for her statement and for the vast portions of positivity and good news that there is in it. Whilst the 70 billion Ukraine package and the 5% spending target by 2035 does sound impressive, our constituents want to know just how good these declarations translate into safety on the ground. Russia continues its brutal onslaught, and as the summit rightly points out, Iran's nuclear ambitions and regional aggression are incredibly worrying as well. So how will government ensure that all NATO countries are fully playing their part, that every pound coming from our taxpayers will be matched the same stretch by fellow NATO countries and their taxpayers?
Well, I welcome the honourable member's question. I can assure him that the commitment to increasing investment in defence, both in each country's sovereign defence but also in our shared defence, was evident right around the NATO Council table from every country. I am sure that that will continue. NATO's strength has been the commitments from all allies working together, and that commitment is what I believe will make us strong into the future as well.
Could I take the Foreign Secretary's back to the reply she gave to the Father of the House when by including some other admittedly vital services, she managed to come to a figure of 4%, I think she said, spending on defence. Yeah. But the reality, as we know, is the fact that Europe is still heavily reliant on the US for its defence, and bearing in mind the President's recent comments, would she acknowledge that further increases are going to have to take place over the coming years? And it's an internal debate for government, of course, whether that comes from the welfare budget, as the Father of the House suggested, or elsewhere.
Yeah.
I do agree we need to go further. So the Defence Investment Plan has set out a plan which takes us from 2.3% up to 2.7%. We have made commitments to go to 3%, but then to go to 3.5% in terms of the core defence spending. And so, of course, we do need to go further. We need to ensure that as we increase the investment, we also increase our capabilities. We ensure that we expand our defence industry, and we do so collectively, and we do so with the most modern technology and capabilities. And also that we show leadership, because this is not just about investment, it's also about the crucial UK capabilities and leadership, which is what, as we work with our partners, is what keeps our people safe.
And that concludes the NATO statement. If I give the House a few moments for the front benches to shuffle along. Point of order, Bernard Jenkins.
I'm most grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. During business questions, I mentioned the interests of council taxpayers in tendering district, and I probably should have drawn attention to the fact there is an entry on my the register for members' financial interests. I am a council taxpayer in tendering district.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his clarification on that, and it is now on the record. We now move to the statement on the Timms review. Minister.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the Timms review of personal independence payment, PIP, to make it fair and fit for the future, both for disabled people who need it and for the taxpayer. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is publishing an interim report on behalf of the Review Steering Group. Copies will be in the libraries of both houses. We are committed to openness and transparency, so it sets out the evidence gathered so far and the emerging themes. This will inform the recommendations which will now be developed for the final report to be submitted to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, this autumn. PIP was introduced more than a decade ago, but the benefit itself has never been fully reviewed. Since 2013, the number of people reporting a disability has increased significantly. Patterns of disability and ill health have changed, and the workplace and wider society have evolved. We've seen a sharp rise in disability and long-term health conditions among younger people, including in mental ill health. The number of people receiving PIP has risen considerably and is forecast to continue growing. Against that backdrop, we're taking a fresh look at whether a system introduced 13 years ago still reflects the realities of modern life, supports independent living and is sustainable for the long term. The Timms review is the first time the UK Government has co-produced reforms on this scale. Our aim has been a review not just about disabled people, but shaped with disabled people. That means working together with disabled people, drawing on their lived experience. The review is led by 3 co-chairs, that's me, Sharon Brennan and Dr. Clinton Farquharson, and a steering group of 12, which we have recruited, almost all of whom have lived experience of disability or long-term ill health. The group represents a range of impairments and different parts of the country. But no single group can represent the full range of experiences of disability, so we've set up a wide programme of engagement with varied accessible opportunities for people with differing lived and learned experiences to get involved. The interim report, Madam Deputy Speaker, brings together the evidence we've heard so far. It includes a summary of findings from the call for evidence, which received over 38,000 responses, and an existing evidence pack provided by my department to the steering group as a starting point for further evidence gathering. It's the strongest evidence base ever assembled on PIP, on the assessment process and on the experiences of those who rely on it. The interim report presents a clear message from the steering group. PIP is hugely valued for managing the additional costs of disability, but its current design and delivery are no longer fit for purpose. The assessment for PIP is often described as stressful and dehumanising, and over 90% of those responding to the call for evidence reported the experience of the PIP assessment as a negative experience. PIP provides a lifeline for many, but the fear of losing it on reassessment can create serious barriers to participation in work, in community life, and in other everyday activities. That's the direct opposite of the intention, which has always been to support independence and participation. The report also highlights that the benefit hasn't kept up with wider changes since PIP was introduced. This work will sit alongside the Milburn Review into young people and work, looking at the factors behind rising economic inactivity amongst young people and how government can better support participation, opportunity and independence. The interim report sets out the next steps for the review. It outlines the evidence and engagement programme over the coming months and how the review will test emerging thinking and develop recommendations reflect the group's ambitions for radical reform and are credible, deliverable and grounded in experience. We're not looking here for quick fixes. Reform needs to be guided by the evidence to address the underlying problems in the system and to deliver lasting change. The government is committed to a fairer system which has the trust of both the public and the people who rely on it. We've introduced recording of health assessments by default. We're substantially increasing the proportion of face-to-face assessments up to 30%, reversing the sharp decline under the previous government, helping to improve trust, accuracy and confidence in the assessments. Our objective is to reform the system to work better for disabled people while ensuring it's sustainable for the long term so that support is there for future generations who will need it. The review has been tasked to develop recommendations that can be delivered within the Office for Budget Responsibilities forecast for future PIP spending. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank everybody who's contributed time, evidence and expertise so far to the steering group, including to my fellow co-chairs, Sharon Brennan and Dr Clinton Farquharson, for their support, their commitment and their determination, and crucially to the very large number of disabled people who've shared their experiences to help shape this work. This government is committed to helping remove unnecessary barriers that disabled people too often face. This groundbreaking review is only part of this work, but it's an important part. We want to support disabled people to play as full a part in society as possible, and I commend this statement to the House.
Minister Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for advance copy of his statement. And I put on record my thanks to the 38,000 people and organisations who took part and have responded to the call for evidence. Because let's be honest how we got here. This review is not born out of principle, it was born out of panic. Last summer, the government brought forward £5 billion of welfare savings, yet 126 of their own members rebelled. Within days, ministers abandoned the lot. The Timms review is a fig leaf draped over that failure. A review commissioned not to fix the system, but to get the government through a difficult week. And a year on, what do we have? An interim report. Not a decision, not a reform. A report about a report with the findings promised for the autumn and perhaps legislation at some later stage. Meanwhile, the welfare bill keeps rising. Spending on PIP alone is forecast to reach £43 billion a year by the end of this decade. Every month of drift is paid for by working people, and every month of uncertainty is endured by nearly 4 million claimants. Madam Deputy Speaker, we on this side accept that the system needs reforming. That's why last month we launched the Conservative Party's review of disability and sickness benefits. It's a root and branch review of a failing system, looking into who should get help, how they should be assessed, what form that should take, the conditionality of support, and how to control the level of overall spending. It asks much more fundamental sets of questions than this review covers. It sets out to make savings as well as build a better system. This government has now had 2 years, 1 abandoned bill, 2 reviews, and has not delivered a single lasting reform. The official opposition's position is clear. We would restore face-to-face assessments as a default, because decisions of this consequence should not be made down the phone. We believe that people with milder health conditions are better served by treatment and support getting them into work than being signed off for a lifetime on welfare. We would restrict access to sickness and disability benefits for those without a long-term connection to this country, and we would bring the welfare bill down, because a welfare system that is unsustainable is no protection to those in genuine need. So let me press the Minister on a few points, because there was very little detail in his statement. Firstly, after 2 years of divot and delay, the government has finally accepted what we've been saying all along. The welfare system is urgent need of reform. Ministers boast about consulting nearly 40,000 people, yet they appear to have ignored the most important stakeholder of all, the British taxpayer. When will the government actually take decisive action to get the system back on track? Secondly, he told the Work and Pensions Committee in June that the review has the power to recommend reductions, and that he had personally asked it to consider conditions such as anxiety, depression and neurodiverse conditions. Will the interim findings address whether PIP is the right benefit for those conditions, and will he tell the House today whether he's ruling them in or ruling them out? Yep. And thirdly, before this review began, we were told that spending would not rise beyond existing projections. Yet those projections already build in £43 billion of PIP spending by 2030. Wow. Does the Minister seriously believe that amounts to meaningful reform? Would it not be better for the review to focus on identifying savings and restoring the long-term sustainability of the welfare system rather than rubber stamping an ever-growing bill for taxpayers? And finally, the Milburn Review concluded that the PIP system is failing to engage young disabled people in a meaningful conversation about aspiration, challenges and the support they need. Yet the government's response appears to move precisely in the opposite direction, extending PIP award periods and reducing the frequency of contact between claimants and the system. Does the Minister accept that there is a fundamental contradiction between Alan Milburn's diagnosis of the problem and the government's proposed solution? Madam Deputy Speaker, welfare should be a safety net, never a way of life, and a government that cannot reform welfare cannot control spending. Disabled people deserve certainty, taxpayers deserve value. Yeah. The country cannot afford yet another year of dithering and delay, so I ask the Minister simply, when will the government stop reviewing and start reforming?
Yeah. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman has set out some trenchant criticisms of the system that his party set up and left behind. And the question, I think, in everybody's mind is, why didn't they do anything about it? They had 14 years and they've left the problems that he has referred to. The honourable gentleman should be apologising today to the House and for the system that the party he represents left behind. The biggest ever rise in the welfare bill was in their last year in government. We've heard previously that his party has a plan for £23 billion worth of welfare cuts, although nobody has any idea at all what those cuts will be. He didn't refer to that figure in his statement, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe they haven't now got a plan. He said that they are now going to review PIP, and I welcome his belated recognition of the value of a review. But I don't know whether that now means they haven't got a plan anymore, or they've thrown the plan away until they've carried out their review. He's expressed concern, rightly, about the rising costs of the system. The public are concerned about, and the public are right to be concerned about, and particularly the steep increase in the number of young people who are claiming. But we've set up the work to address that problem. His party abandoned those young people, the growing numbers who were applying for benefits. We will not be doing so. We're changing the question that the system is asking. We're providing the employment support, we're providing the youth guarantee to give young people the chance of a decent future. He complained about the small number of face-to-face assessments. Well, that was left behind directly by the previous government. Understandably, face-to-face assessments, we moved away from those, the system moved away from them during the pandemic, but they were never brought back. That was the problem. We are now increasing the proportion of face-to-face assessments. That's an important step and a positive one. His honourable friend, the Shadow Minister, did say when we were debating one of the measures upstairs to facilitate greater face-to-face assessment that it was a kind of nice to have rather than essential. We think that face-to-face assessments are key to rebuilding trust in this system, and that's why we're making the changes that we are. The system that his party left behind didn't work for disabled people, it didn't work for taxpayers. This review will bring forward proposals to fix the problems that they created.
I do apologise, I'm going to have to leave straight away to go and chair Westminster Hall, as I explained to you. Can I say to my right honourable friend, thank you for doing this work. It's a very challenging piece of work, and I think the theme of fairness for the people needing benefits and fairness for the taxpayers is right. I know I spoke to him briefly about the complaints from the Link Community Centre in my constituency, in Stradbrook, where they're saying there are people there with mental health conditions claiming PIP, who actually got drug abuse and alcohol abuse conditions, and they're using PIP to fund those conditions. Or I can take him to Darnell, where I've complained about young lads in their 20s driving around in mobility cars, and someone in the community is paid to fill the forms in for them. On the other hand, that's so many constituents with really serious conditions who get turned down for PIP and can only get it if they struggle through the appeal system, sometimes without any help at all. So the system isn't fair to anyone at present. Could I commend him for his suggestions and just say, is he going to have a real look at the differences that people come to apply for PIP with and how they're properly responded to?
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think we've now got an appointment in the diary to talk about the issues that he's just referred to, that he's raised about his constituency and his constituent who's drawn his attention to this. But I think he's right. The system at present does not work properly for disabled people, and neither does it give confidence to taxpayers that the funding is being well used. We're determined to turn things around and to be fair to both, and I'm grateful to his support for the efforts we're making.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister and for everyone involved in this review for their hard work, and it is a difficult subject, so it's much appreciated. Today's report has confirmed that perhaps something all of us knew for many years, that the PIP is supposed to act as a lifeline, but is administered through a broken system. Disabled people say that the application process actively disincentivises them to stay in work and maintain an active social life. This is unfair on claimants, damaging for our economy, and should worry us all. People deserve far better. So we welcome this interim report and will engage constructively with the government to play our role in the delivery of genuine improvements to the system. We want to see a society where everyone can live independently and with dignity. We need the right support in place to ensure that disabled people and their carers can live their best possible lives, and the PIP system must be built around those principles. But we must also recognise the structural underlying challenges that the system operates in. In 2024 prices, spending on incapacity and disability benefits rose from £34 billion a year in 2019 to £51 billion a year in 2024 under the previous Conservative government. £34 billion to £51 billion. And those economically inactive due to long-term health issues also rose from 2.1 million to more than 2.8 million in the same period. The figure is stuck at similarly high levels now, and this is seriously worrying, and the UK is largely an outlier in this regard. And on current trends, the total bill for working age, sickness and disability benefits is projected to rise to 78 billion in 2030. So that's well more than double in 10 years. Managing these economic pressures is in an effective, fair and sustainable way is vital. So could the Minister expand a little bit on the work done to make sure the evidence gathered is representative? And could I ask the Minister if work is underway to address the root causes behind these challenges in a holistic way, looking at everything from employment support to mental health? And can the Minister update the House on progress towards merging PIP and universal credit incapacity benefit assessments?
Well, I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the honourable gentleman for his support for this review and his tribute to those who put a great deal of work into it already and will be putting a lot more in between now and the autumn. And I think he's right to make the point both that the system is not working well for disabled people at the moment and the costs of it are rising rapidly to a degree which is of concern to many, and rightly, I think, of concern to taxpayers. He's right to highlight that this benefit, which is supposed to contribute to independence and participation, too often actually presents a barrier to doing that, because so many people are worried that when they get reassessed, if they're doing something, the DWP will come along and say, oh, so you didn't need your benefit after all then, and take it away. And so, there's very striking evidence of the scale of that concern about going to work or taking part in exercise or sport, there are significant barriers which the current system is presenting. We want to address those. But there are absolutely as well concerns about the rising costs. Those we need to address as well. So all of those factors will be in the minds of the steering group as we progress with this review ahead of our final report in the autumn. What I would say to him is that the steering group, as I mentioned, is made up almost entirely of disabled people. But the concern about financial sustainability of this benefit is of great concern to them as well, because if it deemed to be not financially sustainable, then there's a risk to the future of it. We need this support to be present for the long term for the large number of people for whom it's vital.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his work and look forward to welcoming him to Grey Eye Theatre in my constituency, which is an exemplar of how to support disabled people to work and fully participate. In the discussions he's had so far, is he looking at adaptive technology? Because money can be one of the barriers to living a full life, but sometimes there now are technologies that can be perhaps in place of some of the funding that's been available for people to buy things themselves. And has he having any discussions with the steering group on that issue?
Well, we're doing quite a lot of work in the department specifically on assistive technology. In fact, the Secretary of State was at a round table very recently with representatives of the tech industry. I think one of the problems is that the technology is moving on very rapidly, but a lot of people don't know about it. Even the technology that we've all got in our phones and so on, that's already available to us without any extra charge, people aren't aware of it. So we are doing quite a lot of work on this at the moment, and I am hoping that we'll be able to issue later this year a call for evidence on how to do a better job in exactly the areas that my right honourable friend has highlighted.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the right honourable member for his statement. What a shame he has only been asked to look at this now, when his government had 14 long years in opposition to work out what they wanted to do. Given that he acknowledges the system needs reform, as every new government acknowledges, will he accept that in today's world a system of cash payments to some people with conditions such as ADHD, half of the claimants are between the age of 16 to 24, is not what they need most? Indeed, some of them have no financial needs at all, and the money would be best saved, and can he confirm there will be savings, and some of it invested in better health and community services, some of it invested in technology, and some of it to incentivise businesses to go on and employ the 6 in 10 young people who are not in education, training or work?
Well, I think we can take the honourable member's question as a tacit recognition that 14 years the previous government should have done something to fix these problems. But the steering group is clear that provision of cash to meet the additional costs of disability is absolutely vital. And we're not going to be moving away from the importance of that. But I think there is a question about whether the process can also point people towards help that may well be valuable to them in addition to, or in some cases perhaps instead of, a cash payment. Because there is help and support that people need, and that the process, I think, could help point people to. I mean, of course, one of the problems that we've had to contend with is the terrible NHS waiting lists that people have had to contend with, thankfully now being reduced. But the system may be able to point people to the right place in the health service. So we are looking at all of these issues, and we'll come back with recommendations on them in our final report.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly thank my right honourable friend for his statement, but also for welcome the direction of travel within which this review is going in. The PIP system, as we know, is not fit for purpose. Indeed, it has created much mistrust, much stress, worry, and more importantly, it has created a hostile environment for disabled people. At the recent APPG for Disability, which the Minister attended along with representatives from the steering group, we heard from disabled people themselves about their experiences and organisations including MENCAT and the RNIB, that the assessment and PIP does not truly reflect or recognise the lived experience of many disabled people. So as we move forward into this second phase of the review, can my honourable friend assure me that he will continue to have co-production at the heart of this process? Because not you, but the Minister should be commended for the work that he's doing in co-producing this review, because it's the first time the department has taken those steps, so we really can't take lessons from the party opposite. But can he reassure me that co-production will remain at the heart of this work?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can give my honourable friend that reassurance, and I do pay tribute to her work as chair of the all-party parliamentary group, and grateful to her for her welcome to us the other week. And she's absolutely right. I very much hope that people with sight impairments and others looking at this review will feel that the government has listened to points that have been made to the government for a long time. And I can give her the assurance that co-production will be at the heart of the rest of the work as well. It was, of course, a decision of this House that this review should be co-produced. We've worked very hard to ensure that we are properly co-producing it, and I think we are gaining the benefits of that approach. And that the outcome from this exercise will be significantly better because it is a co-produced review.
So Julian Lewis.
Does the review plan to look into the question of what happens when something goes wrong in the arrangements for a disabled person receiving PIP or indeed universal credit? This time last week, I raised with the Leader of the House at Business Questions the fact that my case-working team had been trying for 6 months to get an answer on behalf of someone who lost PIP and universal credit, and yet, although we had a holding letter in February, we have still had no substantive reply, and this lady is getting more and more desperate. We did write to the Minister on the 8th of June. I know he's been very busy, but he should be receiving a letter, if he hasn't already, from the Leader of the House. But when he deals with that individual case, will it perhaps serve as a guide as to what's needed more generally to be able to communicate on behalf of our constituents?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I shall look out for his letter, and I hope he will receive a reply in short order. And he's right, the system needs to work well for people in order for them to be confident in it. One thing he may well welcome is the fact that we have just started recording by default the assessments for PIP, and the focus in the review is on PIP specifically. We've started recording the assessments by default, partly so that when something does go badly wrong, and his constituent's case may well be an example of that, we could look back at what happened in the assessment and make sure that that mistake doesn't happen again.
Dame Chianwara.
Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my right honourable friend for his work with disability groups as part of this review. As I saw during the Disability APPG Roundtable and also in the Roundtable in Newcastle, which I organised, the lived experience of those affected by disability must drive reforms of the disability benefit system. But the report does highlight that that lived experience is also shaped by the misinformation, disinformation and confusion around disability benefits as part of the wider public debate, which can lead to the demonisation of those with disabilities, and it can also lead to unrealistic assumptions and expectations in the communities more broadly. So what can he do as part of his review to address that misinformation, disinformation and confusion, and ensure a stronger, more rigorous and better evidenced public debate?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and I think she's absolutely right. And certainly it's been very clear in our review the level of concern amongst disabled people about some of the misinformation that she refers to. We will be wanting to make sure that correct and clear information is provided to people, that there is clarity around the eligibility criteria for PIP and the assessment process, and I hope that is going to help. But I think there will need to be other efforts, and we'll be working with disabled people's organisations, with disability charities, I hope, to significantly improve the position.
Kirsty Blackman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a fundamental question here about what our priority is. Is our priority to reduce the bill? Is our priority to reduce the amount of money we're spending? Or is our priority to ensure that disabled people can access all of the human rights that the rest of us can access society, can be supported, we can recognise the extra costs of disability? What is the priority? The Conservatives are very clear their priority is to reduce the bill. Our priority is to ensure that disabled people can live as full, as pleasant, as excellent, as wonderful lives as possible. I appreciate the really hard work that's been put in by the team that's been involved in the co-production. Can I continue to encourage the Minister to talk to Social Security Scotland and our colleagues in the SNP government about their experiences of adult disability payment and the changes that have been implemented there, and whether they would make a positive difference to those claiming PIP?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, our objective, of course, must be both of the things that she's referred to. We do need to have a system that works well for disabled people, that helps to remove unnecessary barriers that too often hold disabled people back. But we do also need a system that has the confidence of taxpayers, and that is the objective for our review. We are certainly very interested in what's been happening in Scotland, the work of Social Security Scotland, and one of our expert evidence sessions forthcoming, we will be hearing from Adele Harris, who, as she knows, has recently undertaken a review of adult disability payment in Scotland. So we're very keen to monitor what's happened there.
Dr Marie Tidball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the review and thank disabled people who have shaped it. Last year, I was pleased the Minister accepted my amendment to the Universal Credit Bill at the dispatch box to ensure co-production with disabled people was put at the heart of the TIMS review before any future changes to PIP were brought forward. The rich and important findings today demonstrate why nothing about us without us is so crucial in shaping government disability policy. How does the Minister plan to ensure colleagues across his department, including Alan Milburn and Sir Charlie Mayfield, reviewing ways to close the employment gap for disabled people and young people with mental health problems, learn from the TIMS review to integrate the voices of disabled people? And will the Minister agree to come back to this House with the full findings of this report that ensure changes to PIP are also joined up with the findings of these two other reviews, so that there is strategic coherence across government policy in getting more disabled people into work?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to pay tribute to my honourable friend for that amendment, which, as she rightly says, was what took us down the road of co-production, which I think has been a very fruitful avenue for the review. Central government has certainly not done co-production on this scale before. I'm not sure it's done co-production at all, actually, in the past, but we are undertaking this review in a thoroughly co-produced way, and it's been a very positive experience, including for the Department for Work and Pensions. And I think we are going to want to learn the lessons of this for future work. So one of the things we will be doing is evaluating this review so that those lessons can be properly documented and taken account of in the future. She's absolutely right. We need to be staying in touch with Sir Charlie Mayfield, the work of the Keep Britain Working Review, Alan Milburn's work that I've referred to, and I spoke to Alan the other day. We will be making sure that all of this work is taken together in connection, in contact with everybody, and I'm pleased that both Alan and Charlie Mayfield have been talking to disabled people's organisations to contribute to their work, and I know that will continue.
Andrew George.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Like my colleague, I welcome the broad direction of the review. I acknowledge, as others have referred to, that this is also in the context of some attempting to create a hostile environment. Hopefully, Camp Binface will deal with one source of that hostile environment in the weeks to come. But also, there's an issue of language as well, as the Minister, I think, acknowledges, and that is that we should use less the language of welfare benefits and dependency and more the language of investment in people, particularly investment in mental health services, if we can work with ministers in the Department of Health to ensure that people are supported before they need these benefits, but also investing in people so that their talents can be enjoyed in the workplace.
I think the honourable gentleman is right to highlight the importance of language. This is a topic that the organisation Turn to Us has been thinking about lately. One of the things that I'm pleased about is that my job title is Minister for Social Security. I think I'm the first minister to have Social Security in my job title since the abolition of the old Department for Social Security at the end of the 1990s. I think Social Security is a good term, and that's what this review is about delivering.
James Nash.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for all the work he's done, especially on the co-production front, which has been so important to disabled communities. One of my constituents had his PIP disallowed on renewal over a late form. Reassessed, he then scored 0 points with no change to his condition, which was upheld on review. It was only at tribunal, where my team represented him, that he finally won the highest rate of daily living support, having gone 2 whole years without any help. What sort of reassurances can the Minister give me today that this type of dehumanising failure won't be seen under the new system?
Well, it's certainly, Madam Deputy Speaker, our objective that the dehumanising aspects of the current system, and he describes an example very well, should not be a feature of the future system. That is the clear aim of this review. I do wonder as well whether the case that he's referred to us, and it's not an unusual example, I have to say. I think many honourable members would have similar examples they could refer to from their own constituencies. I do wonder whether this is an example where the fact that we are now recording assessments by default could help us in the future to find out why that assessment went so badly wrong. I'm really hoping that we can improve things and rebuild confidence on the part of disabled people and of taxpayers that this is a system that's doing the job we need.
Adrian Ramsey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've heard from constituents of mine in Waveney Valley of different ages who are concerned about the planned changes to PIP and highlight its importance for enabling them to work and enabling them to play a full part in society. I want to ask specifically about young people under the age of 25. What mechanisms are being put in place as part of this review to ensure that young people with cancer and with other disabilities are considered and their distinct experiences are properly accounted for and heard as part of this process?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an important point. The key, I think, is that this benefit is there to contribute to the additional costs of disability. And too often, and my honourable friend has just given us an example, what's happened is that people have applied and the outcome has been wrong, and it's been a long, drawn-out process involving an appeal to get to the right answer. I'm hoping that we'll be able to come up with an assessment which much more frequently comes up with the right answer first time round, that does recognise in the case that he gives us, where somebody, as a result of cancer, has additional costs and is therefore eligible for PIP. We will be talking to representatives of people with cancer, including young people, as part of our work, and I hope we'll be able to come forward with recommendations that deal with the concern that he raises.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's very welcome to hear the work that the Minister is doing. He will know of many of us long-standing concern that one of the missing pieces of this puzzle is the attitude and approach of employers to working with disabled people, and often some of the misinformation they might hold about things like PIP. He will know that disabled people often have to make 60% more job applications to get even an interview, and that 1 in 3 report experiencing direct discrimination in the workplace. I wonder if he could just update us in terms of the response he's had back so far, whether he's had any from employers about the role that they can play in changing this situation and recognising the talent that exists within our disabled communities.
Yeah. My honourable friend raises an extremely important point, and this is at the heart of the Keep Britain Working review work and the work that Sir Charlie Mayfield is leading at the moment. He produced his report in November, which is directly about what more employers can do to make sure their workplaces are more accessible to disabled people, and also that people who run into to a health problem or a disability in the course of their work don't just kind of automatically have to leave work, as too often happens at the moment. And the reasons for that concern are exactly the ones that she gives. There's huge talent there, which at the moment too often is being wasted. So I've been very pleased that after his report was completed, he started working with 75 vanguard employers to develop the ideas in his report. I understand that number is now up to about 250. There is a lot of employer enthusiasm here because employers recognise how important this is, and quite often the problem is employers aren't quite sure what to do in a difficult situation when somebody has a health problem. So I think that review is going to take us a long way forward on exactly the concerns that she raises.
Anne Davies.
Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. The Team's review pledges to develop ambitious, evidence-based recommendations that are practical, deliverable and capable of delivering meaningful change, and I welcome this interim report. The devolution of social security to Wales is a prime contender, allowing the creation and delivery of social protections that better reflect the needs of our communities in Wales as part of the Welsh benefit system. This is widely supported in Wales, including by disabled people's organisations. So can the Minister assure me that the Tim's review won't let the opportunity for devolution pass?
Well, we're certainly not wanting to let any opportunities pass from this review. It is a kind of a one-off, groundbreaking review when you want to make the most of it. I spoke this morning to the new minister in Wales and had a good conversation with her. We've agreed that we will be working closely together as this goes forward. It's very important that voices from Wales are properly heard in this review. One of our steering group is a former board member of Disability Wales, and I want to make the most of expertise and experience from Wales in the course of the work.
Christine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his update and his collaborative approach to the co-production process, as well as the time he spent with me and colleagues earlier in the year to discuss the experiences of those living with conditions such as MS and Parkinson's. Now, he mentioned that disabled people find the assessment process dehumanising and stressful, and I think that's particularly the case for those who live with fluctuating conditions and invisible symptoms where no 2 days may be the same. So can the Minister provide an update on how the lived realities of those with fluctuating conditions will be better reflected in any new assessment process?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for her help in the discussions that we've had and her continuing interest in this. And I would say that criticisms of the way the current assessment handles fluctuating conditions is probably the most frequently aired criticism of how the system works at the moment. And it's very, very important we come up with something that does this job well. We've talked a lot to people with Parkinson's, for example. Yesterday, I and the two co-chairs were at the Multiple Sclerosis Society. And the need to do this job well for people with those fluctuating and degenerative conditions is at the centre of our concern, and I'm very hopeful we'll be able to do a good job, as I know she wants us to.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister and the steering group for their work. Their findings that disabled people find the assessment process dehumanising and stressful reflect the conversations that Sunderland Central constituents have had with me. Can I particularly refer him to paragraph 64 of the review, which finds that reliance on PIP has likely increased due to the difficulty accessing vital services and support, such as community and mental health services and access to work. Does he agree with me that as we look to reform disability benefits in the future, that must go hand in hand with improving those support services, widening access to work, and in particular, cutting NHS mental health waiting lists, which are far too long? I know he referred before to falling waiting lists. I would gently say to him they are physical mental waiting lists that are falling. Mental health waiting lists have not been falling, longest rates have increased since December of last year, and the government needs to get a grip on that.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We need to make sure the NHS is delivering in all aspects of its work. He mentions access to work. There is a big problem at the moment with the access to work scheme, with long delays and backlogs, and we've recently announced the recruitment of an additional 480 people, which means that the number of people working on access to work applications will have more than doubled since the general election, and we're confident that will enable us to eradicate the backlog for access to work by September of next year. But he's right, all these services need to work well and support people together, and that's our aim.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement and a recognition that for many people claiming PIP is not an easy process. It's deeply stressful, particularly reapplications or reassessments, delays on appeal, and appalling levels of stress that go within the community as a whole. And I hope that can be seriously addressed in the future. Could he answer me one question? On page 8 of the statement he's just put forward, it mentions that future PIP spending will be within the envelope predicted by the OBR. Does this mean there's going to be some form of cash limiting of PIP, or does it mean it accepts the principle that personal independence payments, which I think are incredibly valuable, are based on an assessment of the needs of people rather than a Treasury-based limit on spending?
Well, the right honourable gentleman is absolutely right about the degree of stress involved in this process. I spoke to somebody at a round table in Northern Ireland who told me that she'd been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in the course of her working life. It came as a terrible shock, as a traumatic experience. And then a few years later, her condition had deteriorated. She had to apply for PIP. And she said that the experience of applying for PIP was as traumatising as the original diagnosis that she received. These are very, very serious effects that people have suffered. What I can say to him is that the terms of reference for the review require us to stay within the currently projected OBR spending on PIP. There isn't a sort of a cash limit, but one can project what the spending is going to be, and the steering group is constrained to stick within the currently predicted spending. And actually, I think there may well be reductions, because if we do a better job in all the ways that we've been talking about this afternoon, I think we can do a better job both for disabled people and for taxpayers whose taxes are paying for this system.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the Minister's interim report and the commitment to co-production with deaf and disabled people's organisations. The report rightly recognises that whilst PIP is a highly valued benefit, too many people experience claiming it as stressful, dehumanising and simply not fit for purpose. Frontline organisations such as the Trussell Trust and Disability Rights UK have welcomed that honest diagnosis, but they also warn that disabled people remain anxious about where the review is heading. So does the Minister agree that the real test of success will be the final recommendations being recognised as genuinely co-produced and commanding the confidence of those who rely on PIP? And can he assure the House, he's mentioned that a good system will bring about savings, but can he assure the House that this will be driven by improving support and not by achieving savings?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I'm grateful to organisations like those he's mentioned, Trussell and Disability Rights UK, for their support for the interim report. I can assure him that the final report will be very properly co-produced. It will be led by the steering group that I've referred to. There's going to be a lot of engagement after the summer around our initial thinking on conclusions, which we'll be drawing up over the summer. So I think I can give him the assurance that he seeks, that people will be able to be very confident about the conclusions that we eventually reach.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I apologise for earlier crossing the path of Madam Speaker and my right honourable friend behind me. I would like to thank the Minister for Social Security for his statement, for the interim update, which, as he said, is a rare thing as part of a process, and for his approach to dealing with this complex subject with kindness, compassion, and treating disabled people with dignity. And they really, really appreciate that. Nearly 300 of my constituents contacted me about the proposed changes to disability support during this consultation period. They consistently describe a system that is too often unfair, distressing, and mistrustful of disabled people. So can the Minister explain how today's proposals will restore confidence among claimants that PIP exists to support disabled people rather than to challenge their entitlement at every turn, and those who need it will receive it?
Well, I'm grateful to him for his support for this review. And he's referred to 300 of his constituents. As I mentioned, our call for evidence received 38,000 responses, which I was very pleased about. And we're doing further work, for example, at the moment with workshops in a box being carried out around the country to make sure we hear from people as well who may not be up for or willing to submit a formal reply to a call for evidence. But the objective that he's set out is absolutely right. I don't think it is necessary for the application process for this benefit to have these hostile and adversarial characteristics that the current one does, and we're determined to put it right.
John MacDonald.
Can I express my regret at the stigmatising language that we've even heard today, this division between disabled people and taxpayers, as though disabled people don't pay taxes. But also this division between those in work and those claiming PIP, when we all know PIP is used to get people into work and support overall. The group that seems to be targeted now for, I think, invidious smearing is young people and the mental health issues they're facing. So can I urge my right honourable friend to publish as soon as he possibly can some of the detailed analysis of that particular issue so that we have a greater understanding and maybe we can avoid the stigmatisation of these young people.
I'm certainly keen to avoid the stigmatisation of anybody. If he looks in the interim report, he will see there actually is quite a lot of evidence specifically on the point that he raises, and it's very important that evidence should be properly sifted and assessed in the course of our work, that we will do that. What we're wanting to do here is to remove barriers, because too often what's happened is, and speaking specifically about young people have started claiming benefits and then the system has abandoned them. And that is not in their interest, it's not consistent with their aspirations, and it's not in the government's or society's interests either. We need to be able to support young people to be able to participate in work and in other things as well, remove the barriers that have stopped them in the past, and that's what we're determined to do.
Apsana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my constituents, including those already suffering the devastating consequences of the cuts to the health component of universal credit, are following closely the work of the Timms Review with trepidation. They know, like me, that PIP is not an out-of-work benefit. It is intended as a contribution to the extra costs of living with a disability, from food to fuel and transport. Can the Minister ensure that any proposals brought forward to the House are not driven by short-term cuts that have motivated the last two proposals, and instead that the focus is put on how people actually experience disability?
Yes, I think I can give her exactly the assurance that she's seeking. This will be a very properly and carefully considered piece of work. She's absolutely right that PIP can be claimed by people who are in work or out of work. A lot of people, when we were having the debates last summer, made the point to us that PIP is what enables them to go to work. Without PIP, they wouldn't be able to go to work. And so the question that arises in the terms of reference is what can we do to ensure that PIP does a better job in the future in removing barriers that in the past have stopped people from working. We want to bring those about.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The interim report rightly recognises what disabled people have long been saying, and that is that PIP is a broken system. What assurances can the Minister give that the recommendations of the final reports will be grounded in disabled people's right to social security, their right to independent living, and their right to participate in society? And will disabled people and their organisations properly shape the next phase of the reforms rather than merely being consulted?
Yes, they will, Madam Speaker, and the co-production approach that we've taken so far will be the approach we take throughout this review. We will, over the summer, be formulating our initial thoughts about conclusions and recommendations, and then in September, October, we will be discussing those with disabled people, with disabled people's organisations. We'll have events in different parts of the country to make sure that it is disabled people that are shaping the final form of the conclusions that we bring forward.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I declare that one of my children is in receipt of disability living allowance. Now, and also welcome the Right Honourable Member's statement and the interim report. Now, we heard, without irony earlier from the party opposite, a list of criticisms about the personal independence payment that they handed over to this government. And clearly part of the problem is also the SEND policies they hand over to this government, the health service they hand over to this government. Now, as my right honourable friend knows, I believe that as part of this review, we need that cross-departmental buy-in from all those departments as part of the SEM review, as part of health reform in the 10 years, and as part of a review of PIP. So will he commit today that we'll continue to look at that, particularly for young people, and also look again at whether we will raise the age of the DLA to PIP transfer from 16 to 18?
Well, on that final point, as he knows, that proposal was consulted on in the Green Paper last year, and we're looking at that. I think he makes a very good point, and I can assure him that we're going to be working across government on exactly the concerns that he raises.
Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the interim report and agree that PIP is no longer fit for purpose. However, meaningful reform will only succeed if the DWP adopts the culture of mutual respect that we're seeing through this co-produced process. So will the Minister assure the House that the review will also examine the wider culture within the DWP who far too often harm the very people it's meant to support?
Well, the focus of the review is very tightly on PIP itself, but I do think, and I've touched on this earlier, I do think the department will want to and will learn lessons from the success of this approach to date, which I hope will be fully borne out in the final report that we submit to my right honourable friend in the autumn. And so I think that will be a mechanism for changing the culture, for changing the way the department, and I hope the wider government, works.
Adam Jurgay.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, his experience and his compassion, and I thank the steering group for their work. Walking by on the other side, as others did, is not an option here, and so we've got to get a grip of this broken system, driven by a real focus on ensuring that those with chronic conditions and disabled people in Newcastle Island across the country get the dignity, respect and support they deserve. Now, the Minister will know, because I've told him many times, that many of my constituents in Newcastle Island have very large views and real experience of this broken system. So will he come to Newcastle Island to hear himself, to meet those constituents of mine, because he'll get a very warm Staffordshire welcome if he does.
Well, I'm very grateful to him for his invitation. If you'd like to drop me a line, I'll see how my diary is looking in the next couple of months.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement today and also for all the hard work that's gone into getting us to where we now are.
Hear, hear.
The interim report finds very low levels of trust in the current legacy scheme that we inherited from the Conservatives. So how will the Minister go about rebuilding that trust with disabled people and with people with long-term conditions, but also with the general public, to make sure that there is that understanding and that respect that we all think should be part of this system?
Well, I'm grateful. I think the key first step is to complete this review in co-production with disabled people's organisations, and that we will be doing. But then I think it's going to be a question of people seeing what the new system will be and observing in due course how it works. And I hope in that way we can rebuild trust and confidence in the system, both on the part of disabled people and of taxpayers, recognising my right honourable friend's point that there's a big overlap between those two categories.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his leadership on this issue. One of the leading causes of disability, particularly for working age adults, is stroke. It's a subject I know all too well. My dad had a life-altering stroke at 55. 10 years later, just days after his 65th birthday, it was a stroke that killed him. And during those 10 years, PIP was an absolute lifeline for him. We learned very quickly as a family the importance of rehabilitation, which is why I was so concerned recently when I met with the Stroke Association, who said that 7% of stroke survivors are receiving the rehabilitation recommended by the National Institute for Health and Social Care, just 7%. So does my right honourable friend agree that investment in rehabilitation will not only improve people's mobility, their independence, but also reduce their reliance on PIP?
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend that rehabilitation is very important, and I think perhaps the point that he's raised with me, I should refer to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, who I know will be very interested in it as well. But he's absolutely right that when the health service is doing the job that we all want it to do, then I think there will be a lower need to call on PIP. Because those needs will be dealt with by the health service. But I'll certainly pass on the important point that he's raised.
The final question on this statement, Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also declare an interest as a father of a child in receipt of DLA. Not fit for purpose, degrading, dehumanising, stressful. The findings of this report reflect what I hear from constituents in Bishop Auckland. But as he moves to the next phase, in co-production, will he look at moving to a more personalised and individualised approach? Because a lot of these findings are to do with the application process and the sort of arbitrary gatekeeping around entitlement to money, where what many people are asking for is support to live independently and with having dignified and productive lives.
Well, my honourable friend raises an important and interesting point. And yes, I hope we will be able to come up with a proposal which will entail greater personalisation. For example, at the moment, the number of different rates of benefit paid out is not very many. It's quite a kind of lumpy system. And I think there is a question about whether something more personalised could do a better job. I think he's on to an important point.
And that concludes the statement. And before we move on to the next statement, I'll just give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee. Dame Chionwara will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister? Frontbenchers may take part in the questioning. I call Dame Chionwara.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for this statement of the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee on our report, Science, Diplomacy, Sovereignty, Strategy and the Global Race. And I'm pleased to see members of the committee in the chamber. I want to put on record my thanks to the committee clerks and specialists who have supported this inquiry, as well as the many witnesses who gave evidence. Now, I may have mentioned before that I am proud to be a chartered engineer with over 20 years' experience in industry and 16 years as an engineer in the House. But as my friends, family and perhaps too many of my colleagues can tell you, I am not a diplomat. In chairing this inquiry, I have learnt much about the essential work of our diplomatic services and the international work of so many organisations and institutions, from the Royal Society to our armed forces, and I want to thank them for their contribution. My committee found, and I want to emphasise that this football analogy was in the report even before England's amazing win over Mexico, we found that the UK is in the Premier League when it comes to scientific strengths. We are in the Premier League when it comes to our global diplomatic network, but we do not know where we stand when it comes to science diplomacy. Madam Deputy Speaker, we launched our inquiry in April last year to examine how the UK government should leverage scientific research and innovation to support its diplomatic goals, growth missions and national security. We held 5 public sessions and received over 50 written submissions. Because the topic is so broad, we chose to look at the issues through 3 lenses: health and life sciences, quantum and space. We also chose to focus on the UK government strategy for science diplomacy and its implications for sovereignty and research security as part of the wider topic. So, firstly, we found that the UK has failed to adapt to the pace in geopolitics. The geopolitical landscape has been turned upside down in recent years. Alongside rapid technological advancement, this has made science diplomacy more important than ever. 3 quick examples to illustrate this. The Global Talent Fund was the UK's attempt to capitalise on the US retreat from science funding, but without addressing the huge upfront costs faced by researchers, it is unlikely to have the impact that the government desired. As of June this year, just 18 researchers had been announced in taking up new roles as part of the fund. That is not going to move any dials. Second example, while the committee recognises that the overseas development assistance spending has been reduced to allow the wider defence budget to be increased, our report highlights the short-sighted nature of some of the cuts which followed and its impact on ODA for research and development. And our third example, the UK-US pharmaceutical agreement has secured benefits, notably exemptions from tariffs, but it also appears to involve significant commitments affecting core elements of UK domestic policy. Now, although the global nature of the pharmaceutical sector inevitably means trade negotiations will have an impact, surely decisions about NHS spending, pricing and access to medicines should primarily be driven by the needs of UK patients, balanced with the sustainability of the life sciences sector. So our second key finding was that there is a lack of overarching strategy. Witnesses consistently cited the strengths of the UK's research base. With less than 1% of the worldwide population, we have 6% of global publications and receive 1/12 of global citations. But we found that the government has not articulated a coherent strategic framework for science diplomacy, despite these strengths, which should set out our priority partners, technologies, and intended outcomes of partnerships. For the 6 frontier technologies in the digital and technology sector plan, and for space, the government should bring forward detailed cross-governmental strategies accompanied by clear delivery plans. and the forthcoming plan for space provides an important opportunity for this. The report also describes the government's approach to international scientific agreements and science diplomacy as opportunistic. So thirdly, in close with the broad themes, we found that in a geopolitical landscape turned upside down, as I said, the UK, whether it acknowledges or not, is in a global race for sovereign capability. The US's decision to ban foreigners from access to Anthropic's most powerful AI models was a watershed moment which proved, to mix metaphors perhaps, which proved that there is actually a kill switch. The government must reflect on this when considering our ambitions for secure sovereign capability. And whilst the Own Collaborate Access framework provides a useful foundation for prioritising the UK's approaches to critical technology, it is currently applied at too high a level to actually influence and guide decision-makings. And there are so many definitions of sovereignty circulating that impedes our ability to give our international stakeholders clear signals and also prevents businesses getting the signals they need to apply their resources, skills, investment, research and development to the technologies which we will procure, or the government will procure, on a sovereign basis. So the UK is highly successful at generating world-leading research and innovation. It's less successful in turning that strength into the growth of high-tech domestic companies. Too many UK-developed technologies are forced to look abroad to scale. The private sector needs clearer investment signals. Now, yesterday at the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee's evidence session, the Secretary of State emphasised frontier models, computer chips and compute as parts of the AI tech stack she would like to have sovereign capability in. We need more clarity like that. So, to finish, our 3 areas of recommendations. On global policy, 4 areas. Global policy, our report calls on the government to strengthen the UK's international science and technology position through a clearer strategy, greater investment and improved resilience. On strategy, we call on the government to publish a coherent science diplomacy strategy with clear criteria for decisions on science partnerships, with explicit strategies for engagement with the US and the EU, Commonwealth partners, other middle powers and competitors such as Russia and China. And on sovereignty, the government should define what technological sovereignty means in critical technologies, particularly AI, identify key dependencies in supply chains, and use this analysis to guide investment and procurement decisions. To support innovation, we recommend improving scale-up capital, expanding specialist investment funds, and using public procurement more strategically to help UK technology firms grow. And finally, on research security, and with the recent biobank leak in mind, our report calls for stronger research security guidance, improved information sharing between government and institutions such as universities, and a cross-government plan to develop a sustainable domestic skills pipeline in critical scientific and technological fields. So, the UK's excellence in research and innovation is a distinct strategic advantage, but to sustain it, we urge the government to outline a science diplomacy strategy. Through this strategy, we can ensure that science diplomacy remains a driver of progress as well as a pillar of soft power. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the Chair of the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee and the entire Select Committee for the publication of a very interesting and timely report. Business, academia, the whole tech sector needs clarity in some ways more than anything. Does she share my concerns? I think it's particularly stated quite well in the report that the government has repeatedly outlined that building sovereign capability is a critical priority for the UK, but has not been clear on exactly what this means or how it might be measured. There's lots of different definitions of sovereignty which are being bandied around, and they mean lots of different things in different contexts. Would you agree with me that we need some clarity on when we speak and use the word sovereignty, what exactly it means in this sector?
Thank you, and
I thank the honourable member for his question, the Shadow Minister for his question. And it is one of the thrusts of the report that we do need greater clarity on sovereignty. And it's not an academic debate. We don't need philosophical discussions on what sovereignty may or may not mean. But as he's indicated, in particular tech stacks and particular technologies and the way that their supply chains, we do need to understand what we're trying to achieve so that both business and academia and indeed government, and particularly government procurement, can move in that direction. And it was interesting that there was a kind of sort of implicit that we didn't want to say where we were looking for sovereignty or where we did not have sovereignty, because that might alert our competitors to weaknesses. And I think that China and Russia probably know our weaknesses quite well, but it is our tech startups, it is our great businesses and scale-ups that need to better understand our intended strengths so they can support them.
Gordon McKay.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this very interesting and timely report, and I particularly welcome the recognition that one of the barriers to developing our sovereignty or strengthening our sovereignty is the lack of access to deep capital markets at the later stages of startups development. So I wonder if she could just tell the House a little bit more about what they found in that and how she thinks the government can help make sure that companies that want to rapidly grow in the UK can get resource in the UK rather than the United States.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he highlights a really important point in the report, looking at investment and access to investment, and particularly for sovereign capabilities, which may be what we call deep tech, like tech that requires long-term investment. It's not going to yield in a return tomorrow or even next year. And so what we recommend particularly is to set up of funds which are to support the setting up of funds which are, if you like, dedicated to that, because it takes particular skills and particular access to to investment vehicles in order to support that kind of long-term funding.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the report and for all the hard work her committee has put into it. I was very interested in the section about space, and I wonder if she shares my pleasure about the announcement today that the Saxford Space Station is likely to have a launch of a rocket within the next 3 weeks. And in addition to the investment from the UK government, I wonder if her committee would agree with the Scottish Affairs Committee, which I chair, which recommended that actually we should have a Minister for Space in government, because we recognise
or a Minister for Government in Space.
We recognise the cross-cutting nature of many of the issues that face companies who want to be involved in space, and the very many jurisdictions over which they have to negotiate. I think of agencies like maritime agencies, as well as government departments, local jurisdictions and planning. So it'd be helpful to have an indication.
Let me thank my honourable friend and Select Committee Chair for that excellent question, and congratulate Scotland on the proposed launch. The committee chose space as one of the lenses through which it looked at science diplomacy and all the issues associated with it. And whilst we did not recommend a Minister for Space per se, I think, but we did highlight the confusion, and evidence to the committee highlighted the confusion about where the responsibility for space lies, because space is increasingly important in defence. There is an area that of already we are seeing covert and sometimes explicit conflict. So there's a huge defence programme there. It's economically incredibly important as well, and we see the role of Starlink and other private sector providers in the Ukraine in supporting communications and the rollout here. And it's important in terms of negotiations around space debris and all sorts of issues, as well as planning permission and domestic issues here as well. So she is right, I think, certainly right to advocate for greater clarity as to the responsibilities for space.
Dan McGillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to represent Shoreditch with a lot of tech startups, so I very much welcome her report. And following on from the question and her answer to my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow South, could she perhaps expand more on how we can really get that money into tech businesses to grow and develop? Because a lot of my businesses find that the machinery of Whitehall is slow and clunky, and they can get better investment quicker from other jurisdictions and other sources. And in setting up this new fund that her committee proposes, what does she hope the government can do, or has she got any faith it will be able to move at the pace that these tech companies need in order to grow and stay in the UK?
Let me thank my honourable friend and the chair of the Treasury Select Committee for her question, and she really highlights one of the sort of principal concerns and issues around technology-driven growth, and one which we also reported on in our report on flying blind, regional innovation and growth, the access to capital, and particularly for the kind of tech startups which we are discussing here, which require long-term investment. We've seen, I think one of the things we should regret most, if you like, is DeepMind going to the US, to form Google's, excellent sort of AI base, rather than remaining as a UK-owned company. So how can we get better long-term investment? And just I recommend specifically that to encourage the growth of specialist funds with deep sectorial expertise. There's no way you can get about the need to have technological knowledge, as well as attracting international talent and technology leaders to transition into investment goals. And also that the government should use its procurement of UK startups and scale-ups, because nothing is so valuable to a company as an actual contract signed with government, who generally is known to pay on time.
And the final question on this statement, Alan Gemmell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, very happy to join this hat-trick of Scottish colleagues, and can I thank my honourable friend for this excellent report. I agree about the need to focus on science diplomacy. It's an opportunity for the UK, and that we should be much more ambitious with what we do. As a former member of a science and innovation network overseas, running a team that wonderfully created the UK's first trilateral water research project in the Middle East, could I put on record the great work that our science teams are doing around the world, but I wonder if she might say a bit more about how she's seen the work between science, technology and innovation network staff in embassies, where she thinks there are opportunities to increase that network or have some priorities.
Thank my honourable friend for that question, because it also gives me the opportunity to put on record how much the work of the SINs, which I now think are called the SATs, or the SINs and the Saints, yes. Their name may have changed, and I think that, and there has been some concerns about the level of support they are receiving from the FCDO, but they have done. There was almost, in fact, sort of unanimous support for the work they did, and countless examples of the way in which that support had enabled tech companies to invest in the UK, and enabled UK tech companies to identify and address attractive markets across the world. So the SINs, under whatever name, are a successful example of our sort of science diplomacy network.
That concludes the Select Committee statement. Point of order, Chris Kane.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your guidance following remarks made outside this House by the member for Great Yarmouth that has caused profound offence to the community I represent. To describe the Dunblane tragedy as one murder diminishes what happened to 16 children and their teachers, and the suffering of everyone whose lives were changed forever in March 1996. The people of Dunblane responded not with division, but with dignity, compassion, and a determination that no other community should endure such horror. It is because of their courage and the united action of this House that this country has some of the strongest firearms laws in the world, and an ongoing cross-party approach to ensuring these protections will not be weakened. Can you advise how this House can ensure that the victims of Dunblane are always remembered with the accuracy, respect and compassion they deserve, and that members reflect on their conduct in this matter?
I thank the honourable member for giving me notice that he wished to raise this matter and confirming that he has informed the Honourable Member for Great Yarmouth. The Chair is not responsible for what members say in the Chamber or outside of it, but he has put his point on the record. Presentation of Bill. Nick Timothy.
Early Release of Prisoners Restriction Bill.
Second reading, what day?
4th of September.
4th of September. We now come to the backbench debate on the potential merits of a ban on trade with illegal Israeli settlements. I call Abdizam Mohammed, who will speak for up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered a ban on trade with illegal Israeli settlements. I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for granting it, to the Government for allocating time for this debate, to members from across the House who supported the application, and to the 32,000 constituents who wrote to their MPs to attend and speak on this important issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 embattled generations have grown up in the ashes of the collapse of the Oslo Accords. What little hope was cultivated then, the promise of 2 states, of dignity and democratic rights for all, has been replaced with abject misery. And this is how injustice survives, not through one dramatic moment, but through gradual acceptance, through the lowering of expectations, through the repetition of the same statements while the reality on the ground continues to change. For years, successive British governments have said that Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories are illegal under international law, that settlements undermine peace, that they threaten the viability of a 2-state solution, and yet the settlements continue to expand. So I want to pose a simple question to the government today, a question that sits at the heart of this debate. If settlements are illegal, why have we not made an outright ban on trade? What exactly is it that we are waiting for? Why do we continue to maintain a status quo which has rewarded Israeli expansionism whilst punishing Palestinian aspiration? A status quo that has expected Palestinians to quietly accept that their humanity, that their rights, that their self-determination must always play second fiddle. Madam Deputy,
my honourable friend give way.
I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really grateful to my honourable friend for giving way and making such a powerful speech. He always holds a moral compass up to us all in this place. Does she agree with me that those that deny young children as young as the age of 4 access to medical treatment, and while waiting for medical treatment to get to the point of near fatal dehydration, those that deny cancer patients in their thousands access to medical care in these settlements are and should be defined as terrorists? And if they should be defined as terrorists, these settlers, is it not incumbent upon us and this government to strain every diplomatic sinew, but also every technological sinew to make sure that not one single pound of our money is spent enabling this behaviour?
I agree with my honourable friend with his intervention, and he makes a powerful point. Some time ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Palestinian ambassador, Dr. Hossam Zumlot, reminded parliamentarians that Gaza, East Jerusalem and the West Bank are not separate issues. They are all part of the same national story. They may be separated, occupied and besieged, but they are all connected by the same struggle for freedom. Together, they are the beating heart of one state of Palestine, a state that the UK, our government, quite rightly has taken the historic step to recognise. And yet, whilst we may have recognised Palestine in its entirety, we have failed in any follow-up action to make that recognition a meaningful reality. The expansion of illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank has seen almost 500,000 acres of Palestinian land appropriated since 1967. In the last year alone, over 120 checkpoints and obstacles have been installed to control Palestinian movement. More recently, the E1 settlement plan, which was approved by the Israeli government, now includes just short of 3,500 housing units. It includes the construction of a new neighbourhood, a new employment and commercial zone, and a new bypass road that is just for Palestinians only.
Making a really powerful point. She's pointed out that governments on both sides for decades have recognised these settlements as illegal. And now things are worse than ever. We have recognised, which is a good thing. But the expansion plan, the further occupation being promised, surely it's inconsistent if we're not having a complete ban on illegal settlement goods. If not when? If not now, when?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. The new bypass road for Palestinians only will reroute Palestinians and seal the E1 corridor off permanently. This is a statewide strategy, using every civilian and military means to appropriate land, to isolate Palestinians and to make a Palestinian state impossible to realise. I will give way.
I think she's making an incredibly powerful speech. As somebody who first voted in this place to recognise Palestine in 2014, it is absolutely imperative that we are able to realise a two-state solution if we are ever to see peace and prosperity for either Israel or Palestine. Does she agree with me that the very conduct she's talking about puts that two-state dream at risk, and that is why it must stop?
I agree with my honourable friend, and this is essential why we're having this debate today and why there must be a ban on trade. I am going to limit interventions now because I do have to make progress. The annexation, Madam Deputy Speaker, has accelerated so fast that today there are 750,000 settlers believed to be living on occupied Palestinian land. Their presence each year robs the Palestinian economy, largely agricultural, of over £38 billion. Water in the West Bank is extracted to disproportionately sustain Israeli settlers. 70% of grazing land in the occupied territories is systematically denied to Palestinians. Olive orchards are regularly set fire to. Toxic waste is dumped on their crops to destroy their economic future. I could go on. Between 2009 and 2020, Israeli settlers in Area C received 22,000 building permits. In the same period, for Palestinians, it was just 66. When Palestinians build their homes, their presence is rendered illegal and often slapped with demolition orders. Settlers, however, can have their illegal outposts given full legal status by the Israeli government. In the last 2 years alone, 3,500 Palestinians have been displaced in the West Bank. That's over 80 communities. This is an Israeli government-backed policy reaching far and wide across the West Bank.
Would the Honourable Lady give way?
I will, and it'll be my final intervention.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I did give her advance notice that because of the rescheduling of this, I would seek to intervene on her. As she knows, I visited the area a year ago, and the whole situation is unacceptable. It's very clear that the Foreign Secretary has already referred to the current circumstances as settlement terrorists, in fact. And I just wonder, in terms of taking action on this, it's not just having cast iron sanctions on trade, but financial services and visas, including visas of British citizens who serve in the IDF.
He makes an excellent point, and I think the first step initially should be that we must seek to stem trade that comes from the settlements, and I think the other points are valid points as well, which must be explored. Madam Deputy Speaker, imagine two children born today in the same land. One is born in an Israeli settlement, the other in a Palestinian community, perhaps in one of the 58 refugee camps scattered across the region nearby. They may be separated by only a few miles, but they will grow up under entirely different systems. One will enjoy unrestricted freedom of movement, infrastructure investment, dependable access to healthcare, free-flowing water, the right to be educated, legal protections and state support. The other may face military restrictions, checkpoints, demolitions, land seizures and profound uncertainty about their future. They will both have the same dreams, the same hopes, the same potential. Yet one will grow up benefiting from a system of privilege, while the other experiences the consequences of occupation. These two children will be governed by two different sets of laws, one civilian and one military. And I'm sure you will all be able to guess which child is which. These waves of injustice will keep flowing over families, over communities, over generations. How can it possibly be that two children in the West Bank have such different experiences, and for there to still be any denial that this is apartheid. Across Europe, action is starting to take shape. Ireland has moved forward towards a ban on settlement goods. Spain has already implemented a ban. The Belgian Council of Ministers is expected to agree the detail of a ban tomorrow and for it to be in place by the end of this year. Belgium has also asked the European Commission to bring proposals to the Foreign Ministers meeting on the 13th of July. The Netherlands has begun moving beyond a policy of simple discouragement and has tabled a legal instrument to ban settlement trade. These countries have looked at the same legal questions, the same settlement expansions. They have the same international obligations as we do, but they have concluded that words alone are not enough. The UK remains hesitant, and that should concern us all because our government does have the tools to act. The issue is not capability, it is political will. Some will argue that it is too complex to enforce a ban and that our system of not allowing tariff preferences for settlement goods works perfectly well. It doesn't work, and it puts us on a collision course with our international legal obligations. Ministers cannot in good faith say that it's impossible to ban settlement trade, not when the UK's current trade agreement with Israel already depends on identifying whether goods qualify as Israeli origin. Complexity is also not an excuse to hide from our international obligations. In fact, the complexity is why a ban is needed. Settlement goods are routinely mislabelled, mixed into supply chains, and rerouted to obscure their origin. According to a major global eco study, 17% of goods that are either sold, supplied, or advertised in the UK are actually from illegal settlements. In the last week alone, my office has identified products from 12 different companies based in the occupied territories being sold online or physically in our shops and markets. Most of them are marked as Israeli products. So the differentiation system we depend on does not stop the goods entering this country. It only allows us to slap a tariff charge on them, and those tariff charges actually mean nothing because the Israeli government offers incentives to settlers. It gives out millions in grants to companies to cover the cost of doing business from an illegal settlement. I remind the Minister of the ICJ's advisory opinion of July 2024. It includes an obligation not to aid or assist the illegal occupation and to take steps to prevent trade and investment relations that sustain it. When I've written to companies like Barclays or JCB about their links to Israeli settlements, they offer very little concern. But if our government were to take stronger action, compelling them not to do business in illegal settlements, we would see that action. We would see them sever their links with illegal settlements. Others say that European countries find it difficult to enforce their bans, and this may make our job even more difficult. But the question is not about new enforcement powers, but to utilise existing ones. There are enough instruments already to seriously disrupt illegal activity wherever it is happening. I only need to point to the successes of legislation like the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act. Through SAMLA, much more complex sanctions have been applied in much tougher circumstances. When Russia invaded Ukraine, the UK didn't say sanctions were too complicated. We relished identifying Russian-linked assets. We didn't say that economic pressure was pointless because Russia will just ignore it. We acted because we rightly believed in the principles at stake. So what answer does the Minister have to the accusations we constantly hear of double standards? So if the government believes international law has meaning, it should be applied consistently. In years to come, will we have the words to explain that we saw the warning signs, that we recognised the damage being done, and still we chose to hesitate? Could we really look back and say that we did enough? Madam Deputy Speaker, there are only so many times that members can hear the same holding responses repeated at the dispatch box by ministers. The government says it supports international law, that settlements are illegal, that it supports a viable Palestinian state. So what does it mean if we can identify the problem and yet we refuse to take the necessary steps? We refuse to move beyond discouragement, to move beyond expressions of concern. The time to legislate for a ban on trade with illegal settlements was decades ago. And now it may be too late to do anything. So we must demonstrate that Britain's commitment to international law is measured not only by what we say, but actually by what we do. Because if settlements are illegal, then, Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain should not be trading with them.
The question is, as on the order paper. Sir Edward Lee.
I congratulate the Honourable Lady for the tone and the way in which she moved her speech, and I agree with her motion. I could give a speech on dry, legalistic grounds, which in themselves are completely obvious of why we should have a trade ban with illegal settlements, because of the Geneva Convention, of the fact that these settlements rely on international trade. The case is absolutely overwhelming. But I want to be more emotional. I'm a Conservative MP. I'm not the sort of person who goes on marches or chants from the Palestinian to the sea. I'm also realistic. I'm realistic about the fact that Israel is surrounded by enemies. I am profoundly philo-Semitic, profoundly immersed in Jewish culture, reading the Old Testament every day and that sort of thing. I've been to the music festival site. I've wept at the appalling pogrom against our Jewish brothers. So I am emotional, and I am entirely in favour of the right of Jewish people to defend themselves. But this is so different. I've been to the West Bank. I've seen what is going on there. This is profoundly wrong. People who have merely tilled their land for 2,000 years are being bullied, forced out. Even when we went there, we were confronted with armed settlers. This is outrageous, and the whole House should cry out against it with one voice, and the government should take action. And this is why this motion is so important. And I'm appealing to my Jewish friends. So many good, honest, reasonable people who detest what is going on at the moment, who are entirely in tune with Jewish culture. But unfortunately, the Netanyahu government is bound by right-wing extremists, people who care nothing about human rights, who have this sort of weird and ridiculous notion that perhaps because 2,000 years ago this land was held by Jewish people, perhaps, we're not even certain of that they have a right to go in and force out people, destroy their lives. So I want to appeal to moderate Jewish people. This must stop. And just imagine, dear colleagues, if we had a government, and the Israeli government could stop it tomorrow, couldn't they? And if the whole world acted with one voice, I think we could put sufficient pressure on it to act. But just imagine if it stopped tomorrow. I leave you with this thought. If there were no more illegal settlements, if no existing settlements were expanded, if the Palestinian people were allowed to live in peace and freedom like everybody else, would not the skies lift? Would not Israeli people feel that they could live in peace? We cannot have endless war. Empires come to an end. They cannot just destroy the Palestinian people in the misguided notion that that will give them security. It will give them no security. There will be endless war, endless hatred. Let us just say in this House that we believe profoundly in the unity of the human spirit. There should be no Muslim, no Jew, no Christian. We are one people, and we demand that the Palestinian people, like all other peoples on earth, have a right to their own nation.
And the Father of the House has got the timing bang on without me having to put a limit on him, but I am now going to put a 5-minute time limit on Harpreet Uppal.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Central, for her powerful speech. And it's an absolute honour to follow the father of the House. In the West Bank, settlement expansion continues in violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2334. This includes the E1 project that aims to cut the West Bank in half and separate East Jerusalem. Last month, Israel approved 2,000 settlement housing units across the West Bank, bringing the total approved this year to over 6,000. These settlements continue to destroy historic Palestinian communities, any chance of long-term peace and a two-state solution. They are also accompanied by staggering levels of violence and coordinated attacks on civilians and religious sites, facilitated by a culture of impunity. According to the UN, there has been an average of 6 attacks every day against Palestinians in the West Bank since the start of 2026. And a recent report from the UN Secretary-General also highlighted a steep rise in attacks by settlers on Palestinian children, reportedly often supported by Israeli security forces. It's part of a surge of settler aggression across the West Bank, driven by the dynamics of Israeli politics. We know that elections in Israel must be held by the end of October at the latest, and as things stand, Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right bloc is facing the prospect of defeat. The radical settler elements in the coalition are scrambling to impose facts on the ground in the West Bank before the elections. Throughout 2025 and the first half of this year, the creeping de facto annexation of the West Bank has increased greatly, driven primarily by farm outposts. They require none of the planning and construction work of older settlements. And according to a report published on Monday by Karim Navot and its fellow activist organisation Peace Now, farm outposts now control more than 100,000 hectares, 18% of the entire West Bank.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend give way, and I too pay tribute to the honourable member for Sheffield Central for laying out so clearly and so much better than I could, everything that she said, and to the father of the House. It is emotion does come into this quite rightly, and we are not just legislators, but we need to bring that sense of feeling. But I think my honourable friend is right to highlight not just that the settlements are happening, but this aggression backed up by the Israeli government. That exacerbates the issue. Does she have any hope, though, that realistically any election in Israel is going to change this? And does she perhaps not agree with me and clearly the member for Sheffield Central that we need to act internationally to resolve this? Because I don't have faith that an election in Israel will stop this happening.
Chapel. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree, and I'll be coming on to that in a moment. Nearly a third of that wholesale seizure took place in 2025 alone. Recourse to the law has also been cut off almost entirely for Palestinians, particularly since another settler extremist, Ben Gvir, was made National Security Minister. This violence is horrific and it must end. Now, the government have been clear that we oppose the expansion of these settlements, which are a violation of international law. And I do welcome the sanctions on individual settlers and settler networks that the Foreign Secretary announced last month. However, my constituents have been clear with me that we must go further. These settlements... I will, yeah.
Very grateful indeed to my honourable friend for giving way, and as well as, of course, requiring the ban on trade with settlements that this debate has been convened to discuss. Does she agree with me that government needs now to be spelling out exactly how it will seek to dissuade those who might engage in the E1 project, which would be so damaging to the prospects of a two-state solution? Thank you.
Thank you. And I do agree, we have to hold Israel to account for their actions, and we must end all trade with these illegal settlements. And we are clear that these settlements do not build themselves. They require money, they require trade, and they are backed by the Israeli government. This is the only way that we can ensure that we are not financially legitimising violations of international law. Now, I understand there are complexities on banning this trade, but I share the belief of many of my constituents and other members in this House that the violence has continued at a rate which demands a proportionate response from the international community. So can I ask the Minister to update us on the discussions the government has had with international partners to better understand their plans to ban trade with illegal settlements? As the Honourable Member for Sheffield Central mentioned, we know bans are in process of being introduced in the Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland and Spain. No law is perfect. Absolutely not. But that does not mean we should not work on banning these illegal settlements. I'll give way and then I will have to move on.
Jim Ramsey.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her powerful speech, and she talks about international law. Does she agree in the importance of international law being applied consistently? And in particular, given that the UK has rightly imposed sanctions and trade restrictions elsewhere, notably on Russia, does she agree that the same needs to be applied to Israeli government illegal settlements on Palestinian territory?
I do agree. Thank you. These statistics I have referred to must remain in our minds as we focus on illegal settlements, which are rapidly eroding the prospects for peaceful coexistence and a viable independent Palestinian state. And finally, can I say to the Minister that it is imperative we avoid the very real prospect of doing too little, too late. Thank you.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the interest of time, I'll focus my speech on 4 key areas. After waiting nearly 10 months for a response to a letter I sent to the Minister, in which he neglected to answer the questions posed. Firstly, the issue of complexity. The argument from the government is that it's just too complex to differentiate between goods produced in Greenland, Israel, legitimate Palestinian goods, and those from illegal settlements. However, the Minister is acutely aware that UK free trade agreement with Israel already requires settlement goods and goods from Greenland, Israel to be differentiated. And at the same time, the UK's trade agreement with the Palestinian Authority means that the Palestinian goods have completely different import codes. So the UK should already be distinguishing between goods. So therefore, why is it too complex to implement a ban with illegal settlement goods, when it can apply complex trade sanctions, as already mentioned earlier, relating to territory in Ukraine, illegally occupied by Russia, including an outright ban on goods imported from Crimea? Yes, I'm happy to give up.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way and for the points he is making, because I too have engaged in written parliamentary questions and oral questions in order to try to understand why it is so difficult apparently to distinguish between goods from the illegal settlements which the Minister for the Middle East has said quite clearly should not be traded with, and goods from Israel proper. Does he agree with me that as long as that differentiation is not made effectively, there is no incentive on Israel to actually differentiate its goods and to stop hiding its settlement goods behind goods from Israel proper?
Chris Law.
Thank you very much. And I agree completely with my colleague across the other benches on a point. And I think the point could be the other way around. If Israel cannot differentiate, or it's hiding goods in amongst other goods, why don't we just ban all of them until they prove otherwise? That would be a way to deal with it. So, yes, happy to.
Thank the honourable member for giving way, and assure the Father of the House that the passion he feels finds a strong echo in my part of the world, where the cultural memory of being driven off your land is still very strong. And the Father of the House said he would avoid dry legalistic points. But I agree with my honourable friend across the chamber that that is what the UK government is doing, dry legalistic points. And does he agree with me that the UK government should go all out, as other countries have done, as the member for Sheffield Central pointed out? Other countries have imposed complete bans and then dealt with the legalities afterwards. Does he agree that that's what the UK should do?
Chris Law.
I thank the honourable member, and he's preempting a point I'm about to just come to, but I completely agree again. The options are there. It's either an option for the government who's either unwilling or unable to deliver what other countries are already preparing to do, including bans, and look into legalities later. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government repeatedly claimed that other countries have been able to bring forward a ban, which is touching on my colleague's point from Neil and Yar. This too, frankly, is nonsense. For example, Spain is implementing a ban, and the Netherlands, Belgium and Ireland are enacting legislation to do similar. So I again ask the Minister, is the government either unable or simply unwilling to abide by its own obligations under international law? My third point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this. I welcome the UK government's position after being dragged by its own backbenchers in recognising the state of Palestine. But we all know this is utterly meaningless if there's not a viable state that the Palestinians can live in. Yeah, happy to give this.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving member for giving way, and can I thank the member for Sheffield Central for this very, very important debate. May I put on record my own constituents discussed at the actions of Israel in these settlements, and that it's and I wonder if the honourable member opposite might agree with the Foreign Secretary's use of the term settler terrorism, and if that is what we're seeing, that we need a much more robust response from my own government to what we can do. If settlements are illegal, goods are illegal, we should not see them in this country.
I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for the points raised. I actually represent the city of Dundee, which is twinned with the city of Nablus in the West Bank. I'm also a member of that twinning association. I've had literally thousands of constituents write about their disgust at the continued illegal trade we do with illegal settlements and the continued expansion. So I thank the honourable member for raising the point. My third point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is, as I've said already, welcome the State of Palestine, but it's meaningless unless there's land to live in. While the government permits the existence of illegal settlements and continues to trade with them, it must also acknowledge that this makes their stated policy of a two-state solution unachievable. After all, Israel's Defence Minister, in case there was any doubt, Israel Katz stated that settlement expansion was, and I quote, a strategic move that prevents the establishment of a Palestinian state.
Would my honourable member give
way?
Thank you so much. The International Court of Justice ruled 2 years ago that Israel must end its occupation of Palestine, yet this is increasing, as you mentioned, before our very eyes. Given that the UK is still supplying arms to Israel and has not introduced Russian-like sanctions, are we doing enough? We're not obviously doing enough to stop this. What else can the government do in order that we give the Palestine people their land back? Slow.
Well, I'd like to welcome my Celtic cousin's remarks and agree with them. And maybe one suggestion perhaps would be, when we're talking about arms sales, is the recommitment that once we had to a Committee on Arms Export Control, of which I spent 7 years serving on, and which was dissolved 2-3 years ago and needs to be reinstated. And what an opportunity than now, when we're really needing to scrutinise and examine what is being exported and in whose name. So I would just go back to the Prime Minister, who also suggested, when we talk about a two-state solution, that he declared as a result of the E1 settlement expansion plan, I will quote, there will be no Palestinian state. No need for clues, no need for second-guessing. So I put it to the Minister yet again, is the government unable or unwilling to take action? Their inaction only emboldens further settlement expansion and makes the UK complicit in Israel's criminal behaviour against the Palestinian people. My fourth and final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is it's all very well to the Minister to issue the condemnation, for the UK to, quote, call on the government to reverse these decisions, and for the Foreign Secretary to be very clear with Israeli ministers. But without actions, as a result of the Israeli government repeatedly ignoring these words, nothing ever will be achieved. Dithering must end and action must begin. What we are witnessing is the trading in misery, mayhem and murder of Palestinians with the homeland continuously being stolen from them. When we do nothing, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're telling Israel that we support it wholeheartedly and that it's our value and it shows how little our value is of Palestinian life. This is unconscionable and it's certainly not in my name or my party or for the many thousands and indeed millions across these islands. Thank you.
Patricia Ferguson. Here. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would also like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Sheffield Central, for securing this debate and speaking with so much passion about an issue that concerns us all. The ever-increasing number of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories are illegal, each and every one of them. Their purpose is clear. They are a means by which the Israeli government can encourage land grabs, separate one Palestinian village from another, prevent the villagers accessing water and other utilities, and make it more difficult to map out a contiguous Palestinian state. And they are also a way of intimidating Palestinians who find themselves surrounded by these fast-growing and well-defended settlements. The level of violence being instigated by the settlers has increased, with more than 1,700 settler attacks causing casualties or property damage recorded across 270 Palestinian communities in the West Bank in 2025 alone. On a recent visit to Israel and Palestine, our delegation saw the scale of the encroachment, the plans for further larger settlements, and heard about examples of violence and intimidation for ourselves. We visited the village of Al Carns, where Uda Kathleen was shot and killed last summer. Now, eyewitness and body cam footage suggests that the perpetrator, who has never been charged, was a settler already sanctioned by the UK government. While we sat in the open, speaking with villagers and playing football with the children, an IDF vehicle stopped outside our meeting, and 2 fully armed soldiers got out, had a casual look as they passed by, and slowly walked on before returning the way they came. Now, that was a minor incident, but imagine if that was your life, and you knew that the people living at the end of your street wanted your house and your land and would do whatever it took to get it, with the full backing of your government.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and having been to the West Bank myself many years ago, this is not a new thing. But would she agree with me that the use by the IDF of AI machine guns that are trained on people using sponge-tipped bullets and tear gas is a way of dehumanising Palestinian people and an attempt to basically make people abandon their homes, and that we should be working with international colleagues to stop the use of this technology in civilian spaces?
I would absolutely agree with the Honourable Member, and I know that there have been such examples in Gaza too. I actually raised that in a Westminster Hall debate possibly almost 2 years ago now, and I was reassured by the Minister's assurance to me that none of those drones are being produced in this country, which is at least something and a start. But it's also clear that sexual violence is being used as a method of intimidating and humiliating women and girls in Palestinian villages, with some 70% of displaced families citing sexualised violence as the decisive reason for leaving their homes. Some 41 new settlements in the West Bank have been approved during 2025, with smaller, unauthorised outposts becoming an increasing feature on the landscape. Now, let's be clear, the settlements we are talking about are an integral part of the Israeli economic system. European imports of settlement products outweigh imports from Palestine, and we cannot as a country allow this situation to continue. We are out of step, as we've heard.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She's setting out very clearly the illegality of the settlements on the West Bank, and the Geneva Convention is very clear on this point. Therefore, the reports that properties are now being advertised for sale on the West Bank is absolutely despicable. Does she share my outrage that the ASA has been silent on this point until now?
Patricia Ferguson. Yeah, I absolutely share that outrage, and I actually will mention it a little later in my contribution. But we cannot allow, as a country, this situation to continue. We are out of step with so many of our European partners. We've declared Palestine statehood, and that's great, but we owe it to the people of that state to ensure in whatever ways we can that the state can function as a state. And increasingly we are seeing the economy of these settlements moving out from agriculture and into tourism, real estate, financial services, construction, transport, digital platforms and logistics. So any action we do take must be applicable across the entire range of goods and services, and must cover any goods and services that facilitate, support or benefit economically these illegal settlements. A ban that simply covered agricultural products, for example, would just encourage the movement of activity into these other areas. We know that existing restrictions on trade have been neutralised in effect. The Israeli government operates a reimbursement scheme in respect of EU customs duties, and settlement goods are often being routed through Israel for repacking. So, as colleagues have said, what we need is an outright ban on the importation of settlement goods and on advertising such goods too. And if we can't do that, then, as others have suggested, what we do is we ban Israeli goods until they can prove that they don't come from settlements. And as my honourable friend, who's not in her place at the moment, said earlier, if not now, when?
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, and always a pleasure to hear the gentle Yorkshire accent of the Honourable Lady for Sheffield Central raised in fierce defence of peace, justice and international law. Because, colleagues, make no mistake, while this country does need to rebuild its physical defences, in the end our defence lies in international law and the set of rules that we created after the Second World War to decide how countries should peaceably settle their disputes. And at the heart of the problem of international law at the moment sits the plight of the Palestinians. And if they sit at the heart of the problem, so do we. And this debate is so important today because it's not just about the Palestinians, it's also about we British and the world we live in and the way we want the world to operate when it is in dispute. Now, nobody in this room, as has been illustrated by members so far, believes that the way the Palestinians have to live at the moment is acceptable. Nobody who's stood in the middle of Hebron and seen Palestinians living in cages or has watched them being dragged from their homes, their olive trees uprooted, run over with cars, detained without charge. Nobody who's seen the guns, the checkpoints, the walls, the signs saying where you can and can't go, or seen these enormous so-called settlements makes them seem somehow quaint, little house on the prairie, but they are fortresses forcibly invading and stealing other people's land. And more recently, nobody who's watched the psychopathic settlers, if that's what they are, more like terrorists, roaming across the West Bank, terrorising innocent Palestinian families on a daily basis and setting ablaze entire villages, can think that this is acceptable. And yet still, as a country, we sell them bulldozers, we buy their goods, we sell them financial services, we, by whatever means, financially help to support and sustain this appalling situation, hiding as we do behind the fig leaf of complexity. And therein lies a mystery that I have to confess to you over the last couple of years I've still yet to understand. A third of the Labour Party has now put its name to a letter calling for a ban on trade with the settlements, and yet still the government does not move. Other countries across the world are instituting or have instituted bans. The complexity argument falls away, as the Honourable Lady said, when you look at Crimea. It's not too complex for Spain or for Ireland or for other countries. Presumably, it wasn't too complicated for the civil servant who drafted the trade ban for Crimea, or indeed for any of the other trade bans that we've used with effect over the years. Now, we've insisted, for other reasons to do with trade, and the Trade Minister will know this, we've insisted on the labelling of goods for reasons of trade. We've warned gently businesses off them even. The last statement, stentorian words about take care in trading, there may be legal risk. We've done everything, or the government's done everything, except the obvious, which is just to ban them. And the question I'm left asking is why? Why the reluctance? Why the hesitation? Nobody's buying the complexity argument. We don't buy it in any other circumstance of trade. If we want to ban modern slavery or goods that are produced by forced labour, we put the obligation on the businesses that are importing to prove that they have not acquired the goods that way, by all means.
Thank the honourable member for his speech. And maybe I could answer his question. Perhaps it's because of a nostalgia for an Israel that no longer exists, an Israel that made the desert bloom, and yet we now have a state of Israel which routinely breaks human rights, busts human law, and basically, in effect, creates a situation where it is now before the ICJ accused of genocide. This isn't a state that anyone on this side of the House, let alone in this place, should have any sympathy for, because it undermines our ability to be able to hold up international law. And actually, when we think about it, the state that now exists is one, ultimately, that everyone in this House should be able to condemn wholeheartedly.
Kit Malthouse.
Well, strangely enough, I agree with the Honourable Gentleman, probably the first time in our political careers that we have agreed, and he puts his finger on the point I'm trying to make, that this dispute involves our own security as well. Right? You don't even have to be pro-Palestine or pro-Israeli. You can be pro-British, which is what everybody should be in this House, first and foremost, and that means you should be pro-international law and peace and justice, and this dispute sits at the heart of it. And he puts his finger on the point I was coming to at the end of my speech, which is, if the argument is not practical, no one's buying it, Minister, that the argument is practical, please, I know, but please, don't stand up at the end of this debate and patronise us all by pretending this is all too complicated, which I'm afraid is what his ministerial colleagues have said to us before. We know it's not legal. The argument against isn't legal. That's been proven time and time again. And indeed, we've supported resolutions through the UN and our position on the Security Council to say it's not legal. So I'm left with the only other option, which is the decision must be political, with a capital P. And I'm afraid that's the most appalling thing to contemplate. That either our fear of consequences from other countries, the United States or whatever it might be, or we believe it's in our national interest to recognise that Palestinian self-determination, Palestinian lives, frankly, are disposable in the face of that political decision, or even worse, that we just don't care. That at the higher echelons of political command, whether that's in number 10 or in the Foreign Office, they really just don't care. If we squint a bit, we do some statements from the front bench, we do a couple of sanctions here and there, in the end, the caravan will move on and nobody will care. And I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that until ministers realise that this is not just a matter of some kind of complicated chess game across the world, this is about our security and our interests and our morality, we won't make any progress.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for Sheffield Central for this debate and for the powerful speeches we've heard from all parties in this chamber. There's clearly cross-party support for the proposition here. I want to recognise the work the government has done in supporting the Palestinians, whether that's targeted sanctions, aid and the recognition of the State of Palestine. But we must be clear, the UK already recognises that Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories are illegal under international law. We would oppose the illegal occupation by force of any country, and we must do so in Palestine too. As in Russian-occupied Ukraine, so too here. Because more than 750,000 Israeli settlers now live in settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, with continued expansion every week, supported by the Israeli government. The demolition of Palestinian homes, the forced displacement of communities, restrictions on movement and the annexation of territory. Save the Children, a charity I worked for before being elected, warns that settler violence has reached unprecedented levels. 1,600 attacks on Palestinians in 2025. Attacks on schools, children facing violence, physical violence on their way to and from schools. I remember visiting Palestinian refugee camps, meeting children displaced by Israeli settlers. Those are the victims of terrorism. So the government's recent sanctions against a limited number of settlers are a welcome step. They are insufficient given the scale of expansion we are currently seeing. Because be in no doubt, the objective in establishing these illegal settlements is to render an independent Palestinian state unviable. The method is terrorism, expropriation, violence and intimidation. And the outcome will be that a two-state solution that this House has long called for will be impossible. Let me make two final points. Trade is important. Bans should not be undertaken lightly or as a gesture. We all recognise the value of deep and complex trade relationships with other countries for our own economy and prosperity and for our societies engaging and understanding with each other. But trade relies on rules. It relies on rules that are respected and that our system is rules-based. Our constituents are consumers, and in a free market, they rely on the government to ensure that trade rules are observed and that their purchases are not profiting terrorism and instability. Yes, I'll get through.
I wonder whether the honourable member
has seen the news today that the EU is now considering a trade ban. And if it's good enough for the individual countries and now it's good enough for the EU, it should definitely be good enough for the UK. I wonder if he has a comment on that.
I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention. I completely agree. It is not just in the UK that people are recognising that Israel is crossing multiple lines. It is across the world. And so we must act, as others have said, other countries like Ireland and Spain are taking this decision. We must too. This is the time to do so. I just finally want to make one final point, which is it would be impossible for me to overstate the importance of this issue to my constituents in Edinburgh East and Musselburgh. In my 2 years as an MP, I have never been asked to speak in a debate on as many times by constituents as I have today. I make the speech in their name. The time is long overdue for a ban on trade with illegal Israeli settlements. The UK must comprehensively ban all trade in goods and services with the occupied territory.
Dr. Ellie Chance.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I warmly thank my honourable friend for Sheffield Central for securing this very much needed debate. And it is very much needed because despite the fact that we have discussed the need for a ban on settlement trade on numerous occasions in this chamber, despite the fact that colleagues from across the House have repeatedly called on the government to ban settlement trade, for the past 2 years we have heard nothing from this government except excuses on this matter. And this is simply unacceptable because we are complicit in this country. Failing to ban settlement trade means that money from Britain is actively supporting the perpetuation of the illegal occupation of Palestinian lands. And this is a matter where the clock is ticking. We debated just last week the E1 settlement expansion. This expansion will put to death any prospect of a two-state solution, any prospect of a lasting peace in Israel and Palestine if it is not stopped. And so the government has an obligation to do everything within their power to pressure the Israeli government to stop the illegal expansion of illegal settlements, the violence that goes along with it. There's a moral obligation. There's an international legal obligation too. 2 years ago, the ICJ issued an opinion stating this very clearly. But one of the excuses we repeatedly hear from the government is that this is only advisory. But we have UN resolutions, we have UN commissions of inquiry who state this is a very clear legal obligation on the UK government to do everything possible to not provide material support to illegal occupation. That is a clear international legal obligation as well as a moral obligation. And yet we hear two excuses repeated by this government. One, that we can't do this alone. We have to work in concert. We heard that yet again last week from the Foreign Office Minister. We heard it a year ago, in June last year, when I raised this precise issue with the Foreign Office Minister in a debate I led on tackling Israeli genocide in Gaza. And at that point, he said, and I quote, "At the moment, no European power bans settlement trade in the way she describes. It is something that we talk to our partners and allies about. But since then, as we have heard, Spain has implemented a ban. The Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, possibly the entire EU. These are our neighbours and partners, moving far faster than we ourselves. And yet we, the UK, bears a specific historical responsibility for this situation. How is it that our government is abdicating this responsibility and enabling the perpetuation of a situation that will actively counteract the thing they themselves did last year, i.e. declare their recognition of the state of Palestine? So that is one excuse from the government, that we need to work together, and yet others are way ahead of us. Is it not time for the UK at least to catch up if we cannot bring ourselves to show leadership on this? The other excuse we hear is that it is too difficult. But of course, as colleagues across the chamber have already pointed out, it wasn't too difficult when it came to Russia. It wasn't too difficult when it came to Crimea. We have the legislation in place, SAMLA provisions. We could put this in place now. So I will happily give way.
I thank her for giving way. She's doing an excellent job expressing the moral outrage felt by constituents from Herefordshire to Sunderland to Sheffield that I think we all share. Does she agree with me that if it's possible for international groups to find origin fraud in goods that originate from illegal settlements in the West Bank but are incorrectly labelled as being from within Israel, it is entirely possible for the British government to do the same, and that is no valid reason to not implement these sanctions?
I thank the honourable member for his point. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. And of course, one of the other excuses we hear from the government is that settlement goods don't benefit from the preferential trade agreement that we have with Israel. Well, of course, that implies that it is possible to distinguish between settlement goods and non-settlement goods already under existing provisions that we should be enforcing. But of course, fundamentally, as has also been pointed out, the responsibility should be on the other foot. If Israeli exporters cannot prove that their exports do not come from illegal settlements, then they should not be able to export to us. We should be absolutely certain. We must make clear that it is unacceptable that British money should be at any risk of supporting the continuation of these illegal settlements. And so there is really no excuse. There is no excuse that we have to wait for other countries to move because they've moved ahead of us. There is no excuse that this is too technically difficult because the legal framework already exists. So what is the government waiting for? Why will they not take this step? Will the Minister recognise the absolute imperative upon the UK to take this step now? Or will we hear yet more excuses from him when he sums up today?
And I'm going to have no choice but to reduce the time limit to 4 minutes after the next speaker. Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For my constituents in West Dunbartonshire, a community geographically far removed from Palestine, the horrific injustice being inflicted upon the Palestinian people resonates deeply. They look at the systematic confiscation of Palestinian land, the draining of their water resources, and the suffocating restrictions in movement, and they quite rightly see an intolerable violation of human dignity via the illegal Israeli settlements. In 2009, when I was a councillor, my local authority, West Dunbartonshire, became the very first council in Scotland to pass a unanimous trade ban on anything made or grown in Israel. This was extended in 2010 and again in 2011 to discourage both investment and trade with illegal Israeli settlements, and they remain in place today. Later, as promised during the 2014 Gaza war, I made the decision to fly the Palestinian flag from Dumbarton Town Hall, the municipal buildings, and we were the first council in Scotland to do so. And yes, it was met with a backlash, but it was a message of hope and to raise awareness of the suffering and deaths of people in Gaza and the West Bank, and it showed that they were not forgotten, and we must not forget them here in this place either, 12 years on. It was a simple act of solidarity from a small local authority thousands of miles away from the occupied territories. But a combination of acts can make a real difference, and that's why I'm supporting today's call for a ban on trade with illegal Israeli settlements. Yes, of course.
I thank him very much for giving way, and he's just mentioned there about small acts that are being taken. Last week, 3 of my constituents, Mike, Fiona and Mary, travelled to Parliament and came here and green carded me so they could talk to me about the situation in Gaza. They join around 40 constituents who have written to me ahead of today and over 800 constituents who have emailed me on this issue since I was elected. Does he agree with me that when so many constituents are moved to act, the least that we can do is make progress on ending trade with illegal settlements?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, I do. I agree entirely with my honourable friend. He makes a very good point. I think all of us in this House have had that same volume of correspondence from our constituents, really emphasising the strength of feeling up and down our United Kingdom. And I thank him for his intervention. Today, the situation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem is at breaking point. Settler violence has reached an all-time high, displacing entire villages in blatant abuse of human rights. Yet, as the crisis rages on, the UK is not doing enough. I appreciate that we finally recognise the state of Palestine, but we need to go beyond that and take decisive action. The Charity Commission is being urged to investigate 32 British charities that have funnelled at least £28 million into these illegal territories. boosted even more by the British taxpayer through gift aid. We are inadvertently helping to fund infrastructure on stolen land. We should be funding peace, not funding obstacles to peace and apartheid. Furthermore, the settlement enterprises know exactly what they're doing. They know it's wrong. We know this because they're routinely mislabelling Palestinian products as being produced in Israel to sneak them into international markets for trade and bolster the settler economy. Any goods or money that are obtained via trade with these illegal settlements will be tainted by criminality, and that is not something our country should be associated with. They are proceeds of crime that underpin Israel's illegal occupation. I welcome the actions of our UK Labour government that it's taken so far. We have sanctioned extremist ministers and violent settler networks, and we updated business risk guidance. And in May last year, we rightly suspended negotiations on a free trade agreement with Israel. But guidance and warning are no longer enough. We must ensure these illegal settlements have no viable economic future. On the 7th of June, Madam Deputy Speaker, I proudly signed a letter coordinated by my honourable friend, the member for Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy, calling on the Foreign Secretary to introduce a ban on trade with illegal settlements. By delaying, we are falling behind our international allies, Spain, the Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, and we hear even the EU. Yes, of course.
Very generous in giving way, and I just want to place on record that my constituents feel as strongly as his constituents in Dumbarton about this, that we have to ban trade with illegal settlements. And does he agree with me that the government, although they have made welcome steps, as he referenced, has to go further in making sure that this isn't allowed?
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I agree entirely with him. I'm sure his point hasn't been lost on the Minister today, and we await with great anticipation what he'll say from the dispatch box on that point. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will conclude. Trade with these settlements is fundamentally incompatible with international law. It's time to turn our solidarity into decisive action, cut off the economic lifelines of this illegal occupation and implement a total trade ban. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would also like to thank my Yorkshire colleague, honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Central, for securing this debate and for introducing it with the passion and power which she did. Every single pound that goes from Britain to Israel, in one way or another, is helping Israel perpetuate its illegal occupation apartheid system against the Palestinian people. Just this week, Haaretz reported that Israeli nationalist crime in the West Bank is up by 560% since 2019, according to official police data. And we know that the vast majority of the crimes by these terrorist settlers goes unreported and unpunished. So 500+% officially just shows that there'll be thousands of percent that have gone unreported. These settlements are illegal colonies. For years, ministers have stood at the dispatch box and rightly described these quote-unquote settlements as illegal under international law. This government has done so more times than I can count, yet condemnation rings hollow. If settlements are illegal, why are we still treating their products as legitimate? Every shipment from a settlement carries a human cost in the displacement, the deprivation of income, and the death that it constitutes. It is the economic bedrock of a system of apartheid. Up to 110,000 Palestinian families rely on the olive harvest as their source of income. For generations, olive trees have sustained communities economically and culturally. But over the many decades, and just over the last year's harvest, settler violence has reached unprecedented levels, all against a backdrop of a genocide in Gaza. Madam Deputy Speaker, a Palestinian farmer named Jamal Daragmeh was beaten alongside his sons as Israeli settlers tried to harvest olives from their land, from the land their family had cultivated for generations. That is how settlements expand. Families are terrorised, livelihoods are destroyed, and communities are driven from their land, creating the single greatest obstacle to Palestinian economic development and self-determination. These injustices are accelerating before our eyes. As we've heard, since the genocide in Gaza began, settlement expansion has surged, with 165 new settlement outposts established. This is an average of 47 every year, up from just over 5 between 1996 and 2022. The consequences are also measured in the lives taken. According to B'Tselem, Israeli forces or civilians have killed 4,000 Palestinians since 2000. In the past year and a half, 70 Palestinian children have been murdered in the West Bank at an average of almost one every week. And just last week, Smotrich celebrated what he called the revolution in settlement expansion. This is a sanctioned minister publicly boasting about accelerating annexation while settlements continue to grow unabated. Shows this government's approach is having zero meaningful impact. So history will not remember how many times this government has condemned illegal settlements. It will remember that Britain chose to keep trading with them anyway. Condemnation without consequence is nothing less than complicity. I will give way.
Would my honourable friend agree that any debate on Palestine is incomplete if it fails to confront the elephant in the room, the allegation of genocide? So I wonder whether my friend can help. I suspect he will not be able to. What threshold of civilian suffering or alleged violence would cause the government to reconsider its policy of maintaining normal economic and diplomatic relations with a state accused of genocide?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and as a barrister and a lawyer, he and many across this House who are not in that profession know that it is incumbent on us, it's an obligation on the UK government to take any and all practical steps to prevent and to stop a genocide happening anywhere on any people, and that includes the Palestinians. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, history will not remember how many times this government has condemned illegal settlements. It will remember that Britain, for decades, has chosen to keep trading with Israel anyway and the settlements anyway. Condemnation without consequence is nothing less than complicity. Israeli settlers, aided and abetted by the IDF and Israeli government, have taken away the rights of the Palestinians to live. Instead of sanctioning all of these settlers, successive British governments have actively facilitated and allowed goods and services from these settlements to be sold in the UK. Why do the British government despise Palestinian life so much?
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not often I agree with both the member for Dewsbury and Brackley and the Father of the House. The Father of the House said that the whole House today should cry out against the situation in the West Bank, and he's right. I think that's what is happening in the chamber today as I look around. I'm not sure anybody, apart from possibly the front bench, is going to disagree with the motion so brilliantly moved by my honourable friend from Sheffield Central. I support a two-state solution, but every day that two-state solution, the only real hope for a peaceful, sustainable peace in the Middle East, gets less likely as a result of illegal settlement expansion, driven by violence and supported by the Netanyahu government. Every day there are violent attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank, homes demolished, farmland seized, roads blocked. Every day Palestinians are blocked from accessing healthcare, water, employment, education, the basics of life as the result of their inability to move freely across their land. The settlements make the situation more intolerable and intractable every day. Of course, they're a breach of the 4th Geneva Convention. They're condemned as illegal by the ICJ, the UN Security Council, and the vast majority of member states, including the UK. And if we accept that settlements are illegal, we can't just stop there. Many of my constituents in Manchester Withington have contacted me, calling for the UK to do what international law requires of us, to ensure that our trade policy reflects both our values and our legal obligations, to do everything we can to stop the Israeli government's actions in supporting settler violence. And that means, as a bare minimum, a ban on trade with illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that what the UK does alone will change the Netanyahu government's policy, but the international community working together has to use every lever we have in this situation. Last year, the ICJ sets out its advisory opinion on the situation in the OPT. Governments committed to the rule of law should take its conclusions seriously. The court said that states should take steps to prevent trade and investment relations that assist in maintaining the illegal situation created by the occupation and by the settlement enterprise. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that this issue is not just about products coming from settlements to the UK, but companies in the UK trading in goods and services in the settlements? Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia are selling tourism services in the occupied territories.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you. He makes an important point, and I think we shouldn't overlook the role of services. It's not just about goods, it's about services in this situation. I know the government will say, and have said, that it's difficult to enact in practice, but just because something is difficult doesn't mean we shouldn't attempt to fulfil our obligations. Yes, there will be practical complications about enforcement, but complications are no reason to do nothing. It doesn't stop us committing to the principle of this. And then we can work out how we make it work. And we've heard a number of examples of how we can make the situation work. Yeah, I'll give way.
Joe Morris.
Thank my friend for giving way. He's making a very powerful and informed speech, as was my friend from Sheffield. Just wanted to press him on that. Is the important thing now for the government not to commit in principle to a ban on settlement trade, to agree with our international partners that we should work out the technicalities when possible, but to give the public that moral clarity that we are prepared to act in line with our values?
Jeff Smith.
Absolutely right. He put it better than I did, and we can work out how to make it work once we've committed to that principle. And there are ways of doing that. As we've heard today, the government already has processes in place to distinguish goods coming from Israel and the OPT. And as a result of the processes on preferential access for Israeli goods, and we can build on that experience. We've heard about the other countries that are already instigating these kinds of measures, and we can learn from their experience. A settlement trade ban is no longer a marginal or unrealistic demand. It's becoming a mainstream response. A ban on trade with settlements will not, on its own, bring peace to Israelis and Palestinians, but it would ensure that Britain is not contributing to an unlawful situation which the world's highest court has concluded all states have a duty not to support. And it would demonstrate that our principles are reflected not only in our words, but in our actions.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate this government for recognising the state of Palestine. That recognition was long overdue. But a state needs territory and its citizens need safety and security. The state of Palestine and its citizens do not have either. Gaza has been devastated by Prime Minister Netanyahu's military action, widely called out as genocide. Many of Gaza's residents have been killed and injured. The survivors have lost family and friends, homes, health services, businesses and jobs. Meanwhile, in East Jerusalem and on the West Bank, so-called settlers, who would better be described as terrorists, are threatening, injuring, and even killing people to take Palestinian land. The Israeli government takes no action to prevent this. Indeed, they openly encourage these settlements. Members of the Israeli Security Cabinet have even stated that their goal is to make a sovereign Palestine unviable. We have to prevent that because a two-state solution is the only way to achieve peace in that part of the world. This government has confirmed that these settlements are illegal, and so now the government has to go further. Like many members here today, I have had reams and reams of emails about this issue, calling on me to ask the government to take more action. So as well as diplomacy, and I'm sure we are using diplomacy, we must make these settlements economically unviable. So I'm calling on the Minister to ban all trade in goods and services with these illegal Israeli settlements.
Yasmin Qureshi.
I want to congratulate my honourable friend for Sheffield Central on securing this very important debate. Somewhere today, a shopper in the UK will put a box of dates or a bottle of wine in their basket, and a fraction of what they pay at the till will travel back to the hilltops built on stolen land, land bulldozed, fenced, and armed against the families who farmed it for thousands of generations by the illegal settler violence. Let me be clear, when we speak of settler violence, it's not as if it's the work of a lawless fringe group. It is very much something that the Israeli government support, the state, the army, and its ministers. And Israel's own basic law declares settlement development to be of national value. And we heard Prime Minister Netanyahu declare last year that there would be no Palestinian state when he was describing the government's plan of the E1 plan, which cuts West Bank into two parts. And his finance minister had published plans for annexation of the West Bank. Many Israeli leaders have said that they don't want a two states. And we've seen the fact that the terrorists who are torching olive groves and the ministers signing annexation maps are not a separate problem. This year alone, two communities, Kibbutz Yanin and Ras al Najjar, have ceased to exist. We have seen more than 1,100 Palestinians killed. Settler violence is at record level high. 350 Palestinian children remain Israeli military. And we've seen that the illegal settlers have swimming pools, but their neighbouring Palestinians can't even get water. The International Court has looked at this and actually has said there has been an international violation and that this is racial segregation and apartheid. Yet, nothing has been done. We, in this government, did recognise the state of Palestine and restored the UN funding to UNRWA. And we also have said that we would accept the International Criminal Court's decisions. However, they have also said that we should honour the International Court of Justice, which ruled that the occupation is unlawful and the state must not help to sustain it. And by not banning trade, by not prohibiting trade with them, means that we are effectively not abiding by what the International Criminal Courts have said. What I would say to the ministers, please, today, promise us that the illegal goods will be stopped from coming to this country. And can I also ask the minister to recognise that over the number of years we saw the devastation and destruction and the genocide in Gaza. We've seen what's been happening in West Bank. What some of us mentioned is only part of what's been happening. We've seen these people come, terrorise old people, young people from their homes. And it's about time that we actually stop overlooking what Israeli governments have been doing. It's really ironic that when it's a country that we are supposed to be allied with, their action nobody criticises or does anything. But when it comes to other countries, we're very happy to do sanctions, armed interventions, and everything else to go by the laws.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely welcome this debate, and I pay huge thanks to the member for Sheffield Central, not just for getting the debate today and what she said today, but the enormous amount of work she's done for the Palestinian people since she was elected here 2 years ago. It is very much appreciated across the whole country. The issue is basically one of international law. And if I may just very briefly quote from the ICJ landmark advisory opinion of the 19th of July of 24, it describes the saying that states must not recognise, aid or assist the unlawful situation arising from Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory. It was made clear that all states have the obligation to abstain from entering into economic or trade dealings with Israel concerning the occupied Palestinian territories or parts thereof which may entrench its unlawful presence in the territory, and furthermore calls on them to take steps to prevent trade or investment relations that assist in the maintenance of the illegal situation created by Israel in the OPT. It could not be clearer than that. And so why, as a country, do we still support Israel diplomatically in so many ways? Why do we still provide weapons and security information to Israel which have been used not just in the destruction of Gaza, but I would like to know exactly what information is passed on with the increasing military presence of Israel in the West Bank in support of the settlers. And I have a good friend, or many good friends in the West Bank and Gaza, one of whom is Mustafa Barghouti, the president of the Palestine National Initiative. He frequently sends me messages describing what's happened in the past 24 hours. It's heartbreaking, the messages he sent. The one he sent yesterday was something I would like to share with the House. He was pointing out that the US is now building its embassy in Jerusalem on land they've been given by the State of Israel for $1. The land itself was stolen from Palestinians by using the absentee owner rule law that Israel created for the occupied territories. So it is not Israel's land to give to the United States for $1. It is actually Palestinian land that should be remaining as land belonging to the Palestinian people.
Yeah, yeah.
And to give you an example give the House an example of the horror story day to day of the behaviour of the settlers, strongly supported by the State of Israel, strongly supported by the IDF and the Israeli police. A school at Masafa Yatta was told that it had 14 days to vacate the building and disappear because it was going to be demolished to make way for yet another settlement that had been, quotes, authorised, and end quotes, by the State of Israel. So we just see the destruction of ordinary life all across the West Bank. And I've visited many times in Gaza, West Bank and Israel, seen the horror story of what the occupation does, and see the theft of land, the destruction of water, and the inability of anyone to get around in a normal way. Surely to goodness, the very least we can do is support what's been said today, end all trade whatsoever that helps to support the illegal occupation of the West Bank, and show our solidarity with the people of Palestine.
Yeah.
To implement a 3-minute time limit after the next speaker, Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like others, I congratulate my honourable friend for Sheffield Central for securing this debate. Like her, I support a complete legal ban on all British trade with Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. These settlements are illegal under international law, and Britain should not permit trade that helps sustain or profit from activity that's clearly unlawful under international law. We have then both a legal and a moral obligation to act. The settlements form part of a broader pattern of land confiscation, home demolitions, movement restrictions, settler violence, and the denial of basic human rights. These policies are being actively encouraged by the Netanyahu government and are intended, at least in part, to extinguish any realistic prospect of a future Palestinian state. If we genuinely support a two-state solution, want to respect our obligations under international law, and recognise our common humanity, then Britain must act. Palestinian children in the West Bank are among those suffering most from the escalating levels of settler violence. According to UNICEF, 70 Palestinian children were killed in the West Bank between January last year and May this year, equivalent to roughly one child every week. The wider trend is equally alarming. According to the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, March this year saw the highest number of Palestinians injured in settler attacks for 2 decades. Illegal settlements now physically occupy nearly 10% of the West Bank, while settlement regional councils exercise control over approximately 40% of the territory. This has dramatically reduced the land available for Palestinian housing, infrastructure and economic development. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted how restrictions on Palestinian access to land undermine economic growth and development. Without meaningful action to curb settlement expansion, poverty will deepen on the West Bank and the prospects for peace will recede further still. Large areas of Palestinian agricultural land have been confiscated for the direct benefit of settlers. What is clear is that this is not accidental or incidental. It is a deliberate policy that enjoys the active support of the current Israeli government. In September last year, Prime Minister Netanyahu stated that there will be no Palestinian state, while advancing the E1 settlement expansion plan, which would effectively split the West Bank in two. In its 2024 advisory opinion, the International Court of Justice concluded that Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territories are contrary to international law, and stated that other countries, clearly including us, have obligations not to support or assist the maintenance of the unlawful situation created by the settlements. So a comprehensive ban on settlement trade would therefore be a practical and necessary step towards meeting those obligations and challenging continued settlement expansion. As others have said, I won't, if you'll forgive me just because of time, Britain would not be acting alone. Spain has already introduced a ban, while Ireland, Belgium and the Netherlands have either committed to or are advancing similar measures. If they're willing to act, why aren't we? Others have already identified the fact that there is a comparable restriction on goods originating from illegally occupied Crimea and other Russian-occupied territories in Ukraine. So the principle of a ban is neither novel nor unprecedented, and with the appropriate care and consultation could take place here in the UK. We have the means to act, we have the responsibility to do so. A ban on trade with illegal settlements is both justified and now overdue.
Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first start by putting my thanks on record to the member for Sheffield Central for bringing this very much important debate, and indeed congratulating on her tremendous, very passionate speech. I'm grateful to all the members who have already outlined the legal positions. So I'm just going to concentrate on, we know that Ireland has passed an act, Belgium, Spain has banned products from illegal settlements. So I'm just going to bring it right back home to a very, very common sense argument. The case put forward by the Irish Parliament was clear this week when it said that they should not enter freely into commercial markets, as doing so would allow illegal goods and services to be transformed into legal entities in Ireland. And that's the crux of it for me. It is this premise which expert legal opinions by Richard Fisher KC and Rebecca Bain of Doughty Street Chambers have highlighted, that trade from Israeli illegal settlements into the UK has a legal basis to be prosecuted under domestic UK law and indeed amount to production under Part 7 of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. The position not to ban seems driven less by genuine legal application than by how such a position might be politically received by Israel. Fundamentally, the question is not about trade with Israel, but trade with illegal settlements in illegal occupied territories and a matter of international law. Currently, the UK government...
Does the member agree that the ICJ advisory opinion does not leave the decision to be a political one, but a legal decision? And in respect of domestic law, what we know is the government accepts the illegal settlements, and therefore, under the Proceeds of Crime Act, if the government does not make a firm decision, it risks putting our financial institutions under risk.
Honourable member for his comment, and yes, I'm coming to, well, I've missed lots out simply because of limits on time. Currently in the UK, the government strongly advises against conducting any economic financial activities in illegal Israeli settlements, including financial transactions, investments, procurement and other economic activities, which the government confirms has legal and economic risks according to international law. So here's the thing, so long as consumers are aware of the origins of goods which are from Israel's illegal occupation of Palestinian land, illegal settlements, according to international law, amount to war crimes and illegal produce, they can choose whether they want to buy it or not. So let me spell this out. It means that something grown or stolen on stolen land recognised as illegal by our government, recognised to pose legal risk as proceeds from stolen land, so long as the goods are clearly labelled as stolen goods, they can legally be sold in Asda, in Morrison's, in Tesco's or even Marks and Spencer's, just so long as it's correctly labelled as stolen. Imagine if we were to apply this same principle in the UK for ordinary citizens. It would suggest that so long as a product or good is labelled, even if it is a produce linked to criminal property, so long as it is labelled, it is fine. In fact, we could go even further, and one could argue this way, the principle being applied, if Asda, Morrison, Tesco's or even any others were to sell, for example, stolen TVs, so long as they are labelled, possibly stolen, and businesses are aware and warned of a legal and economic risk, it's fine to just buy one from your local supermarket. That's the bottom line. The consumer has the knowledge, and the authorities are happy to turn a blind eye. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye. The annexation, the terrorism that they face for the Palestinians by terrorist settlers who absolutely terrorise and make no mistake, this is an absolute state-sanctioned occupation and annexation and increasing of Palestinian territory, taking over that Palestinian territory. We cannot and must not stand by, because history will not be kind to us. Thank you.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate my honourable friend from Sheffield Central for leading us on this today. The government rightly says that Israel's settlements in the OPT are illegal under international law. If that's the government's position, and I welcome that recognition, then there's an obvious question. Why does Britain still permit trade and financial activity that helps sustain those illegal settlements? In a matter of days, it will be 2 years since the ICJ advisory opinion, and people have commented upon that. But 2 years on, the government is yet to explain how it intends to give effect to those obligations in UK law and policy. And in a statement of the 9th of June, the Foreign Secretary said, "I have strengthened our business risk guidance to make it clear and unambiguous." Yet I've had a look at that this morning. It goes no further than advising against economic and financial activity in the settlements. It doesn't say that trading with settlements is unlawful, and it doesn't say that such trade, financial services or investment are prohibited. That contradiction was exposed during the Great Israeli Real Estate event in London, where property in illegal settlements was marketed to British buyers. The government referred the organisers to the Advertising Standards Agency. With respect, this is not principally an advertising issue. It's a question of whether commercial activity linked to illegal settlements should be taking place at all. And if commercial activity connected to illegal settlements is taking place through Britain's financial system, Britain's regulators should be asking whether it's facilitating activity connected to settlements which this government accepts as lawful. And that's why the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth, as co-chairs of the Palestine PG, and I have written to Britain's anti-money laundering supervisory bodies, but they bounce it straight back to the government. And the minister points to travel bans, sanctions on 2 ministers, updated guidance. Those are all welcome, but they don't answer the wider question of whether Britain is using every available tool to uphold international law. The government says it lacks the powers. We've heard today they don't. But they can't occupy 2 positions at once. They cannot say settlements are illegal while allowing British commerce to help sustain them. They can't condemn them in speeches and maintain those positions. So today's motion can't change the law, but it can tell the government that Parliament expects the law to reflect its own stated position. This country has a history of having betrayed the Palestinian people since 1915 with the betrayal of the Sharif of Mecca, the 1917, the 1936 put-down of the uprising and the creation of the Nakba, the facilitation of that. It's about time we discharge our legal and moral responsibilities to the Palestinian people.
Nadia Whittam.
Deputy Speaker.
The continued expansion of illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem is having a profound impact on Palestinian communities, where military violence and attacks by extremist ideologues are spiralling. Poverty is pervasive and economic development almost non-existent, thanks to Israel's systemic abuse and seizure of Palestinian land and resources. Palestinians are being forced out of their homes, while road closures and checkpoints prevent them from accessing the services they require. Israel has committed ethnic cleansing and war crimes, as well as genocide in Gaza. Children have been targeted, maimed and killed. It's right that the government has recognised the state of Palestine, that it's introduced sanctions on certain individuals and groups, and that it suspended some arms licences. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is nowhere near enough. The time for expressing concerns and taking limited action was over decades ago. But to continue with this strategy now, when Israel has committed and continues to commit genocide, it beggars belief. We must stop looking the other way. We must not allow financial support towards Israel's crimes. There have long been calls to ban trade with illegal Israeli settlements, and the government must heed those calls now. Spain has already implemented a package of import restrictions on Israeli settlement goods, and earlier this week the Irish Parliament approved legislation banning imports from settlements. The proposed law states that it's designed to abide by Ireland's international legal obligation as identified by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion, and this specifically includes taking steps to prevent trade relations that assist in the maintenance of the illegal situation created by Israel in the OPT. The government agrees that Israel's control of the West Bank, East Jerusalem and Gaza amounts to occupation under international law. So why are we refusing to comply with international law by failing to ban trade with illegal settlements? This is the bare minimum. And I'd argue that we should also be implementing much broader economic sanctions against Israel, but this would at least be a start. By failing to do so, history will remember the way that the international community stood for humanity. I'm afraid to say the government is all the wrong
of her on this issue. Such a ban, which was co-signed by over 100 inches, is clear, as indeed it is across the expansion and the existing. Some Israeli government ministers we must follow through an IC advisory in the state of Israel. Yes, but they are all of after day by really settle some of the events at the point for our and disabled on set is settlers international as they took him away on Palestinian builders, Palestinian we expect to put up governments year after year issue statements about this situation. It's time we got on with a ban on settlement trade. It's no use the government dragging its feet. We've had to do that on too many issues. Can we please just get on?
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I refer the House, I'm particularly honoured to follow my honourable friend, the member for Cowdenbeath, and congratulate my friend, the member for Sheffield Central, for securing this debate. Earlier, Israel and the occupied West Bank as part of a cross-party delegation organised by Yakad, survivors of the October 7th attack and Palestinian families driven from their homes, daily intimidation from settlers. Let us be clear, illegal settlement is an obstacle to peace, but a deliberate strategy to make a viable Palestine impossible. I welcome the government's decision to recognise the state of Palestine. Not simply symbolic. We have a responsibility to make that state viable. Start with banning trade with illegal settlements. The UK should not allow goods to enter our markets, nor should British businesses profit from activity that our own government. We should also suspend trade concessions and sanction any company bidding for design, finance or construct illegal settlements such as E1. There needs to be great scrutiny of British money flowing into settlements. No UK charity should be while facilitating settlements, and no companies sustaining settlement expansion. Is destroyed. In Khirbet Zanuta, I saw the remains by UK aid, destroyed under forced the community to flee. The British government should see the destruction of infrastructure funded by UK taxpayers. The institutions of the Palestinian state itself represents a financial crisis caused by Israelis' tax and revenues. Their continued withholding weakens the Palestinian state will depend on. If we are serious about nation, huge pressure for those revenues to be released in full. Measures around Israel, they're pro-peace. They're about defending resistance and preserving. Our friend is a man of principle. I urge him to apply these principles in determining.
Here, here. Con.
Successive governments of every political persuasion Palestinian territories are unlawful. And established legal consensus. A resolution of the United Nations Security Council with exceptional clarity by the international fabric is that despite recognition of British shops, and just last month Madam Deputy Speaker, when settlement consensus delay in on Israel's our rhetoric its importance with time and time Ukraine. Commerce with sovereignty over which territories attacks marking action now inflicted on the force that stands behind